Send you the speaker link.
Have you seen that? My system.
One. Yeah. You're on. Yeah.
morning.
Good morning, sir.
How are you, Shalini?
I'm fine, thank you. That looks like a new look, sir.
It's called the post-COVID.
Okay.
COVID era. It's not because post-COVID has not become. So it's the new post-COVID era in which
Okay. I'm glad.
in adjusting the hair trimmer. And once the disaster struck, I said, there's one solution to it, Shani. So that was it.
Okay. It's looking good, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Shani. So how are you doing?
Doing good, sir.
Very busy?
Yes.
Yes, very good. Very good. I'm so glad. Thank you very much, Shani. I know I left everything to you, but everything is going good. I'm so glad.
Yes. Yeah.
So I'm somewhat disappointing you that I don't have any of the other VIPs today on the call. You know, this is the strangest thing that we have in our lives, but that is part of our life, I guess.
Yes.
So,
Yeah. So, but today is the 7th day for us, sir.
correct. You got two more. So when is the closing, Shalini?
On 4th, sir.
4th is Saturday or Friday?
Saturday, yeah.
Okay.
Saturday. Good to see.
So Saturday is closing. Okay. So
Yeah.
Friday night also, I think CII is doing an event with Professor Vijay Raghavan.
Okay.
And it's on innovation, I believe.
I see.
People roundtable it is. It's not even a lecture. So he will come back on it, but I didn't hear from Mr. Khare so far, Amit Khare.
Yes. Yeah.
And we'll just wait to hear from them.
Yeah.
Otherwise, that was phenomenal, Shalini. 2,500 viewers for Mr. Pokhriyal.
Yes.
Even his spin thereafter.
Yes. Yes.
And
We did several other sessions live on Facebook, and we have had a very good number of views and all this. This session today, this is going live on YouTube.
this is also live on YouTube. Great.
Yeah.
Overall, I think things seem to have been going good. The first 2 days, I was very impressed. I lost a little touch after that. Today I'm back. I'll be back again on Saturday.
Okay.
So so we'll be get Mr. Uday Kotak at least for the balcony. Try for that.
I haven't tried honestly. Maybe we could discuss this.
You're going to talk to Anjan also.
Okay.
And tell him also that I suggested. One thing there's lots of being done. And the president of CII should also be aware of it, right? So let him not even come. I don't have a problem, honestly, between you and me. But the fact is that invite has to go to him.
Okay.
Let's do that. And so let's call him. We'll have an opportunity to talk to him.
Sure. Yeah.
This was 10 o'clock even.
Yeah. So we are almost at 10, but I think people are still kind of joining. So maybe we could wait for, we have 5 minutes, and we can maybe wait for 5 more minutes and then start.
Yes, sure.
Yeah.
Aruna? Hello?
Hello. Hello, Swatiji. Shalini here.
Hi, Shalini. How are you
Hi.
doing?
I'm doing good. Thank you
I've
for
been
joining.
no, not at all. Shalini, I've been here since 9:30. It's dot 9:59. Are we expecting some delays?
I think we'll be delayed by maybe 5 to 7 minutes, if not more than that. We're going to start the session.
Okay. And I don't see all the panelists here either. So we're looking for
Uh,
one.
yeah, I think
Good
except for
morning.
him. Vagish is here.
Hi, good morning. This
Venkatramana.
Hello, Mr. Hello, sir, Professor. How are you?
Morning,
Hi,
Swati.
Nagesh.
Hi, how are you?
I love that painting behind me.
Yeah, that's Muhammad Usman.
Yeah.
good morning. This is Venkatramana from the Telangana State Council. I'm here.
Morning, sir.
Good morning, Professor Venkatramana. This is Mohan Reddy here. Good morning, Nagesh. Good morning, Swati.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Morning, sir. How are you?
Good, thank you. Thank you very much.
Look, is fantastic.
So we
This
have
new
all
look at innovation.
good people on the panel,
Right.
and I guess just in terms of logistics, Shalini,
Yes, sir.
this coffee table book has to be released. And do I share it from my screen? Do I have the authorization to do that, or will you help with that? What's the process I need to follow?
You can do that, sir. I think somebody is logged in into two devices, so there's a lot of echo that's happening.
Yes.
Yeah. So, sir, if it is possible for you to share from your screen, I think that would be best. So we can make you the presenter and you can launch it from your own screen.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just make me presenter at that point of time, and I'll launch it from there.
Okay. Sure. Sure.
Do we know how many people have logged in? I can't seem to this Cisco WebEx. I'm not very familiar with. So
People are still logging in, so I think
Vageshji, there are 11 people logged in.
yeah.
I I was hoping that I'm just reading only the organizers and the hosts. So if that's the number, then yeah, it's best to wait for a little while.
This session is also live on YouTube, so maybe a lot of people would also be watching it there.
Okay, okay, that's a fair comment.
Shalini, could you give me the authorization to be a host?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ravi, can you please make sir the presenter? Neha, you have to pass the presenter ball to Mr. Reddy. You're now the presenter, sir.
Really, because that icon is still not active on my screen. One minute. System preferences only, but my system preferences icon is still in disabled mode. Only when you get me host status, then I would get enable privileges.
Sir, you have the presenter rights now. Just to try clicking on that upwards arrow.
That's disabled right now.
Okay, let me just check.
Yeah. Okay. Or one of you can.
He's the presenter, ma'am.
I think one of my colleagues will share the screen and launch.
Okay, Shalini, there seems to be some technical glitch from your end. That's fine with us. As soon as we're ready, I think we should get started off because it's about 10:08 now. Maybe a minute.
Okay. So we'll start the session now. Good morning and welcome everybody to this 7th day of CII Education Summit. We started on the 25th with the inaugural where the chief guest was the Honorable HRD Minister, Dr. Ramesh Pokhriyal Nishank. I think my voice is echoing. I don't know why it's happening. But on 25th, the summit was inaugurated by the Honorable HRD Minister. On 26th of June, we had the Minister of State, Shri Sanjay Dhotri ji, who spoke at this platform. And since then, we have been having sessions. Today is the Telangana Day. The entire proceedings of today's sessions, all the speakers, everything has been done by the Telangana office team under Aruna's guidance. So thank you, Aruna, for putting this program together. And thank you, sir, for guiding us and helping us put this entire 10-day conference together. We are thankful for your guidance and leadership. So in today's opening session of this day, which is again a dialogue on adapting to a new normal, we have some very eminent speakers, and the opening remarks are going to be made by Mr. Vagish Dikshit. He is the convener of Education and Skills Panel of CII Telangana. He is also the managing director of Alpla India Private Limited. We have Ms. Swati K, chairperson of Indian Women Network Telangana and managing trustee of NATCO Trust. Welcome, Swati. We have a special address by Professor V. Venkatramana, co-convener of Education and Skills Panel, CII Telangana, and Vice Chairman of Telangana State Council of Higher Education. And we have our own Chairman of CII National Education Council, Mr. Mohan Reddy. Thank you, sir, for your continued guidance and support. And with this introduction, I'm going to invite Mr. Dikshit for his opening remarks. Mr. Dikshit.
So, a very good morning to everyone on the call. I believe this is being live streamed, so we have quite a few viewers. I welcome you all for today's conference focusing on school excellence. And in the backdrop of the new normal, this becomes even more interesting subject. I would like to start by congratulating our own Dr. VVR Mohan Reddy Garu as chairman of CII Education Committee, and of course, executive chairman of CN, for leading this 10-day marathon series of education programs starting on 25th June. And this is, of course, scheduled, as we all know, till 4th of July. Many sessions are very well designed to suit the current needs of school, technical, and higher education. Of course, the COVID-19 pandemic has brought unprecedented educational disruption. Of course, complete disruption, but on education, which is a continued paradigm of life, has disrupted 1.2 billion students and youth across the planet who are affected by school closures. School closures in over 180 countries have laid bare inequalities in education, deficiencies in remote learning, and of course, the cost of the digital divide. After this crisis, governments around the world will need to reassess learning systems to meet these challenges. It is a time for education leaders to use this period of disruption to ensure what people learn is truly relevant to their lives and, of course, to the survival of the planet. Today, I feel happy to be here at the School Excellence Conclave. Usually, most of CII's programs are targeted towards industry, and yet it's good to focus on school education, and like to thank all the principals, teachers, school administrators who play a significant role in shaping the future youth for joining us virtually today. We are in a country where people spend their lives saving and borrow money to provide good education to their children. But now, millions of students are victims of an unrealistic rat race, the mind-numbing competition that crushes the creativity and originality of millions of the students. With the current focus and emphasis majorly targeted towards enrollment numbers and improving infrastructural standards of schools, the ability to reach the unreachable segments of society with quality education that will bring an equal education opportunity India for all, and not an India that is divided between the elite and the unprivileged. This is yet to be achieved and work in progress. The main challenge for our lovely nation at this time will be to envision and implement effective policy which will work to the advantage of the demographic dividend, hence spurring the nation's economic growth. Investments in social sectors like education will be crucial to garner the benefits and potential of this demographic dividend. Teachers play a significant role molding the personalities of the children, and the current crisis provides a unique opportunity to reimagine education, curriculum, and pedagogy. Of course, teachers are recognized in the history of India in the thousands of years as, even for philosophic purposes, they say parents and then teacher and then God. This is the pedestal we put teachers in our historic and the way we look at education and teachers. And therefore, it's time to focus also on that. Technology has the potential to achieve universal quality education and improve learning outcomes. But in order to unleash its potential, the digital divide and its embedded gender divide must be addressed. Digital capabilities, the required infrastructure, and connectivity must reach the remotest and poorest communities. Access to technology and internet is an urgent requirement in this information age, and especially in this new normal of this COVID era, where if you're not connected, you're completely disconnected beyond the boundaries of your room or your house. It has no longer to be seen as a luxury. I've been personally involved in education since early 90s, and then especially in the social service environment. I had the privilege to be the president for Roundtable India when we launched Freedom Through Education in 1998. And over the last 2 decades, or two decades and 2 years, have helped more than 8 million children through primary literacy by opening more than 10,000 schools, or supporting over 10,000 schools in India, and also taking this baton and beacon of hope to many other countries, including our neighboring countries, especially Nepal, and also far away places like El Salvador or Central Africa and things. So I have a deep personal connect with education, and as you know, we in Hyderabad are also working very closely in terms of bringing dual education and relevant experience and internships to make sure that education also helps our younger people who are coming out of colleges for employability. There's an absolute need to collaborate between industry and schools are primary focal point, as we know, in imparting not only education skills. We at CII will look forward to working with you all very closely in the future. I know we have lined up very, very good speakers today, and I'm sure this would be a great learning session for all of us. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Dixit. I now invite Ms. Swati K, Chairperson of Indian Women Network Telangana, Managing Trustee of Nagpur Trust, to give her remarks. Swati ji.
Thank you so much, Shalini. You don't have to read my designation every time. Good morning, Mohan Reddy Garu and Venkatramana Garu and Bagish ji. It's an honor to be amongst all of you, and a special good morning to all of those watching us. When I joined CII, the CSR panel, I wondered, what education was going to have to do with all of this, and why, even we were here. And a lot of the discussions at the State Council and at many forums centered so much on how a lot of the children and the youth coming for jobs to industries, they had problems so deep rooted and so long standing that really we had to work our way back towards the root of this problem. And as we did, we said, okay, how about higher education? How about looking at postgraduate colleges and undergrad colleges and high school? And actually, it all constantly leads us back to school education. And very often, I remember even with Vagish on the state council meetings, discussions centered a lot around fixing the problem at the root, and trying to work our way up rather than the other way around. And there's so much intervention on making children industry ready, on getting them to work, hone their skills. But we often find that it can be too late. With this context, also COVID-19, I think, has unleashed many questions and many issues for us. These are probably, at least for me, the singular time in my life when things have been so exceptional. And the speed and the spread of this pandemic, also the closure of schools and institutions, and the swift transition to online teaching, that it hardly gave us time to prepare for it, plan for it, and to reflect on what this means and how it's affecting the children who are undergoing this. To reflect on the potential risks or the opportunities that such a sudden change could bring. The teachers across the globe have had to scramble around to help their students navigate the world of distance learning, often without sufficient guidance, training, support, and resources. It's still difficult, of course, to predict when schools and colleges will open, and there are almost no other options other than to shift to digital platforms. I've been somebody who's, even in my schools, even with my own children, I have said no devices. You do not watch television, no iPad in the house, absolutely no laptop. And I said, if Bill Gates would do that for his kids, we should definitely do it. And suddenly we're all faced with this supposed monster, quote unquote, that we're having to allow into our house and into the family space, and say, okay, here's another way of looking at it. This could potentially be learning. This could potentially be how things are going forward. And I think possibly the biggest casualty would probably be alternative schools, alternative learning for children who are sort of underprivileged, who don't have regular school and technology access, because a lot of what they achieve would be in the school with their midday meal, the contact with a human who's a little more evolved, a teacher, a listener, a counselor, a guide. And for alternative schools, for example, that said that teaching should happen under a tree. I mean, where does this stand? How is it relevant today? And what is education really mean from now on? What is the direction we're all going to take? In the absence of these physical classrooms and proper digital infrastructure, I think both students and teachers are sort of negotiating this new reality. And while 24% of Indians supposedly own smartphones, only 11% of households possess any type of computer, which could include a desktop or computers or laptops. And they may not be in a position to continue, tech-related classroom study. Of course, they all have smartphones, which they will use for social media and they will use to watch their television serials. But isn't that a double bind? And isn't that probably more toxic and more worrisome than, being able to access classroom education? Learning demands a conducive environment for studying, and all students don't have this quiet space at home. We've had myriad number of webinars where we've said, find a quiet corner. I'm sure you can use one bedroom and your spouse can use another bedroom. But I mean, can we remember these people who live in single room huts, for example? Of course, they still have a smartphone. That goes without saying. But what else? What issues is this throwing up? Is their home environment conducive for them to learn, for them to listen to a teacher, given assignments, etc., etc.? And 37% of Indian households have one room. It would be a luxury for many of them to have, even silence or a quiet space. The sudden shift to online learning without any planning, especially in countries like ours, where the backbone for online learning is not there, not ready, the curriculum is not designed for such a format, it's created the risk of our students becoming even more passive as learners. And I think the thing that's worrisome is maybe just how low their motivation and attention levels perhaps could get. And um, I really would want to congratulate and let teachers know that we appreciate deeply the effort that's being made in this sudden, many teachers who for years and years, for decades, have resisted technology, resisted anything new, are suddenly turning around and pulling up their socks and working with the new normal. And I think they're truly embracing this learning anywhere, anytime sort of approach. I am so very happy that CII has put together this education conference. Mohan Reddy Garu, I think it's extremely visionary and important for us as of for us to have these discussions and conversations. Vagish, I know the work that you do with CII education, and I really look forward to the discussions going forward. Venkatramana Garu, we've heard you on a number of forums and excited once again to hear you here today. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Swati, for sharing that perspective of 37 million households just having one room, and it's a luxury to find even a quiet corner in the house. So definitely, how will the education of such children be ensured who live in such households? With those words, I now invite Professor Venkat Ramana, co-convener of Education and Skills Panel CII Telangana and Vice Chairman of Telangana State Council of Higher Education, to share the perspective for higher education.
Thank you, Shalini ji. Dr. BVR Mohan Reddy, it's always a pleasure to see him and talk to him. My own colleague and chair of the CII Skill and Education Panel, Ms. Swati, the very dynamic chairperson of IWN, Aruna and team, and all the distinguished speakers, participants of today's webinar. First of all, I should congratulate both the CII Hyderabad and Shalini ji for coordinating this very important area on the topic of school education, the theme being redefining education for the emerging world, adopting to the new normal. I also find from the program that we are deliberating on 4 issues. The first one being dialogue on adopting to a new normal. Second one being the decoding to the new age teaching, technology adoption, and creating a child-centric learning. All 4 are equally important, and I think a day's webinar would not be enough. But I think because given the paucity of time, we need to deliberate on each one of them. And I see a lot of experts from government and other sectors. First of all, I must say that this is a time when all the officials of the government, of course, we are in the higher education space, so not very much this thing, because we took a decision yesterday to probably change the date of our calendar itself by pushing it to another 2 months. So this is a time when everyone is trying to look at alternatives and things like that. I'm sure all of us remember that schooling has been an excellent part of our life and one of the most memorable phases. It has given us all a peek into real life through our various interactions and learnings, and it has changed over the years. I remember, and I still am sure seniors like Dr. Mohan Reddy agree, that we looked at the teacher as a sage on the stage, and today you find the teacher as a guide by the side. You also looked at the changing paradigms, and I'm trying to relate the school and higher education too, though I wear the hat of vice chair, since we also work with the school education department very closely. I thought I'll bring to your notice some of the initiatives being taken up. But the last 4 months, to be very frank, has completely changed the way we at the in the government also start looking at things. The quick response which the governments are required to do, the complete darkness about what is going to happen. We were totally blind about what to do next. And most of the speakers today, and I'm sure will agree that this was the way with everyone. And we had to reimagine the way we work. We had to relook at the teaching learning processes. The evaluation is a major challenge, and the extension, and of course, the management of these higher education and school institutions is a big thing. What happened is post-COVID, we were suddenly caught with this challenge as to what do we do with these learners. And if you look at the learners profile, and if you look at the school and intermediate and colleges in Telangana, you will find that the majority of them, like in any other state, are in the rural and semi-urban and probably areas which are not in the this thing, with an exception of some schools in these cities. And these are the challenges. For example, the digital infrastructure not being in place, the teachers not knowing what to do, and of course, the response times, like in government everywhere you find, are very slow. But having said that, I would also say that the teachers were the kind of people who took it up very quickly, and especially in schooling. I'm told because I too have interacted with many school teachers and Telangana and also some from other states. I found that they were saying that they could quickly adapt, and the children, more importantly, because the learners were never geared up to sit at one place, and as a child, you cannot be tied to one place. But they have been fantastic in their adoption, and I think that's the real good this thing. Having said that, we have identified some key challenges, and then I'll move on to some initiatives and then maybe listen to all of you. First one is, how do you maintain the balance of joyful learning, which is the most commonly said thing, that, learning should not be rote, learning should not be, in a one pattern. It should be a kind of a design to the learner's profile and learner's habits and learner's expectations. Second one, I think most of us agree, but I think slowly this concept of personalized interaction, how do you make it the screen time to be more personalized, is again a challenge. Third one is there any way by which we could look at the emotional part of the learning component? Because there's a lot of, I'm told, stress related to this, because not only the student, and especially in countries like India, where the child is also, there's a lot of focus on the child by middle class people, because there's a high premium on education, because people know the value of it. This is the emotional backlash of it. And of course, lastly, the technological issues and the issue of training the teacher, train the trainer. I would now move to some of the governmental intervention, because I think that's where we need all of you to support governments. And I think I remember Dr. Mohan Reddy some time back said the many times governments look at roti, kapda, or makan, but I think now today governments have to look at roti, kapda, and digital infrastructure and digital way of doing things. One of the first thing I thought the COVID pandemic raised or probably resulted is it's a great leveler for the education sector. Because if you go digital and if you're offering everything probably contactless, not possible, but most of the I think everybody will have an opportunity to get this thing. We can turn this into an opportunity through a quick response, and we can reach the unmet, unreached, and probably underestimated crowd of students, and who have exceedingly good talent. I would now just talk about the areas which we need to focus, and I think the governments of the day are doing, and especially the state like Telangana, thanks to our Honorable IT Minister, Shri K.T. Ramarao, and thanks to industry leaders like Dr. Mohan Reddy. We are looking at the digital infrastructure, strengthening it. We are looking at, and you must be knowing that Telangana has got 900 Gurukulas for the students from the underprivileged and marginalized communities. And we are offering midday meals with fine quality rice, with nutritious value. And we are also offering some good, so basically what needs to be done is, many times there is a criticism that in government things don't work, but you will be surprised that there are a lot of budgets which are spent on education. But I think now the need of the hour is reorient the whole thing, relook at the new paradigm, and then restructure our processes, and probably including the classroom. For example, we are now faced with a big challenge, because we never thought about classroom sizes. And we always, like any other policy, we build classrooms which can house 30 or 40 people. And now the challenge is, how do you put 60 guys in a class? How do you make phased teaching? How do you, stagger your school timings and teaching workload? So I think I have a host of issues to talk about, but I think because time is short and also we have very eminent speakers, I think one request to all of you from the side, from my side as an academician, is that let's not focus just on technology, but just look at how do you marry technology to the whole art of teaching, learning, and how do we integrate the whole thing, and how do we disconnect this whole concept of education with measuring by marks and percentages, and how do we disrupt the educational system in the post-COVID era. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Venkatramana. Before we invite Dr. Mohan Reddy for his address, we have a very special segment in this session, which is the launch of an ebook. It's a coffee table book titled Empowering Tomorrow Together. And I would request Mr. Mohan Reddy to unveil this book, which brings together the CSR programs of the Science Foundation under one umbrella, and it will help Science, also several other companies leverage synergies, optimize resources, and deliver impact across communities. So can we have the beautiful book on the screen, please? If the presenter could, yeah. So
Yeah.
this is the e-launch of this book, sir. So we'll be doing it. We'll be clicking the button, but
Yeah,
we are
I get it.
yeah. So this book is titled Empowering Tomorrow Together, and it brings glimpses of the wonderful work which the foundation is doing.
Thank you, Shalini.
Yeah.
I guess the key reason for putting this coffee book was coffee table book was primarily to share some of the best practices that we have. I'm sure many of you have done equally good work, if not more work too. We will talk to all of you, and we'll start bringing out these e-books from time to time, so that I think the society and the corporate world will get a lot more benefited, and they'll also use these best practices to see that they don't need to relearn what they need to do as they start getting more conscious about helping the society. So thank you, Shalini.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
I invite you. Yes, please, sir.
Thank you, Shalini. Professor Venkatramana, Vagish, Swati, the large audience we have, especially from the schools, teachers, students, a very good morning to all of you. You heard three outstanding speeches in my perspective. To start with, from Vagish, thereafter from Swati and Professor Venkatramana. They talked about three different areas. Vagish talked about his contribution to schooling, education, and so on and so forth. Swati talked about the challenges we are facing at this point of time in the digital era in terms of teaching to our little children. And Professor Venkatramana, as a senior civil servant, he also spoke extensively about the initiatives that are being taken by the government at this point of time. But I think I don't want to repeat their speeches, but what comes out very intensely from all of them, and I feel so delighted this morning, is the amount of passion that they have. The common thread that I saw in all the three speeches today, and especially with somebody very young as Swati, I'm very, very impressed, Swati, the passion that you have shown. I think we're all blessed people. You know, people like me belong to a generation far ahead of you. And I think, you know, I keep saying this, I am past. What I see in front of my eyes is my future. When I see people like Swati, Vagish, Professor Venkatramana, I could safely say that my future is in safe hands. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think you did a phenomenal job. Thank you. We then move on to also thank the two important people who made this event so successful, both Shalini from Delhi and Aruna from Hyderabad. It is a mega event because, managing, even if it's digital, people say digital is much easier. Managing it for 10 days is not an easy task at all. Shalini, amazing effort
Thank you,
from
sir.
your side and from your team. Thank you, Aruna,
Thank you, sir.
for your contribution. I am one of who can't shy away from little disappointments. I wish we had some more people from the Telangana government today because it was Telangana Day. Professor Venkatramana was kind enough to be here, but I wish we had some more important people also this morning reflecting on they have their own priorities, but we will leave there for a minute. I thought for today, I wanted to touch upon three issues, 3 points I like to make to this August audience. The first one is that I'm sure many of you are familiar with this word called demographic dividend. This is basically the benefits a nation enjoys economically because you have a population which is reasonably young. What they define as a demographic dividend, they define as countries are actually on demographic dividend when they have population between the ages of 15 and 59, 51% of them. 15 years to 59 years, if they're little more than 51%, then the country is supposed to be enjoying demographic dividend. And there are countries already enjoyed it. Countries like China, Japan, Korea are three good examples. And strangely, India started enjoying demographic dividend way back in 2005, 2006. And as we speak at this point of time, today we have 62% of our population is between the 15 to 59 years. But actually it doesn't stop there. It actually peaks out in 2035, I believe, or 2036. It goes to a number called 65% of people will be in that age group. And finally, around 2056 or so, it starts winding down. You'll have more people who probably are not in that bracket of 50 to 59. But the point I like to make is, here is an opportunity that you have. What countries have done whenever they had this demographic dividend on their side is that use that opportunity to ensure that the economic upliftment of the nation happened. You, all of you in this call are completely familiar with the success stories of Korea, Japan, as well as China. So we also therefore have to emulate them to make sure we have an equally strong success story. But here is the other challenge that we have is that why am I trying to bring this up in a children conference today is today's children, actually, you fast forward them by about, say, 10, 12, 15 years, they actually will be at a point of time when the demographic dividend will be at the peak, which you look at the contra of it or the reverse of it, you'll find that is when competition will be the highest. You'll have too many people for all over the place saying that, we're all young, we want jobs. So therefore, the imperative need at this point of time is to A, educate skilled people, B, find jobs to them. So if you come back from the 2036 by 10, 15, 20 years, you'll find this is the time that we have these children who are actually in the class 1, class 2, are the people who will compete for jobs then. So there is an enormous amount of need to put emphasis on children education at this point of time. Child education would not have been as important as what it is today, given the size of population that will be there. And certainly, I think, therefore, it is important that we have focus on child education. That's my first point. And that's the reason why we thought we'll probably also have this session on child education. The second one is that the coffee table book that we released earlier is for the last 18 years, my company and me have been doing a lot of work in child education. And one could always ask this question, saying that why did you choose education or child education as a focus area? The key reason for that is that today, if you look at the CSR activities that we should be doing in this nation, there are plenty of them. There's so many of them. I can give you 100 as a list in the next 10 minutes if you give me an opportunity. But the challenge is all of us, maybe the budgets are varying from one person to the other person from the corporate world. The intent is the same, that we want to help the society. But given the budgets are constraints are there, we can't be doing everything. So we decided to focus on something which we think will make impactful. And impactful to make sure that we will make some change, bring about some perceptible change to the society. And we thought early education is a place where if we invest, we will do a lot of good to the society. That is how we decided on moving on to the children. We also did one more thing very interesting, is that 52% of schools today in this country are subpar in terms of education. There are constructive evidence to say 52% of schools are subpar in terms of education, and a large portion of them are in government area. These are the government schools. So what we touched upon is therefore the schools which require support at this point of time, and we did fairly large amount of work in terms of transitioning them. Lots of learnings that have come by, which have been a part of that book. It's just not to start with the physical infrastructure itself. Whether buildings was sufficient enough. I think Professor Venkatram talked about class sizes, enough classes being there. You were very generous, Venkatram Garu, saying that 30 children school or 60 children, 30 children classroom or 60 children classroom. Sir, I have seen with my own eyes, in a single room of a 12 by 12, 2 classes going on, 2 teachers standing in 2 corners in a government school. That's when we started intervening into it. So therefore, I think we did the physical infrastructure. We also did something very interesting in terms of girl-child population. Because in most of the schools that we go into, we were finding that the girl child was no more than about 15%, 18%. And we asked this question, why, 5 times, to say what's the reason for the girl child population to be so poor. And we got the right inputs to say that now we got about 28 schools under our management, which is about 10,000 children. We touched their hearts. But 50% of the children, actually in excess of 50%, is a girl child population that we have. So therefore, the second point I like to make is all of us from the corporate world have to have the passion, have the ability, but do interventions which will be impactful. Choose something where we'll see a perceptible change. That's my second message. But part of that message also is that one thing we don't realize, and I also realized it much later, is that all of us have a number of employees in the company. One part of it is that we give money as a part of CSR. Many people in this world are all looking for the money from the corporate world can you part with some of that money so that we'll also do some good. I'm sure Swati gets a lot more pressure on this area. So, whereas people like Swati or me, I'm sure Vagesh also has the same pressure. We keep saying, no. We keep the money with us, not to take it home, not to take it upstairs, but we can have a lot more impact with that money. And the impact part, I think the key thing that I want to bring out is our employees, or associates as they're called, are also extremely passionate about building the society. So if you can bring your employees also into this equation, we have seen some amazing results. That I run a technology company, so therefore these are all technical resources that we have. They go to the school, they get 2 hours off every week if they want to do CSR. They're there on Saturdays in the schools. And sheer volunteerism that goes on with them itself, if it is quantified, it could be several crores of rupees. So therefore, I think we all from the corporate world, part of my point number 2 is that let's look at even involving our own employees. I think we'll have retention levels, the commitment grows up. And I think I've seen some wonders happening with these people. My third point, Swati dealt it at length at this point of time, and Professor Venkatramana also talked about it quite a bit, all about the new normal that's coming in. The new normal, which was never expected by anybody. I think anybody said that I had some inkling, I would say how big a bluffer he is, because I don't think that I would ever think about anybody in the world to think that, a crisis of this magnitude should come by. To give you a flavor, it's not a challenge that can be easily solved. With millions of dollars of money backing the corporate world, even corporate today, to make sure work from home, which has got a lot of similarities of having education at home, is itself wrought with a number of pitfalls. Whether, all of you have talked about the speakers saying that, whether there's enough connectivity, whether they have devices, whether they have privacy, whether there's physical infrastructure, whether power comes by, many of these, just go on and on. But all the same, we don't have a choice today. So, and the other thing, so therefore, the digital learning will become very important. Actually, I'll step back for a minute and say, I'm sure many of you must have read all about the Great Depression of 1930s. And in the Great Depression of 1930s, people think that the world came out of the Depression largely because of industrialization. That's when you started getting the assembly line. You started having factories for food. There were tailoring that happened in large scale. Apparel was being produced. The large scale industrialization brought that up. Whereas our belief right now, it's all fairly well documented. This time, the economies will recover because of technology, and the technology is digital transformation. So education won't be any different. Education will also have the component of digital transformation that will come in. But I like to highlight, because a number of people think digital transformation 100% will take over. The answer is no. We've been having a number of debates of this nature in a number of different forums. I'm sure some of you are familiar with a name called edX. edX is the joint venture between MIT and Harvard, and it's run by Professor Anant Agarwal. He's the founder and the chief executive officer. Anant and I had a conversation last week too on the same forum. On the CII, I had a fireside chat last Thursday, I believe. And Anant,
25th.
Sorry?
25th.
25th, sorry. 25th. And but ultimately what we agreed was, the platform, it's called MOOCs and edX MOOCs, and they are the largest MOOCs platform in the world. They're the first, and unhesitantly, they are the best. But the conclusion we came to was that it cannot be just online learning. It has to get into a hybrid model. We can't take teacher away from the equation. We can't take away the socialization from the children. So we will find some ways of doing it. So therefore, we are looking at scenario planning. Say, for example, in IITs, where I'm also involved, we're doing scenario planning right now, saying that we open, and then suppose the closure comes, again, a lockdown comes, because we also have to coexist with the COVID. It can't be just, a zero binary situation. I'm not very sure still whether, vaccine and medicine will come together in the very, very near future. We probably will take some time, unless Swati is going to tell me, no, Mr. Reddy, we'll get it done in the next 2 weeks. I'm not too sure. No, not 2 weeks, sorry. So but the point is that we have to coexist with it. So therefore, the result is that we need to find ways and means by which we will develop hybrid models. And one thing I think Professor Venkatramana said, COVID probably will produce a great leveler. I think we need to be very careful on that, Professor Venkatramana, in the sense we are very worried about the digital divide itself right now. A digital divide in many ways, actually. It's the availability of, for instance, the bandwidth and the devices. And I feel rather sad, I don't know, mixed feelings I have, that I know of children who are going to school right now on digital platforms, and full-fledged school 5 hours a day, and they are going through the process. Whereas you also know at least 75%, if not 85% of children in this country are not going to school because they don't have the connectivity. Schools don't have, and Swati talked about it, we don't know how to teach, we don't have the content, the teachers are not ready, we don't have the servers, all that is there. So the end result is, some children are ahead of the other children. And the common link is maybe they're affluent, the others are not affluent. So we will have to be extremely careful. And that's the reason why we're trying to say it's very important we teach these people digital. We use digital at this point of time, but we have to make sure that they all have the same type of facilities to ensure that they all learn simultaneously. So we've been putting a lot of pressure on the Telangana government, Professor Venkatramana, on getting the GPON, that's optical fiber, at least to common community centers. And you see, you also have this divide between rural and urban divide. That's another thing that we have. So therefore, all the rural areas too, to get that. Only then we can say there's an academic year which is in sync for all children. It can't be one part of the society ahead of the other parts of it. So there are several challenges that are there. And I think, therefore, we decided we should do a conference of this nature to highlight the issues that are there. And I think we've been having fairly good feedback. The Honorable Minister for HRD agreed to have actually a joint task force between the corporate and the academia to address some of these problems, both at the school level as well as the higher education level. We're also trying to say that corporate will come forward, and I will talk to some of you to see whether we can do 125 model schools, which is the ones which have challenges at this point of time, to say that, they will be in par with the corporate schools too, and then the government can take that forward. Good news is, I think yesterday, World Bank gave $500 million of money to 6 states. Sad that Hyderabad or Telangana did not figure in the 6 states, all right. But they are addressing these issues. And if you go and read the World Bank report, you'll also find that they are commenting very intensely about the subpar, that's the word that they were using, subpar issues that are there in India. Whether it's, in terms of number of teachers, the quality of teachers, the curriculum, the method in which it can be taught, all of these stuff. So thank you again to all of you for participating. I want to, especially to the students who are on the call, I want to tell them, I'm not giving you a very negative image at all. This is realism. Reality is that we have challenges at this point of time. But I believe that at the end of the tunnel, there is sizable amount of light. So we should all live with optimism to say, COVID won't last forever. We don't know how long it will last, but it will not last forever. So therefore, with optimism, we will live and make sure that we'll all become stronger as we come out of the COVID now. Thank you again to CII for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot. Thank you for that book also. I think it's going to inspire many more corporates to do the work which Science Foundation is doing. And we are going to put it up in the library of this conference so that everybody is able to go through that book and see the wonderful work which you're doing. So thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Dixit. Thank you, sir. And thank you, Professor Ramana, for that opening session. We are now going to move straight to the next session, which is on decoding the new age teaching and bringing positive transformation. The speakers of this session are the session is going to be moderated by Swati. Thank you, Swati, for continuing in this session. The speakers include Dr. Praveen Kumar, Secretary of Telangana Social Welfare Residential Educational Institutions Society. We have Dr. Chavi Rajwat, former Sarpanch Soda and Vice President of Eminent Girls College. And we have Dr. Balaji Sampath, founder of Association for India's Development, India Chapter, and the CEO of Aha Guru. I request Swati to please start the session now. Thank you.
Good morning once again. Are the speakers here, Shalini?
Yeah, everybody is here. Everybody is here.
Could you please mute everyone else?
Swati, I'm here. Praveen.
Hello, how are you, Andy?
Good, good, good. How about you?
Getting on.
Thank you.
Shalini, the others, is Chavi here and is
Yeah, everybody is here. Chavi is here.
Hi, Swati. I'm here.
hi Chavi. Is it's nice to see you. And Balaji Sampath is here.
This is me.
Yes,
Hello.
yes.
Hi, how are you?
Yeah.
Hi. So a very good morning, everyone. It's a great honor and privilege to be able to moderate this panel of very eminent, very well-known, transformative change makers. And I'm sure you've all heard of them, but it's protocol that I introduce them anyway, and so I will. I'd like to start with Dr. Praveen Kumar. Dr. Praveen is an IPS officer of the 95 batch, and he's widely known as the brain behind the success story of the Everest conquerors, Purna Malavat and Sandanapalli Anand Kumar. Malavat Purna is a 13-year-old tribal student from Nizamabad district in Telangana, and her story created spine-tingling history on 25th May 2014 when she became the youngest girl in the world to scale Mount Everest. And Anand Kumar is the first boy from APS WREIS to scale Mount Everest. Dr. Praveen Kumar is also the founder of Swarrows Network. He's a veterinary doctor by education. He completed his master's in veterinary sciences from the then AP Agricultural University. He also holds a master's in public administration from Harvard and is an Edward S. Mason Fellow. To move on, Chavi was the sarpanch of her village Soda, 60 kilometers from Jaipur. Though holding an elected post, Chavi is not affiliated to any political party. The panchayats are officially supposed to be non-partisan, and panchayat elected representatives thereby do not fit into the bracket of mainstream politics. She has been reported to be the youngest person to hold the office of sarpanch. She is an alumni of Rishi Valley School, my senior in school. She went to Mayo College for Girls and Lady Shri Ram College in Delhi, and she has an MBA from Balaji Institute of Modern Management in Pune. Rajavat left her corporate job and city life to help develop rural India. She is very good at meeting with people and is taking a lead in the development of Soda village. After becoming the sarpanch of the village, she implemented many projects successfully, such as rainwater harvesting, toilets, and toilet facilities in most houses, etc. Chavi was honored as the Young Indian Leader by IBN Live. She currently holds the position of Vice President, Eminent Girls College. This college itself has an interesting story, which we will come to in just a bit. Our next panel member is Dr. Balaji Sampath. He is an Indian educationist, social activist, and the founder and secretary of a non-profit organization called Aid India. It's an India-based NGO that carries out science teaching and primary school programs for children to aid their educational development. Aid India trains teachers in government schools with the goal of improving the quality of teaching, especially for science and math, by using innovative techniques and devising educational aids. The mission of Aid India is to empower socially disadvantaged and often forgotten sections of the society through socio-economic development programs, education providing microcredit and imparting training in the areas of health, human rights, and utilization of resources for income generation. He's also the founder and CEO of Ahaguru, a pioneer education startup which is into online coaching that engages in providing training courses on different subjects online. He's written many science books for primary and higher level education to explain very complex concepts in a simple and easy to understand language for students. I'd like to welcome all three of you. It's wonderful to have you all here. So welcome to this session. I'd like to start with opening up sort of the same question to all three of you. If you could each take about 5 minutes to answer it, please. My first question is, what did you see or what did you experience that made you feel that something had to be done, that some change had to be brought about, and it prompted you to feel that, something had to be done? What is that that you saw or you experienced? Dr. Praveen, if I can start with you, and then we'll move on to Chavi and then to Dr. Sampath.
Yes, thank you very much, Swati ji, and I thank CII for inviting me into this prestigious and path-breaking conversation. Uh, to answer your question directly, so it's the personal experience of studying in social welfare hostels, and it was ridden with so many problems where students were not treated the way they were supposed to be treated. Not because of the paucity of funds, governments always had the funds, but the people who were running the institutions did not have the empathy and the heart and the vision to run the institutions particularly. So I'm the product of such organization. So the first thing which motivated me to roll up my sleeves and then hang my boots and then enter into education sector. Although I being an IPS officer, Indian Police Service officer, so this is the primary reason. So change the system which has been responsible for my being here, and also reach out to as many people as possible, in the shortest possible time by using the government resources. Then second important thing is, when I decided to, come to this organization, one of the important, eye-opening moment was Telangana education, separate Telangana education. I was a special officer of Usmania University in 2009 because the students were coming in droves and then huge numbers, and then friendly crowd suddenly becoming mobs, and then a lot of students committing suicide from rural areas. And then I had that conversation with all those students. What I really understood was that these students lacked the direction. These students were very angry at something which was unknown. They didn't know what is the cause for frustration, but they had a very genuine, way of with their reason to be very angry, and then so that made me to realize that what appears on the surface is certainly not the truth. I think we must burrow deeper and then deeper, and then when we took the bodies to their villages, and when we talked to the parents of the students who attempted suicides in the farm in the separate Telangana station, and the students who were on the receiving end of the police management, the crowd management. So what I have understood is, I think the things are very deeper in village level, the ground level education, the role modeling, and all that has not been happening in a very concerted manner. So this is another reason why I thought I should come to education sector, and rather than being in police, so I thought I should, contribute to providing as many role models as possible to the students in the rural areas, but not in certainly urban and then high-end areas, but uh, all the neglected and then underprivileged areas. Then third thing, when I joined this organization, so there was a lot of vacancies, and then the trust factor was almost abysmally low. Then the parents were not treated as the important stakeholders, and the teachers were in a very diffident and very uninterested mode. So as a result, one of the wonderful institutions which was created in 1984 suddenly became an institution. Okay, this can be, no, this is another N plus one institution. So there were the students, although we had so many seats, but we had about 7 to 8 thousand vacancies, so on and so forth. And then although we were English medium schools, and none of the students were able to speak in good English, and then even the teachers were not in a position to speak in teach in English. So that was English again is a medium that can really help people to liberate people to and aspire and go to better places, get access to better opportunities, be it corporate or be it public sector. So these were some of the things that really motivated to do what I am doing currently. Yeah, this answers your first question.
Answers it very well, Andy. Thank you so much. Chavi, if I can move to you and ask the same question, what did you see, what did you experience that prompted you to feel that you had to do something, bring about a change?
Thanks for that question, Swati. I think in some ways it would be similar to what Dr. Kumar spoke about. So I hail from the village that I've been the Sarpanch of for 2 terms, that's 10 years. And the reason I thought of doing this was because we are in Rajasthan, it's a drought affected area. And 2009, our area had suffered the worst drought. They had not seen good rains for a span of almost 13 years. And the challenges are far deeper because all groundwater in the village has been declared unsafe, even for the purpose of irrigation, owing to high levels of salinity and natural contamination. And what really moved me was the fact that people had no choice but to drink that highly saline and contaminated water to survive. And there was no way I could have turned a blind eye and looked away. As Dr. Kumar said, what I found very interesting was that while there is funding in the name of rural development, yet I had not really seen the villages in the area prosper. On the contrary, since I've been going to the village ever since I was little, I think things were far better when I was a child than they were over the years, despite the funding having increased. And that's where I thought that people like us need to come forth to play the role of a bridging agent and connect the dots, and also bring in the expertise to bring about a sustainable, integrated development in villages. Because I feel that people don't really, as Dr. Kumar pointed out, we're not really familiar with what the challenges really are. And it's a very top-down approach, but there is a need for a bottom-up approach as well, so that our voices are heard and the development is brought about the way it ought to be. And that is what I'm really trying to do. And even though this term I have consciously chosen not to contest the elections, but I did tell the village that I would the village residents that I will continue to work in the same capacity, but minus the designation, because I think it allows me a wider reach, and in terms of having a larger impact. And so that basically is what motivated me, because the first thought that crossed my mind when I was in the village in such harsh environment where the animals were dying because there was no water, no fodder, even for the animals. And the first thought that crossed my mind was, why are these people even here? Why have they not moved to neighboring towns or cities where at least the basic resource for survival, that is water, is available? But of course, it's easier said than done. You can't really have everybody just move out of a village to a without any skill sets, without proper education. And I also realized that if you want people to understand and be part of the process of building the nation, you have to economically empower them and uplift them. Because if I am struggling to make ends meet on a daily basis, to bring food to the table on a daily basis, how can I be expected to understand or even think about tomorrow when I can't even provide for my family for today? So with that, of course, I think education is important. And sadly, education in our areas, in the villages, are really, really pathetic. There is no quality whatsoever. While right to education has had a positive impact, but because of that, what is also happening is that teachers don't really care how much the kids absorb, and they just graduate to the next grade without any tests, or there are no checks and balances, no accountability. And as a result, when they reach the middle school or higher school, they don't even know how to read the textbooks. And while we have a government high school that's till the 12th grade, the 11th and 12th grade students are only taught Hindi literature, Sanskrit literature, and geography. There is nothing else. Now, when we're talking about developing a nation, it is important that we empower the human assets. We create a better sense of understanding, and bring dignity to every individual. And I think for that, it is important to at least ensure that the foundation is made stronger. So in that respect, I think, of course, I can go on about the challenges of villages, so on and so forth. But in short, I'd say these are the main reasons why I am where I am, and I continue to be where I am. And I think one thing that our country really misses out on is the concept of collaboration, the concept of teamwork. And I wish we would do that, and I wish we could teach that to our students, to the next generation, and even ourselves. Because unless until we don't bring the expertise from all walks of life and different sectors, there is no way we can really bring about the real integrated development that the nation really needs to see.
Chavi, I'm going to interrupt you there. I'm sorry, but you're answering my next questions. So I'm going to stop you there because I'll come back to those. If I could move to Dr. Sampath, and the same question I'm throwing to you, sir. If you could please tell me what it is that you saw or experienced that prompted you to go forward and decide to make this change.
Actually, I was working on research on mobile telephony in 96, 97. And I realized that I came for a round of visits. I was studying in the US. I visited a lot of villages, and I realized that there was no connection between the mobile telephony research that I was doing and what our situation in villages was. I actually came back to work on health. So I started working in many villages in health, trying to look at nutrition and health. And as I was working, one of the things that really struck me, because I didn't think education was that important, because my own education I felt was not, it was taking me somewhere away, not really solving the actual problems of the village. But what I realized when I was sitting in some of the schools talking to children was there were lots of kids who had gone into school with a lot of excitement. But within a couple of years, I found that they were losing that motivation. They started feeling that enakku padippu varadu is how they would say. Enakku kanakku varadu. I cannot learn math. I cannot learn. So the kids who actually entered saying with lot of hope, the parents had a lot of hope. The hope was getting dashed. I did not think still that the education was the important part that was being provided. But what I saw was the education was actually ruining their confidence. So I felt that we need to do something about that, where we can convert education is supposed to build people's skills and confidence, but here it was doing the exact opposite. So for me, the main focus of getting into education, in fact, after that fully I got into education, but my focus right from that time has been that whether they learn fractions or whether they learn English, grammar, or doesn't really matter. Whether they have confidence is the most important thing. So can we build their confidence in the process? Because if education is done in a way where you can give them some skills, but at the end of it, they don't feel very confident about themselves, I think their entire life, that lack of confidence is going to create a problem. So focus on confidence building. And through this process, we realize that if you can make people understand the subject better, you help them learn a little better, it makes a big difference in terms of their confidence level. So our entire focus has been after that, building confidence through education. So it is not just education, or like, it is not about, like, for example, we launched a program on spoken English because we found that whatever else you do, kids end up feeling like people who are able to speak in English have more confidence than, and so you can't speak in English is something that most of our village children would start saying. So we came up with a program saying walk and talk English. So you will not just speak, you'll walk around, you'll tell people. So the idea that you can, and we said, does not matter, the grammar can be absolutely wrong. So the point is, can you confidently speak? And whether you feel confident about it is the more important part than actually whether you are grammatically correct or wrong. So that is basically how we go about implementing a lot of programs. Finally, it turned out that now I'm involved in looking at mobile phones. I mean, I moved away from it. We are looking at how we can use mobiles to reach out education to children. So it looks like it's a nice big circle that has got fined.
Thank you, Dr. Sampath. Moving back to Dr. Praveen Kumar. So my next question is related very much to the first one, which is, when you saw this thing that you felt needed to be changed, what did you do then? What is the action that you took, which was prompted by that feeling?
Very good question. First thing, although it might look very weird, Swati, but what I did was I left my office. I decided that I will not enter my office for 6 months at least. So I went to village. I took permission from my wife and children, and then I went to all corners of Andhra Pradesh. In those days, Andhra Pradesh was undivided. So I went to Srikakulam, then as far as Hindupur, which shares border with Karnataka, and then Adilabad, which shares part with Maharashtra and part of Chhattisgarh as well. So the reason why I did was like most of the officers, whenever they take charge, they go to different sections, and then when I say sections in the office, and then look at the files and all they remove the dust on all the files, and then start clearing all the files, and then maybe to scare some of the recalcitrant employees, you suspend a couple of guys, and then you fire some of the people, and then you discipline some of the people who are not so disciplined. So these are the normal modes generally any heads of the department, any head of the department, when he or she takes charge doing will be doing. So but what I did was I wanted to have the ground feel. So whatever I have been briefed, is it true or not? Whatever I am seeing in the brochures, is it true or not? Whatever I have listened and then read about this organization in media, is it true or not? So to have that ground truth, to have that real feel, so I went to the down. So I not only spoke to the teachers. If you go announced, then everything looks rosy. If you go on a surprise mode, so you know the reality. So I went to the schools not to suspend anyone, not to punish anyone, not to pick the holes in the entire system. No, I wanted to understand. So I went to and talked to the students directly instead of talking to the teachers. I wanted to talk to the teachers in the absence of principal. I wanted to talk to the parents in the absence of teachers and the students. I went to their homes. I understood the aspirations of the students, aspirations of the parents, then aspirations of everybody. And then I came back again after a lot of learning. I came back. Then we started devising. We called all the stakeholders, multiple. They had multiple iterations as to how to devise a policy that can really work and then bring the turnaround, much needed turnaround. So what we did was, instead of using all our scarce resources on too many people, that is in your language, in business language, you say spreading all our resources too thin. So instead of doing all that, what I did was I selected the best people, I selected the best schools, I selected the best students, and then we started investing all our time, talent, and treasure on all those kids. Because we wanted to prove a point that although they are government schools, although they are neglected, but we have a lot of potential. We have a lot of potential, and then we can reach the sky if a proper coaching, a proper support is given to us. So then third thing, to bring any transformation, any massive government organization or massive organization which deals with millions of people, what we must do is capture the imagination. Most of the people who deal with government system every day in I'm sorry to say this, because of the media, because of anything, because of a lot of other things, people are made to believe that governments can't deliver. It is not correct. It is not at all correct. We wanted to disprove that notion, and then we wanted to make the people believe that, look, you have the potential, I have the resources. If both can match, then we can do wonders. That's how we started. In the introduction of mine, we said the Mount Everest. It's not just to create a record. No, not at all. No. We wanted to tell these millions of poor people in this country, look, you have that potential within you, and government has resources. And if I give coaching to your kids, you can go to any extent, no matter even if it is Mount Everest, no matter if it is death and destruction, even if it is fraught with death and destruction, you can go there. And then lo and behold, despite the fact that 18 mountaineers died within 5 minutes in that expedition, still our two young children could scale the Mount Everest. It is not to create a record, but it is to make people believe that whether it is English medium education, whether it is going to IIT, whether it is going to medical colleges, whether it is jumping the inferiority and innocence, or whether it is speaking English, whether it is thinking in terms of English, whether it is doing complex mathematics, all is possible. All is possible. All you have in your mind. So I have the system. So when I say transformation, I transform the way people think. I design the institutions in such a way that people discover their potentials themselves. This is what I did, and then this is my 8th year of journey. I came here to serve for only 2 years, and now the government, for IAS, IPS, and IFS officers, generally 3 years. But our Honorable Chief Minister, Sri Keshar Garu, he said, no, you have to continue. Till I said no. Then this is how I have been, doing, and then this has been a very good journey. Once again, I repeat, I don't believe in a linear model. I don't believe in traditional models. What is the traditional model? You empower teachers, and teachers only empower the students. No, we empower the teachers. Simultaneously, we empower the parents, we empower the students, and in a larger scale, we empower the communities. Like we have Chavi Rajwatji. So we have to empower the representatives like that. We have to educate the representatives so that they also see the value, because education, unfortunately, has a very long gestation period. If you invest in first year, you will see the benefits only after 25 years. So you need to have that, conviction. You need to have that patience. You need to have that belief and faith that yes, the hard work that I'm doing today will, bear fruits 25 years later. But I think we are very lucky. I'm not saying that we are very competent, but I'm saying we are very lucky. But we have been very, we have been working very hard with a lot of perseverance, and then this has been a very good journey. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Andy. Thank you. Chavi, the same question for you. What did you do then? What action did you take, which was prompted by that feeling that was created by what you saw?
Sure. Would you want me to speak about the village or specifically to education?
I would say a bit about the village, Chavi, because I think even in Dr. Praveen's and even in Balaji Sampath's, we're sort going constantly back to that. I think it will be interesting to see how that sort of ties up.
Sure, great. Thanks so much. So, of course, in the village, how I started out was I went door to door. I went to every single household to understand what their priority was, even though I knew, but I needed to understand what the village residents wanted. And the three main things that came up were, of course, water was priority because we didn't even have safe drinking water available. And followed by demand to construct roads and electricity, because at that point of time, we would only get 4 hours of supply of electricity during the entire day. That too, we had no idea when we would have electricity and when we would not. So these were the things. But very interestingly, in the scope of development for the locals, education has never really been on the radar. So that is not something that they spoke of. But I also did interact with the children and the youth of the village. And I realized that when we speak of development in a village and given the scope of things, everything in the village is interrelated, which means that if I were, for example, if I had the bandwidth and the wherewithal to bring about the best education institution, but the child going to the school was suffering from malnutrition and suffering from Down syndrome, which most of the people in my village suffer from because of intake of contaminated water, then what good would that education institution be? Also, little children, even though we don't see the monsoons the way other states probably do, but during monsoons, there's a lot of waterlogging. So if there are no roads, how will the child go from his or her hamlet to the school, which meant you needed to have infrastructure development. Come exam times, the child needed to study, so you needed to ensure there was electricity that was provided. Now, to ensure that the child had the right diet and nutrition, it meant you had to economically empower and uplift the family so that they could ensure that proper food was provided to the child in the household, so on and so forth. If the child fell ill, you needed to ensure that there was a health facility, a doctor who could cater to the needs of the people and ensure the child going to the school was healthy enough to attend school and did not fall ill or die from diarrhea, malaria, whatever it may be. So these are just simple examples just to make you understand how everything in the village really is interrelated. And so from that space, we started working. We realized that in our area, we didn't really have the kind of funding in the panchayat. Just to put things in perspective, for the entire year of 2010, my first year as Sarpanch, we only had 20 lakhs of rupees, out of which 10 lakhs was supposed to go in construction of what was being called an IT.
We can't hear you, Chavi. Has she dropped off? Aruna, Daniel. So I'm just going to wait for her to come back. Balaji, Sampath, can we move on to you and get you to answer the same question, please?
Yeah. So, are you able to hear me?
Yes, yes.
So, just to quickly explain how we got started on this. In fact, what I started doing was I spent a lot of time just visiting, staying, attending the school, watching how the teacher was teaching. So we did what we call class observation for a little while. And I did that in several schools, several government schools, and understood from the process what needs to be changed also. And we started doing something quite interesting in the sense that I said, let's forget about the education part. Let's look at the fun part. Can we first structure the lessons in a way where it is a lot of excitement, make it a lot of fun? So how to teach science was one of the things that we started with. And I said, let's get started with some low cost experiments. So looking at paper, looking at balloons, looking at bottles that they have around them. So we started doing experiments with many of these materials, and the kids would catch on really fast. When you try to teach them concept of a rocket, it was much harder.
Click
But
on
when you
my.
take a balloon, sorry.
All right. Am I audible now? Am I audible?
Yeah, I think Mrs. Chavi has come in.
Yeah. Am I audible?
Swati, I think you're
Chavi?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, Chavi, you had dropped off for a while.
Hello?
So we started with Dr. Sampath.
I seem to be having a network issue.
Yeah, so we're talking to Dr. Sampath. We'll come back to you if that's okay, Chavi.
okay. So shall I continue?
Yes, please continue.
So what we started doing was to look at a lot of experiments, hands-on experiments with things around them, not using a spectrometer or a more complicated equipment, things that they should be able to lay their hands on, like straws. Just looking at two straws, when they start making like something where they can blow and make the straw go around, that creates a lot of excitement, because then they go back home and try this out, show it to their parents. So, and they're explaining the science concept. So this started becoming like a big deal in many of the villages. So that's how our work got started. But then when we tried to make small booklets that kids could use to read and understand the concept so that we can scale this up, we found that there was a big reading problem, because a lot of kids were not able to even read a simple sentence. They were mugging up the entire textbook. So if you look at a chapter, they will read the chapter. But if you point to a word there in the middle, they won't be able to read the word. So it was a bit of a shock in the beginning to us, because this was like way before a lot of these results started coming out. In fact, then we partnered with Pratham and did an evaluation also across in Tamil Nadu and also in other places. We started parallelly developing a solution for this. How do you get children to read? How do you make them identify, looking at similar idea? I mean, most of our languages are phonetic languages, so it should be easy, unlike English, right? In English, at least we need to figure out phonics kind of approaches. But most Indian languages are already phonetic, but it's a shame that we can't get our kids to read. So we developed a lot of tools for this. First couple of years, we worked on how to do this, demonstrate ourselves. In about 30 villages, we tried this out. Then we went to the government. And of course, the government said, no, all our kids can read. Then we got the officer to go and study this a little bit more. In fact, he went and got another officer to go and do an evaluation. He came back and said, actually, what you said was not right. Our situation is worse than what you said. So then we said, okay, no problem. Can we get started? So he said, let's get started. I said, can we start with 1,000 villages? Which was, I mean, 1,000 schools was a lot of. He said, no, nothing doing. I'm not interested unless you do it in all the schools, which is 40,000 schools. And we were talking about 30 schools. So I was like really scared. So we talked to them. Then he said, okay, let us do, like I said, we'll make a 3-step plan, five districts. 5 districts for 7,000 schools. So because, I mean, India, everywhere, every state is such a huge issue. So 7,000 schools, we first tried this out. Then we went to almost 13,000 schools, by which time he got transferred. And then we had to go through a lot of ups and downs process, because within the government, that whole setup, if the officer drives it, things happen. Otherwise, things pull out. So we continued to work with new officers, convincing them and so on. It took a long time to bring about some amount of the change. But slowly, the idea that you need to focus on skills was something that we were able to bring in. Still not done. It's a big problem to continue to solve. But after a point, I realized that interested teachers, they are willing to absorb a lot of these and immediately implement. But the percentage of interested school teachers, because looking at a problem on a large scale, working with the system, we realized that interested teachers are maybe 15% of the system. So the rest of the things where we would provide materials, provide training, every 15 schools, 20 schools, we had a person now who was going around. In the beginning, we were running the program ourselves. Now we had somebody who would visit the school, train them on the ground with the teachers in the classroom and so on. But the point was, beyond the point, this, not all teachers were taking this up. Because the moment some extra work comes in, they would say, but my officer has asked me to fill out this form. I have so much work in form filling, not in teaching. So I realized that we need to do something which will enable whether a teacher is, like, see, we cannot build a system for really high quality teachers. So we realized that teacher training, see, most of our teacher training across the country has been designed saying that it's a motivated. So you give theoretical teacher training and you expect the teacher will somehow manage to produce the materials and take it up. But teachers are also reasonably overworked in some places, particularly not in teaching work, in other work. Right? They are called for election duty, they are called for a lot of other things. So, and we can't change the system overnight there. So we started slowly feeling that we need to look at self-learning tools. Put something in the hand of a child. If you have a great teacher, the teacher will make the tool, really make a great use of the tool. But if the teacher is bad, and most, like 70-80% of the places, you will not get great teachers. You will get average or below average teachers. Then it's not like the child gets nothing. You should still make sure the child gets 70-80% of what is needed to be provided to the child is actually being provided through a self-learning tool. So basically, like I look at self-learning tools like an insurance system. You make sure that no child drops out in that sense. So every child gets at least a bare minimum. If you have great teachers, they can go further and go a little bit more beyond what you are providing. They can do a lot more beyond that. But if you don't get a good teacher, the child does not suffer because of it. So we started developing a lot of self-learning tools. And when we looked at that, then there, of course, the requirement for technology came in a big way. So last several years, we've been researching quite a bit on how to do this, testing it out. And now we find that with self-learning tools, children are able to learn at their houses directly. So now during this Corona period in government schools, because penetration of, for example, mobile, we first developed things on using computers and so on. But the problem is most houses don't have access to a computer. But 45% of rural households have a mobile cell phone. Not everybody in the house would have it, but like one person in the family would have it, and the child can borrow it for 1 hour. So our lessons are also structured as 5-10 minute lessons, totally adding up to 45 minutes to an hour. But because that's all you can expect per day. So 1 hour per day, what can you provide in an intensive kind of way to make sure the child's levels go up? So this is the kind of work that we have been doing.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sampath. That's very, very interesting. And Chavi, if I can, are you here, Chavi?
Yes, I am.
Would you want to finish what you were saying? We're sorry about this, the correction issues.
No, that's welcome to my world. This is what I have to face on a regular basis. Anyhow, yeah. So coming back to what I was talking about, in my first term, what we basically focused on was bring about the basic infrastructure development, trying to ensure that the basic facilities and resources were provided for, which included providing safer drinking water by desilting the existing reservoir so it could harvest rainwater, and introducing a bank to the village so that the monopoly of the moneylenders was broken and people could breathe a lot more freely than they were able to earlier. And also, of course, in infrastructure development, we also worked on improving the condition of the schools. For example, we had a girls' middle school, which had no classrooms. The building only had two rooms. One was being used by the headmaster as well as the faculty members, while the other room was being used to store the food supply and to cook the midday meal. So the girls had no choice but to sit under the open sky, come hail the peak heat or winters. So we, of course, there was resistance from the teachers, but I spoke to the kids and they were thrilled when we gave them an option of moving to another building, which also was in a bad shape. Like the quality of construction was really pathetic, floor broken. We had, during the monsoons, we would have monitor lizards and snakes enter the classrooms. So for a while, till we weren't able to raise the funds, I had the students or the school operate out of my house in the village. And once we were able to raise the funding, which unfortunately didn't really come through the government department, but through individual donors and organizations who I reached out to. In fact, a lot of the infrastructure development work that we did was courtesy the amazing donations we received from various organizations, private organizations, as well as individuals. So that was the first term. And the second term is when I started working more aggressively on the important aspects, but something that would have taken a longer time to be visible. So it, again, wasn't something that people were very happy about. They weren't happy, couldn't understand why was I spending 20 lakhs of rupees on improving the infrastructure of a school, two schools, in fact, two government schools. They would have much rather that was used somewhere else, like construction of a road or the reservoir, something like that. But of course, I think conversations help change mindsets. So I did tell them that while you may not see the benefits right away, but eventually, maybe 5 years down the line or 10 years down the line, you would appreciate what was happening. And of course, the children and the youth were thrilled because this was something they needed, but they didn't know who to speak with. So these are the kind of things we did. Of course, within the first 5 years, I fulfilled all the demands of the village residents. So they were happy and they allowed me the freedom to do what I wanted to do in the second term, while also they participated in the projects, because that is something that I try and do, get them involved so that there is a sense of ownership. And I don't believe that things should be given for free. There has to be some participation, some involvement from the beneficiaries for them to really value what is coming their way. So that's what we did. And towards the fag end of the second term, there was this girls' college in the village which was going to get shut down. And in our area, some of you may have read, it is a very patriarchal society. So getting girls to go to schools in itself is not...
Eminent Girls College?
Yes, this is the Eminent Girls College.
I have a question about this later on. So if I can, I'd like to hold this for the next question, please, about the college.
Sure.
Okay,
No
great.
problems.
So I'd like to go back to Dr. Praveen. So with the COVID lockdown and this new normal, it seems like tribal schools, particularly low-income schools, government schools, and the rural poor, they don't have the technology edge. And with all of this that we spoke about also in terms of the amount of work that we've put in to sort of derail some of the existing problems, now it seems like there are additional hurdles coming into the way. What is the effect you think this is having on the teaching learning process for your schools? And what are the biggest disadvantages you are seeing for the progress of children?
Good question, very relevant question, Swati. Thanks for asking this. Yeah, it is as Mr. B.V. Mohan Reddy was sharing in the earlier conversation, the digital divide is very, very stark now. It is very clear. So only 40 to 45% of our students, when I say students, their family members, only one in the family has access to smartphone. So remaining 50%, they have no access to smartphone. They have just simple 1500 or Nokia 1100 or Reliance 1500 devices. They're basically call phones, not definitely smartphones. Then even if you have smartphone, then there is an issue of connectivity. Some areas are still 3G, some areas there is 2G, then some areas no connectivity at all. And the third issue is the data charges. So poor people in these circumstances, they cannot afford to have any online learning or online transmission requires data. So for that data, you need to pay. So even if it is the most competitive data plan, data package, you need to pay for that. So poor people, they don't have that much money. I'm being very honest with you. We have, because for from June 1st till June 8th, we had almost 10 to 15,000 children in our schools. We were assuming that the government of Telangana will go ahead with the 10th grade examinations. When these children came back to our schools, then we had a rapid survey, like how many of you had access to mobile phones, and then how many of your parents helped you in learning, then did you watch TV, then did you get proper food, and then you'll be shocked to know that 50% of the students struggle for food. Forget about data plans. So that is the condition. And then that was during lockdown. I'm talking about now lockdowns are almost lifted. So with the lockdowns being lifted, the parents are taking the mobile phones with them. And girls and boys, they don't have. And then again, within this, you have gender. So boys will be given preference when you have to handle a mobile phone, that is smartphone, and then girls are not given, smartphone. So okay, बाद में भैया पढ़ने के बाद में तुम ले लेना. So that is the kind of discrimination also we have. So to overcome these things, like I'm very happy to share with you, we didn't foresee the COVID thing, but right from day one in 2014 itself, when we unveiled this. P5 program. P5 is, as I said in my answer, in my response to earlier question, so I said, we don't believe in traditional models. So wherein you empower teachers and then they empower the students, we empowered the students simultaneously to become teachers. We empowered the parents to be very supportive parents instead of being, unconcerned and then apathetic parents. Better you invest something in your children as well. So we have been running a lot of camps for parents as well. All those things started bearing fruits in these COVID times. Today, I'm very happy to share with you that although we have no students in our schools, our students, they have formed themselves into smaller groups in a village and village clusters, and then they are teaching their colleagues because we have supplied textbooks to the students, and then all these students, they are either teaching to their parents or teaching to their siblings or teaching to the neighbors with whatever they could do. I'm not saying this is going to be a very effective process. No, it will not be a very effective process, but at least they are in touch with the content. So when they come back to schools, I don't have to worry about what is that they have lost during this COVID time. So this is one important, it is happening even in the interior forest areas. It is happening in urban slums as well, whether you have connectivity or no connectivity. And what our teachers are doing during this time, they are sending all the material to the village cluster head. We have community relation officers, village sarpanchas, or village community elders. That these contents are being this content is being pushed to them seamlessly, and then we are asking the students to make shorter videos of what they have been teaching and then send it across to us so that we can put it on our website, so that everybody can download those things and then again start using them in their homes. And then this has been very phenomenal. As we speak today, our online future responsible parenting Zoom call also is going on with 50, 60, 70 parents. So like that, we have Zoom sessions with all the poorest of the poor parents who would have otherwise been wasting their time. So now they are being told as to how to monitor and then help the students learn on their own. So these are some of the things. I think the loss, when you see, not very much, not pronounced, but at any given point of time, all residential schools in Telangana are much safer than their homes. When you say community transmission, I can arrest the community transmission because we have health supervisors, we have good food. On every student, we spend about 58,000 rupees. You know better because you have visited our office. 58,000 rupees, and then we give all possible, best possible nutrient food designed by National Institute of Nutrition. So I for one, I would love to have students back in schools, whether Corona or no Corona. But we are continuing the learning process, and our children are not losing much when I have to say this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. That was amazing. Thank you. The same question for Dr. Balaji Sampath, and I'll come back to Chavi with a slightly different question. Dr. Balaji, would you take this one, please?
Yeah. So, see, basically, when we talk about online education, the issue typically is that everybody is talking about live online education. So like basically, there are two models. There is a synchronous model and there is an asynchronous model. For some reason, because our classroom structure has been synchronous, like the teachers are asking, looking at faces of children, etc. Like if you take our current session itself, while you need to have people, like right now, this is a live session, right?
Yeah.
So live sessions, there is an advantage because you can respond. There is a response possibility. But there is also a disadvantage because people need not prepare. I mean, I'm not saying that in a session like this, but if teachers, for example, can just come and basically have a discussion, a conversation with children. So in terms of a teacher's time consumption, preparation time, a live session consumes less. So that is also one of the reasons we have gone for a live session. But live sessions consume huge amount of bandwidth, first point. Secondly, bulk of the time during the live session is wasted, particularly in education. I find it is wasted because one child says, I missed, I didn't understand this, then somebody else is saying something else. There is a lot of, like, particularly parents who have children would have seen that there is a huge amount of time wastage that happens. So where there is bandwidth is not such an important factor, cost of the bandwidth is not important, and time is not such a big deal. You can have access to the computer for forever, right? So in that case, a live session still makes it possible. The whole of India, if you're looking at the whole of India, particularly rural areas, I don't think live session is a solution for India, rural India. We must seriously rethink about our alternative when we're talking about technology-based solution. This idea that we will only focus on a Zoom conference solution or a live conference solution model. In fact, we tried that even during this period with several villages. Just not possible because there'll be so many interruptions. In terms of the internet bandwidth itself, and not just that, from a child's perspective also, it's such a lot. So what you do in a half-an-hour session in a classroom or 45-minute session in a classroom, probably 1/3 of that gets done in a online session when you're doing a live session. But actually the reverse is possible. If you take this opportunity and convert it, and also when people are talking about mobile bandwidth, etc., a lot of the content, if it is broken down into digital format in a way in which it is not live, it is maybe videos, partly videos, everything need not be videos plus flashcards plus text material, question answer kind of format. See, digital has like, if you think about it, Zoom sessions are all recent, right? If you think about video conference is actually a small part of how we use digital. Emails, for example, bulk of what we got as messages, you did not do a Zoom call with us to fix up the session today, right? It was all done on email. It was done on WhatsApp. We do a lot of offline, I would say not online, but offline digital communication. And we are completely leaving that out when we are talking about education. Today, there is a huge amount of potential when we look at recorded content, recorded videos combined with questions. Like, for example, today, right now, 15,000 village children, we just recently started this as a program, and 15,000 village children from government schools are now using our app. We've asked them to download. We follow them on WhatsApp. Their teachers follow them on WhatsApp. After every lesson, after every few parts, when they complete a small exercise, they get a score, and they take a screenshot of that and send it to the teacher. They're sending feedback of that to the teacher. So the lesson is structured. So only when they finish the first lesson, we send them the second lesson, because many of these kids don't even have enough space on the phone. So if they can't even download all of it and keep it. So one lesson has to be deleted before the second lesson is sent. So, and they can't download an entire lesson fully either, because you need to be able to look at just the video part, just the text part, etc. So very, very low bandwidth requirement lessons have to be designed. And when we provide this, we find children are using. Children in very remote areas, and one child downloads it, another child sits along with that fellow and learns. Phone is passed around, so multiple children are able to use. So you will be able to, like, see, actually providing today cost of tablets and all has come down. Not everybody may have access to a tablet or a phone at home, but it is possible for example, an NGO or a government setup to arrange for these things and make sure that every village has access to 10 tablets. Think about a tablet library model, where in fact we are doing that in several villages where like rural communities are very, very poor communities. Nobody has access to a cell phone. I mean, they'll have cell phone, but they won't have a smartphone. The whole community. While overall average is about 45%, there are tribal communities where it's almost 0% of smartphones. So there, expecting smartphones to come up is going to be a problem. Internet connectivity is a problem. So we get tablets and we circulate this tablet around. So the same tablet is used by some 10 kids. So each one will finish it, and there's excitement around using something like technology where children are able to do. But offline, looking at an online-offline kind of a model, looking at something which is not permanently connected, and seriously looking away from a live class model is, I think, very important. Live class has its attraction, I can see that. But the way I look at it, I would say 80% of the education has to happen in a non-live fashion. And 20% has to have like doubt clearing. Did you understand? That kind of discussion can happen with a live session. So in fact, we structure our lessons that way. We say, you finish learning this, you come to class. This is called the flipped class model. So you learn a whole bunch of things at your own pace and time. Because also the problem is, if you say 2 o'clock today you have to attend a session, the father won't give you the cell phone at 2 o'clock because he has to use it. So but suppose you manage to get it at 7 o'clock at night, use it at that time. Learn it any time that you can conveniently use. Come for a short live session, maybe if it is necessary, where you can clear your doubts, where there's a discussion. In fact, many of these things also we say, don't have to make it live. You can make it asynchronous by using, for example, WhatsApp. You can send your doubt by just messaging it on WhatsApp, take a scribble of, write it down, take a photo and send it. And we have got mentored, school teachers are now answering these questions. So is it possible to reach using digital? I think yes. But if we think of digital as only live learning, then we are in trouble, because I think then internet connectivity becomes a very serious problem. On and off bandwidth, there is a lot of bandwidth available. Middle of the night, there is a lot of bandwidth available. Peak bandwidth is definitely not available, not going to happen in rural areas. I think what has happened is, as soon as the COVID situation came in, every school jumped in saying we want to get into live classes. And I think that has become the model of what can be done, and that is not going to reach our rural children. I think we have to understand that there is a big difference between digital non-live solutions, which also may require some on and off internet bandwidth, versus live solutions. I think that internet connectivity, online education is not possible. People are talking about live sessions. I think that we should rethink that seriously. And we are seeing that definitely it is very possible. A lot of schools are now taking this kind of a model up. So,
thank you, Dr. Sampath. I think an interesting aspect of what you said is also that this encourages then children to start learning on their own, right?
Absolutely.
Rather than just wait for a teacher to be talking at you. And mostly that's how it is. It's at you rather than to you.
Correct.
So it encourages them to do some autonomous work and then come back with questions and things like that. So thank you so much.
But you can't leave it to the point of saying the child is given this lesson, they will learn completely on their own. You need some handholding. You need, like, for example, creating a WhatsApp group with a teacher makes a big difference. A child asks a doubt, sometimes before the teacher answers, another child answers the doubt.
Right.
So that we see happening a lot. So having this kind of push a little bit, say, for example, in a classroom, you need that. You need to say, these 7 kids have finished, what about the rest? See, that kind of nudging is very, very important. Doing that plus providing a lot of resources for them to learn online, I think that combination is very, very critical.
Thank you so much. That's very, very interesting. Thank you. Moving on to Chavi. Chavi, are you here?
Yes, Swati, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Chavi, you went from being a sarpanch to starting a college for girls. Tell us a little bit about this, and also why a girls' college?
All right. I haven't really started the college. The college was it was started by someone else who was running it, had been running it for a few years, but ran into a financial crunch. And the college was, I wouldn't say on the verge, but it had actually shut down. And I found out at that point of time that there were about 250 to 300 girls that were enrolled in that college. And I realized that for girls in this area who, for them, for the family, education for girls has never been a priority. And for these girls to have managed to get as far as joining a college in itself was quite something. And if they were to suddenly realize that in the middle of the semester, the college is shutting down, they would have been disheartened. They would have gotten a lot of flack from the families who they had negotiated with to get that far. And that's where I thought that it's about, maybe we could consider taking it over. So my parents and I made that decision. And of course, it was a barter deal. We had some land in the city, which one of the guys that the owner of the college had borrowed money from wanted that land. And we said, fine, you take our land and we take over the college. So that's how this happened. And with the vision that if we can empower these young women and provide the value input and skill development and so on and so forth, then I personally felt that not just as mothers, but if most of them, because a lot of the girls, in fact, majority of the girls are enrolled into teacher training courses. So we have bachelors of education as well as diploma in elementary education. So if we can make them understand what it takes to be a good teacher and the responsibility of becoming a good teacher, then just imagine the generations that they themselves would be able to impact. So it's with that vision that we took this forth. And but yes, it is a girls' school, and I think through my course of work in the village, 10 years as Sarpanch, I realized that one has to understand when not to waste time. There will always be a certain group or element which will not understand things, but women who work inside and outside of the house, when you speak of farmers, it's actually the women who are doing work in the field. The men only come in when tractors are supposed to be used, or when we have electricity supply at night for irrigation purposes. That's when the men are actually seen in the field. So the women really know what the challenges are inside and outside of the house in the village. Also, the youth and the children, I think it's very, very important to channelize their energies in the right direction and make them understand they have the talent, they have the potential to become the champions who can have an impact in their own community, in their own villages, and transform the area. So it's with that vision that we took this forth. And of course, there have been many challenges because the college came with huge debts. We had hoped that the government would perhaps give us some support, because it wasn't debts that we had created, but it came with because of somebody else. But unfortunately, that support didn't come through. And it's only earlier this year that we've sort of managed roll out the college and providing better education. And when we speak of education, we're not just looking at focusing on the curriculum, but also introducing basic life skills and introduction of alternate sources of income, skill development programs, because the girls coming to the college are from weaker economic section of the society. Some of them are already young widows. They are supposedly the bread earners of the family. So we'll also try and seek donation to provide them the support and so on and so forth. So that is the vision with which the college happened. And I think this is going to give me a platform to have a more sustainable and deeper impact in creating the champions and hopefully local leaders who we can guide. And I'm hoping I can also join hands with and get the support of Dr. Kumar as well as Dr. Sampath in doing the amazing work that they're doing, because I think we need champions like that. We need stories like these who can inspire far more people, not just in cities, but more so in villages across the country.
Absolutely right. Thank you, Chavi. That was amazing. I just want to take 2 minutes and summarize what I've understood so far, especially for the students and teachers and other people who are watching us live. I think the way it's amazing how the three of them sort of seem to fall into these categories of there is a problem. They have seen it, they've experienced it, and it has moved them. And then all three of them seem to have done a deep dive to understand the ground realities of this problem. And not by saying, oh, I will sit here, tell me about it, let me watch this movie, but by actually physically going, exploring, meeting people, and sort of really digging up the ground and seeing what comes out. And this, particularly this digging up, not with the intention of finding fault, but with love, I think, with empathy and with understanding. And then the thing of to fix, what is it actually truly that they did go about fixing? Was, to me, it seems in many ways that the real fixing happened with fixing motivation levels, fixing confidence levels, trying to fix mindset, fixing self-love and how people were viewing themselves and how they try to make them see themselves as better and love themselves more and make them believe they deserved it. And also self-respect and self, and they fixed the problem at the root in many ways, which was, it seems like basic facilities or midday meals or education or the classroom were the basic problems. But to me, it also, yes, they are what they fixed, but also in turn, they fixed self-sustainability. So they made people feel that this is something we should be able to do ourselves. They simplified the problem by breaking it down. And like Mr. Sampath said also, they turned the problem on its head. So now we're saying bandwidth is a huge problem. He has such a simple, obvious solution to it. Similarly, Dr. Praveen Kumar, for midday meals or for, simply COVID problems, he says it's not that big a problem. And for me, that is so heartening to hear. Um, and with Chavi as well, which is the obvious thing, if I need to train girls to be better teachers, which kind of circles back to make everything better. And the way I see it, COVID for them is just another new problem. And I'm sure they'll do a deep dive again and figure out how to sort of, work their way with that as well. Uh, which comes to my last question. I'll go with, again, Dr. Praveen first. If I were to ask you, sir, where you want to see your work, your schools, or whatever it is your work in 10 years' time. I'm asking you for a 10-year vision. Uh, please share it with us, dissect it for us, make a 3D movie out of it. This is mainly for our students, teachers, all of us who want to be inspired, who want to know what to do, and want to sort of see what you. So you seem to have achieved already so much. It's almost like, okay, now what next? So we really like to hear that bit from you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for asking this very difficult question, Swati. All three questions have been very easier, but this question is certainly very difficult because foresight is always very difficult. Hindsight is 20. Hindsight is always 20 by 20, but foresight is very difficult. However, I would try to answer your question. See, my dream is to see that every home becomes a school. Every parent takes the responsibility of teaching and learning. My dream is to liberate India from rote learning, introduce critical thinking, even whatever, how much ever smaller it is. But unless we are critical thinkers, we are not going to become a global superpower. We need to generate knowledge, and that must start from the family and then communities, then only school, because the child spends only 14% of his daytime in the schools. Remaining 33% he'll be sleeping, and 54% he will be spending in the communities. When I say communities, that includes parents, the friends, and then elders, and so on and so forth. So it is the community. So communities must take the responsibility of this learning and then a generation of knowledge. So I only wish that every student becomes capable of, every parent becomes capable of, teaching their kids, and then every student becomes capable of teaching his or her colleagues in the, classrooms. So, and then similarly, I also want to see the learning to be liberated from schools. Learning need not happen only in within the four walls of classrooms. It must also happen in the agricultural fields. It must also happen in the market yards. It must also happen in the old age homes, and it should also happen in the all community spaces. Then only the children become responsible. Then lastly, my dream is at least India should make community service as mandatory for every undergraduate. So if you, like, Israel has conscription policy where every Israel citizen after 18 years must serve in the Israeli army. Similarly, India also must do community service, because there is a lot of disconnect between the current generation and the things on the ground. So this is my dream. I hope all of us will have to work. We are already working, but we'll have to work on realizing this dream. Thank you very much for this question, Swati. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Andy. Thanks a lot. Chavi, can I ask you to answer the same one, please, Chavi?
Sure. I think to begin with, of course, I knew that the we'll have to deal with, but it's unfortunate to see how the demands of institutions in the urban sector and demands of those in the rural institutions in the rural sector are pretty much the same. And I think that is something that the department needs to think through. And I'm saying department because when we're running a Bachelor of Education or a teacher training course, then we have to conform to the norms of the National Council of Teacher Education, as well as the university that the department decides that the institution needs to have an affiliation with. So in that sense, I think they forget that at the grassroots, where the students coming into the colleges are likely to be from the economically weaker section of the society. There is only that much of a resource that would be available for the institution. So we do not receive the fee directly. The fee goes to the government, and the government then forwards it to the college. But we have to have a certain number of faculty members. If we do not, we have to pay a penalty every year for falling short of that requirement. And I think that is really unfortunate. So we've been struggling in getting good faculty associated with our college because we are in a village and we're not in the city. So that is the first and foremost thing that I really, really hope that I'm able to fix. And of course, while we do have challenges with the bandwidth, as you can already see, since I'm in the village, but I'm hoping that through that, those connections can be formed. And as Dr. Sampath pointed out, we could perhaps have access to the very offline digital content for our students. So that is something to begin with. But also what we're trying to do is empower these young students and make them more confident, make them realize that there is so much that they can do. So we are introducing food security, we are introducing or trying to introduce alternate forms of agriculture within the campus, because our area is water scarce. So people do not grow vegetables. But we want to teach them that in your own households, in your small compounds as well, you can grow vegetables using waste, you can using old plastic bottles that can be used and upcycled and so on and so forth. So very simple things, and getting them to go out to the market to source the vegetables, because we provide the meals during the college hours, so that they are more confident, they understand the importance of negotiating and how to negotiate. So very basic, simple things that we're trying to introduce to them to make them more confident and smarter, so that they can run an entire household, whether they're married or not. But eventually to also realize that women, they have the potential to be the bread and also provide financial support to the household. So these hoping to partner with urban schools and colleges and have them, as Dr. Kumar pointed out, have them participate in community services. It's something that we have already done. We've had run 2 such programs where we've had a mixed group formed of the college students in the village as well as the urban students, and have them go into the hamlet to understand the needs, on their own understand what the village needs, so that they are sensitized to what the problems of the rural area are. And then they are supposed to make a presentation where every individual in the group, be it the student from the city or from the village, they have to make a presentation as to what they observed, what they think the solutions are. And then collectively they work on any one project which is easy for them to do, which we have the resources to provide for, that they can help that community or hamlet, so that they engage with the people and also realize that they have the potential to already be the champions that can help transform our villages and cities as well. So this in short, but my long-term vision is somehow with the collective force, improve the education system, and also by transforming and empowering the students that we have in my college, have them become the champions to change the format with which the village schools function, because these are eventually going to become teachers who will work in those government schools. And having them already having graduated from those schools, they know what the challenges are, and I'm hoping they can find the solution and ensure that we have a larger impact, and they can inspire and help scale up in improving other schools across other districts and state and so on and so forth. So,
Right.
so that I would say is my vision.
Thank you, Chavi. That was lovely. Dr. Sampath, if I could ask you the same question of where you want to see your work yourself in 10 years. And I'm asking you for a 10-year vision. So if you can share it, dissect it for us and tell us, please.
Yeah. So, see, as a 10-year vision, one of the things that I would definitely want, I mean, today we are living in a society where today's education, which used to be probably long time ago self-driven, has completely gone out of a child's control. So one big area of change that I definitely want to see over next 10 years is that at least 80% of learning should be self-learning. So much smaller percentage must be from the school or from the teacher. And the second important thing, for example, a lot of stuff today, there are so many tools available. So making it a culture and a habit. Today, for example, a natural inclination of a child is to say, who is going to teach me this? Rather, it should actually be, how can I learn this? I think if that transformation happens, there are so many tools. How can you learn something? There are so many things available today for you to learn. So that is a cultural transformation. If a child gets a question, for example, math question, after solving, the child is saying, like, after I solve, the teacher has to come and say whether you are right or wrong. The point is, you're giving the power to the teacher to judge whether what you got is right or wrong. If you solved it, do you know whether it is right or wrong? If that transformation starts happening, the child is able to say, I know whether I got it right or wrong. I have not been able to solve this. I've been able to solve this. I know what I know. I think that knowledge of what they know, that understanding that comes from deeper understanding of the concept, also having fun with learning. So these are the two important things I feel we should definitely bring about, and both will come with self-learning. See, when you make learning fun and you make the child feel like what I have learned, I know, I understand it. Because at very young ages, children actually do feel that. They feel that I have learned it myself. As they grow into schooling years, they start feeling that, no, I cannot learn. The teacher has to tell me. You are losing your power to learn. And I think that's actually the exact opposite of what education should be. So my vision is that if we can make at least 80% of learning self-learning, and then the teacher's role becomes different, because then the teacher starts to be a person who can push you for creativity, push you for questioning your understanding, questioning your thinking, rather than actually giving you the information. Today, teachers have become people who are giving information. I think that needs to change. So when self-learning increases, the teacher's role also starts to change. I think that is the transformation that I would like to see. The second important transformation I would like to see is that the focus on information and memorization that we have in our system, I think as self-learning itself starts improving, more of it starts becoming that, the focus will start becoming skills that the child knows. The focus will start becoming, how do you apply your knowledge rather than how much information you have. Today, as technology increases, access to information is not going to be the big important thing across. You can always Google something and find out, right? The bigger problem is going to be, do you know what that means? Can you apply it? Learning to learn. I think these are the key ideas. And the most important thing is, are you enjoying the learning process? Today, sadly, that is not the case. So if we can, the transformation and the vision that I would like to see is every child enjoying something that they are learning, I think, and understanding. So the joy of understanding something is something most children have not even experienced. And every time I see when a child starts to understand, they come and tell me, actually, I understood how to do some particular topic or fractions, or like one person came and told me, when I'm dreaming, in my dream, I'm getting all these atoms moving around and air pressure. It is that excitement that they're getting through that process. I think that feeling, once they get, they'll never give up on that. See, today, that is the single biggest vision that I would want to focus on.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sampath. At this point, I think I've run out of my time. So thank you so much, Dr. Praveen Kumar, Dr. Rajawat, Dr. Sampath, for this extremely scintillating conversation. I don't think we could have started our morning better than this. I'd like to say that, everything that you are doing, the journey that you're taking, to me seems no less than spirituality. And when people say, oh, spirituality means this, or it's God, or whatever, I mean, no, I think solving a math problem can be spiritual. And if we can see that, I think it'll be amazing for all of us and our children. So on that note, thank you all very much. We are very, very grateful. And your answers have been extremely candid and wonderful. Thank you for sharing like that. You could have been stiff and said all the things that have been said before, but you didn't. Very, very much. Dr. Praveen, thank you. Dr. Chavi and Balaji Sampath. Thank you all so much.
Thanks a lot. Thanks for organizing such a nice event.
Shalini?
Yeah, hi.
Hand over for the next.
Thank you, Swati. I was hoping that Aruna is going to take it forward now. Aruna is here, but she is not announcing, but okay. I will announce the next session, which is on technology adoption and innovative methods. All these speakers of this session are here with us. I'll quickly introduce everybody. We have the opening address, Dr. Janashri Ella. She's Head of Corporate Strategy at Bharat Biotech International Limited. We have with us Mr. R. Shailesh Reddy. He is the CEO of TSAT. We have Dr. Vijayanti Shankar, founder and executive director of Center for Science of Student Learning. We have Mr. Puneet Kothappa, executive director of Narayana Group of Institutions. So these are the speakers of this session. And I'm going to request Dr. Ella to start the session with her opening address. Dr. Jalachari Ella.
Thank you, Shalini. Thank you for the introduction. Am I audible to everyone?
Yes, perfect.
Hello, Swati Garu. Hello.
Hi, Jala.
So, good afternoon to you all. To start off, my name is Jalachari Ella. I am a dermatologist by profession, but I work at a company called Bharat Biotech located in Hyderabad. Our core strength is learning and developing innovative methods for R&D and manufacturing of vaccines for the world. And having said that, it's an honor to be a part of this session on technology adoption and innovative methods in education. Today, we have with us really fantastic panelists who have done and are doing great work for us in education. And we will hear from them about the innovative practices that they are implementing during this COVID era. I'd like to start off by introducing the panelists. First, we have Mr. T. Shailesh Reddy, CEO of TSAT. He has more than 20 years of experience in the field of journalism and has worked at Enadu Television in New Delhi, assistant editor at Z News as well, took up the managerial responsibility at Z Entertainment Enterprises Limited with the launch of Z Telugu. He also launched Z24 Gantalu and 24/7 Telugu News, a news channel in Telugu. As business head and editor, he was instrumental in devising the programming and sales strategies. Mr. Shailesh Reddy has made efforts in keeping TSAT network in top place in the country through digital teaching for the students of government schools and schools belonging to social welfare, tribal welfare, and minority welfare departments. Good afternoon to you, sir. Thank you for joining us. Our second speaker today is Dr. Vijayanti Shankar. She is the founder and executive director for the Center of Science of Student Learning, CSSL. She is also, quite notably, a Fulbright Humphrey Fellow and an Ashoka Fellow. And she founded CSSL in 2015 with the mission to build capacity for high-quality assessments and research into the science of student learning. CSSL works with MHRD and several state governments to revolutionize their approach to learning assessments. A leading education, assessment, and management expert, Vijayanti regularly consults at the global level for the Brookings Institution, the World Bank, and the UNICEF, and the Learning Metric Task Force. Thank you, Ms. Vijayanti, for being here. Our third speaker today is Mr. Puneet Kothappa, who is the Executive Director for the Narayana Group of Educational Institutions. He is a chartered accountant by profession, having completed his articleship and post-qualification experience at a reputed advisory firm before joining the management of the group. He heads the administration and finance divisions of the organization. His role includes driving key strategies, business expansions, new initiatives, digital technology, finance, and supply chain management. At a young age, he is at the helm of affairs, effectively handling various roles with precise planning and coordination. Thank you, Mr. Puneet, for being here today. Now, before I start off and before I open the floor to the speakers, I just wanted to start off with my experience as a parent of a young child who was about to enter primary school this past year. And unfortunately, that's not happened for, of course, our COVID times. And I just want to explain, maybe it was extremely hard for me to select a probable school. And the list was endless. And the feedback from family and friends was truly overwhelming. When the of education and technology came about, and when I was discussing it at home, actually, with my husband, the conversation brought up several aspects of education that encouraged me to do a lot more reading. And when I read up, I found that e-learning initially began from a system of translating words between languages and effectively getting people to learn new languages or additional languages. And I think a prime example would be that for Coursera, like for an example would be Coursera, wherein they revolutionized the space by bringing us full-fledged online courses from premier institutions in the world. And you have such a diverse type of topics that they cover, from quantum physics to fine arts to even a class on death. It was very morbid for me to read that, but apparently Yale University has a class on death. But now those traditional classes have now transformed into a different type of learning, wherein we have master classes in fields as diverse as directing, screenplay, wine tasting, appreciating classical music, and as diverse as furniture making also. I think we've come a long way. In India, I think the biggest advantage for us in this space is that we've had a great advancement in the access to cell phones and high-speed internet being extremely accessible to everybody and every citizen of the country. This has enabled access for digital learning or digital platforms to be present in every household. I think a very good Indian example would be Byju's. They launched an app in 2015, and they now have 50 million registered students. And they've shown that online education is not only a practical form of learning, but it's really a true value add. I think we could call it a value add. Now, having said that, I think the use of education, I think, is going to be unique for both the students and teachers involved. I think this was going to uniquely enable teachers to expand beyond linear learning and text-based learning, and learning to engage the students in different mechanisms. But again, the question arises: how are we going to address children who have challenges learning in the traditional methods, or who learn in a slightly different way? I think many of us, without realizing, I don't think we realize the importance of human socialization or the physical contact that is required in any type of a school that we get out of a school setup or a classroom scenario. And going to school every day gets us. I think there are types of socialization wherein you have non-verbal cues, you have body language, that we learn so much from. So how are we going to assess that, or try to acclimatize through technology and using e-learning and trying to adapt to that? But with COVID, I think upon us right now, it's really thrown us a curveball that none of us were prepared for. And I think my imminent future is going to be my son and I sitting next to each other on our own respective Zoom and WebEx calls every day. And to put it quite bluntly, going to school will never be the same again. And with that, I give the floor to Mr. Sailesh Reddy to please engage us for the next 10 minutes or so. And after that, I'll have some follow-up questions for yourself. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jalachari and Puneet and Vajayanti Shankar for being part of the panel that is discussing this topic. I would like to have give a brief introduction of TSAT network. TSAT network is a online or a digital education platform. Basically, it's an EduSat project of the Government of India in collaboration with the state government. In fact, most of the people in the state would be familiar with the word Mana TV if I say Mana TV. This started in the year 2007 to reach out to the remote schools, students studying in the remote schools, particularly the government schools, with television education or the television classes. So actually the EduSat project in Telangana got a big boost in the year 2016 when the Minister for Information Technology, Mr. K.T. Ramarao, wanted to focus on this form of education. In fact, he was quite ahead of many of us in these terms. In fact, he has foreseen a kind of digital revolution in the coming years, and the accessibility of digital technology to the poorest of the poor, particularly those in the rural places studying in government educational institutions. So he thought that the education technology should reach each and every common man. So this is where the journey of TSAT began. We renamed the Mana TV into TSAT. TSAT precisely means Telangana Skills Academics and Training. Yeah, am I audible?
You are,
Okay.
sir. You are.
Yeah. So skills, academics, and training. In fact, through TSAT, we reached to close to 7,500 government educational institutions, which include the Telangana Social Welfare Residential Education Institutions, the Tribal Welfare Residential Education Institutions, and the government junior colleges, government degree colleges. So we reach almost 7,500 schools and colleges run by the government of Telangana. In fact, these are in the form of televisions, because we are all discussing about the new age learning, the online classes, online education, and the availability of technology at the end of each and every home. But the problem with the students studying in government schools, all said and done, there are more than 50 to 60% of the students who are going to school are still in the government, studying in the government schools or the government residential education institutions. Most of them do not have access to internet. We might have access to internet. Some of the students might have access to internet, particularly those who are studying in the urban colleges or the private education institutions. But when we speak about, because as the state government or the state government's responsibility lies in reaching out to the last mile, or the poorest of the poor, or the person who is staying in the remotest places. So that is what our objective is, and to fulfill this objective, primarily we thought, because the students might not have access to tablet or access to smartphone or access to any Android television to convert it into a laptop or a kind of PC and watch the online education programs. So these students access our education content, the education content provided by the school education department, college gate education department, social welfare residential education institutions, these kind of residential institutions run by the government of Telangana. So the video lessons are accessed by these students through a television room available in their schools. In fact, most of the schools have only single television room. So the timetable is divided in such a way that each and every class has a particular TV class session, and they go and attend those TV class. However, the COVID has thrown us new challenges. People who have access to internet, access to smartphones, access to tabs, or access to any other kind of new digital technology are continuing their education. But the biggest challenge for the students studying in the state government schools now is that most of the private schools have started online classes, but the students studying in the government schools have not yet started anything in this academic year. So now our objective or aim and challenge is to reach out to this segment in the society that are technologically challenged, we can say. The technologically challenged community has to be reached out with the new technology. So now we are planning. In fact, I should say something here, that we are broadcast on television also. There are some television channels like Toppers or Z Learn. So those are paid channels and are provided and are available only to the niche niche subscribers, like subscribers of the DTH connections. But the TSAT network, which has two channels, Vidya and Nipuna channels. So we reach out through the cable television network through each and every household. Right now, we reach approximately 6 to 7 million households in Telangana. And the students sitting at their home, if they just have the cable TV connection, they can watch the classes. The school education department has 4 hours of classes for the students studying from class 6 to class 10 every day. Similarly, the social welfare residential education institutions, in fact, the speaker, Mr. Praveen Kumar, was there on the panel, earlier panel. So they have about close to 7 to 8 hours of classes for their students every day through television. All this is accessed by the students who are technologically challenged, you can say. So this is the way the new technology that is being adopted by the state government. Of course, this can never compensate the kind of edtech platforms that are available in the market, where the students studying in private education institutions or the students, children of the affordable class can get access to. But our biggest challenge now is to reach out to the students who are technologically challenged, who don't have smartphones, who don't have laptops, or who don't have tablets to attend the online classes. So that is the biggest challenge. In fact, the state government, in fact, a week ago, we had a meeting on the digital education in Telangana. So we wanted to take it forward. In fact, Mr. K.T. Ramarao was very serious in thinking about launching a kind of a Byju's kind of app for the students in Telangana, so that they are not, they don't lag behind, or they are not left behind in the changing times and the ways the learning methods are changing. So with this, I would like to close and then listen to the other panelists, and would like to interact with them if there's anything. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. And maybe we'll come back to, I think, everybody, and then we can have more of a panel discussion with all the questions being, addressed to all the panelists, sir, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. And now I'd like to request Dr. Vaijayanti Garu, if she would like to address us, please.
I think Vaijayanti Garu has to unmute. She hasn't unmuted.
Yeah, sorry. So good afternoon, Dr. Jala, panelists, Mr. Puneet and Mr. Sailesh, and all my other audience who are looking and attending this seminar. So in terms of assessments, so one of the key questions that I'm addressing today is that, like, how or what happens in assessments in the COVID scenario. Before I go into that, a very short introduction about like the type of assessments that we have been doing with the different governments, so that gives you the context. So as Dr. Jala introduced, much of our work has been with many state governments, with NITI Aayog, with the Ministry of Human Resource Development, or with NGO partners, and in support with funding agencies like the World Bank, UNICEF, and MSDF, and so on. So what we actually do is, when we work on assessments, unlike the assessments which focus on, for marks, where you measure only for marks or for ranks, most of the assessments that we do are where we focus not on marks, not on the how much did the child score, how many score, but on what we call as assessment of learning for understanding, where we look at what did the child actually learn, how well did he learn, where are the gaps, and therefore what is the guidance that we can give the teacher, the student, or the policy maker on how to improve learning. So that is the type of large scale assessments that we have been working on very extensively. And when we say assessments, again, two things. One is that not only we work on the academic space, like, the science, maths, language type of assessments, but we also work extensively what we call as, assessing for social emotional learning. So again, one of the questions that was given in the introduction by Dr. Jala is that, like, what do we look at? Like, how do we go beyond just this, but into the social emotional aspects of how children are learning? And especially in the COVID scenario, you are going to get a lot of things like anxiety, stress, resilience, and conflicts, and understanding emotions and building relationships. All of this are like going to be a very, very different paradigm. So that is where we come in, where we actually build assessments which can really diagnostically tell you, like, how well you are picking up these skills, etc. So that is the type of work we do. Coming to the technology backing for the assessments, anybody who works in a large scale assessment space would know that they use a lot of technology. Without technology, it's not possible to do large scale assessments. One can administer the test on a paper pencil manner, but you would still require technology to do your data analysis, collection of data, scoring, and because these are, like, for example, if you work with Andhra Pradesh, there are 60 lakh students who are taking the assessments. Or if you work with the different, for example, when you work with Rajasthan, these are 33 districts which are taking assessments at the same time, and so on. So we use a lot of technology, both at the front end, like where we are talking of building our assessments through the question banks and so on, but also in terms of at the other end, where we are looking at scoring the data, analysis, high-end sophisticated reports coming out, and so on and so forth. The place that has been weak so far in the last decade of work, I would say, is that the place where states actually find it very difficult to administer the test online. Largely, as many of my co-panelists and some of the previous panels spoke about, the issues are always related to infrastructure, whether, there are gadgets that are available, are there enough tablets or laptops available, or if it's mobile phones, what sort of mobile phones are these? These are these smartphones. Is there electricity available? Is the internet connectivity there? So these are largely the issues. So most of the tests, I would say that we would have tested about 15 million students at least so far. Most of it, I would say, is that like where there is a preference largely for doing a paper pencil test, for conducting the test, and then the technology takes over, whether it is on scanning the data or scoring and so on and so forth. But to a smaller extent, I would say people have always experimented with wherever there is gadgets availability, the last mile connectivity is there. Then we do assessments where we are able to do it either on an online platform. We also have our own online platform called Test Floor, so through which also we conduct assessments and so on. So, or for example, some of the work that we have been doing with Jharkhand, where we have been testing teachers, is actually where we use mobile phones to test, the subject knowledge or the pedagogical competence of teachers and so on. So in a sense, you can do online assessments. The only constraint largely so far has been the availability of gadgets. So given this is the scenario that we work in, I also wanted to share a few examples of how different states have actually handled assessments in the last 2-3 months, when the shutdown had started, etc. So for example, Himachal Pradesh experimented with using WhatsApp. So here, for example, Himachal Pradesh, compared to many other states, has a higher penetration of smartphones. You generally see 30 to 40% of population have good, connected smartphones, which are 2G and above. And so what they did was teachers initially in the months of end of March and April, etc., started sending lessons online, small clippings of videos to be watched, etc. Apart from that, they also send assessments where the children have to solve these and then take a picture of the answer sheet and send it back to the teacher and so on. So Himachal Pradesh tested that. We can talk about the challenges and other things in the later part of the panel. But broadly, this is what Himachal Pradesh did. They tried WhatsApp. Some of the states are now trying Google Forms, where can you send assessment questions to Google Forms, and whether, can students connect and answer this, etc. Private schools, have been doing a lot of digital online learning, etc. So here I see mostly they use 2-3 things. One is that either they use a commercial provider, e-learning provider like the Byju's or the HeyMath or the various other things that are available there, or they also use what we call as email, assignments sent through email, and then Zoom classes done, and then teacher gets the assignments back and corrects and so on. Kerala and Karnataka, 2 states, very recently conducted actually their public exams, where they did a lot of social distancing and so on. Few states, both the CBSE as well as Tamil Nadu, and few states which had scheduled it, cancelled it, but Kerala and Karnataka actually went ahead and did the exams. A few states are also trying what we call as, because they know that their connectivity is very, very low, or the penetration of digital devices is very low. So there they have seen that they send assessments through what they call as the workbook method. So not only is the textbooks being used, but workbooks with the assessments built into that, embedded into that, are sent to the schools, where the children solve it and send back the perforated answer sheet back to the school, or they take a photo of the answer sheets and send it back to the teachers, etc. One interesting experiment I would like to share also is the work that I had done with Bhutan many years back, because again, Bhutan comes as a very good example here, because many of the regions of Bhutan are very, very remote, very difficult to access. And then if you have to do a large scale assessment, we actually were wondering whether we have to send test papers on the horseback and, up the mountains and all of those types of things. But we realized that those are all very, very difficult, because the minute the horse goes with testing tools up and takes 3 days to reach, we really do not know whether they fell off on the mountainside or anything like that, huge risk, etc. So what we actually realized was we thought that we can do something called as postal testing. So what we did was we actually sent the test material to the schools, and schools conducted the test and sent us back this, the answer sheets through the postal. So again, this is an experiment which we can look at, where if there is everything else failing, then you could still send question papers to children to their homes, and the children solve it and sends it back, and there's a collection mechanism that has been put up either in the village, etc. So when we talk of technology, therefore, it's not only about the assessment happening online, but it is also about like you use technology to do your large scale analysis, etc., etc. But the test administration will always be confined by the constraints of the availability of infrastructure and gadgets. But still, technology plays a very, very large role in understanding whether our children are learning or not. So I will stop here and wait for Jala's future questions to address the other things.
Thank you, madam. Thank you for your succinct appraisal on what it is that you're doing. And I think we'll move on to Mr. Puneet Kothappa. So we'll hear out what he has to say, and then we can come together for a better discussion with questions and chat together. Thank you, madam. Mr. Puneet Kothappa, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Jala. I think, I'll try and give the private education perspective. I think we've heard a lot of speakers give the government side of it, and ma'am has also discussed about the assessment side of it. But private education is I think, like many have said already, at the forefront now of implementing digital, thankfully, because we have the resources and we have the students who can afford the resources required for digital. So primarily, there are 3-4 things that are basically required for running a digital education in a classroom. One is obviously very good internet. And I say very good internet because it can't just be a patchy internet, unfortunately. There are platforms that claim today that we can run on 512 kbps, but as soon as you start loading a video, start running a presentation, all these things, internet starts to fail. The other very important thing that it is a physical environment for students at home. And we are privileged, we have good homes with a room that we can spend and we can have these conference calls. But for a large population, even studying in private education, middle class population, who have children sharing rooms, parents coming in and out, people moving for food and things like which is the physical atmosphere of the classroom, the room in the house has to be very, very clear. And the last one of course is the gadget. So when we tell our students, we tell them that you need at least a 12-inch screen, okay? And we say that because we feel that children don't have the attention span on digital the way the teacher can hold the class in a physical classroom. And on digital, the teacher will say, a teacher won't even know. In fact, everybody's video, we force them to keep their videos on because the teacher can monitor. But when you're delivering a class, you can't keep looking at every small screen, on how students are doing. So it is challenging. And to have a decent sized screen for the teacher student to hold their attention is very, very important. Again, challenging because a 12-inch size screen means you need a very good tablet or a laptop for the best this thing. But 80% of our students, and today we have education institutions in 13 states where we're running 4 lakh students who are studying in our classroom, and we're running concurrently 8,000 sessions a day. So all this experience I'm talking to you of running 8,000 sessions of online classes a day, and 80% of our students are joining today on mobile phone. So even in our private education, people are joining on mobile phones. They don't have access to laptops. Even if they have laptops, it's only one child that has a laptop. The second child may not have the access to the same thing. So let's get past the physical requirements. Once we go past the physical requirements, I think then we can focus on the teacher and what the teacher can do to make that classroom more effective. And again, with this experience, if there are teachers, and I know there are teachers, our own teachers and principals and students listening to this conference, I can share with you some of the very key let's say do's and don'ts of running an online class from all our experience that may be useful for everybody in this classroom. The first thing is, I think, maintaining eye contact. I think that's very important. Looking into the camera, we're not used to it, and teachers are definitely not used to looking into the camera and trying to tell a student that, look, I'm looking at you, I know what you're doing. Students love eye contact, and that's what holds them in the classroom when the physical class is also good. But after the eye contact, I think very importantly, teachers must pre-plan their classes much better. It's not just, I know the subject, so I can just walk in now and I can take a chalk piece or a writing pen and start writing on the board. It's not that easy for a teacher anymore. The teacher has to be better planned with, presentation, with how do I deliver, where do I pause, where do I ask a doubt, where do I, and when you ask a doubt, children, did you understand? This is what teachers generally say. Children, did you understand? What do? You have to look at everybody's screen and say, does everybody understand? So it's a pause that the teacher has to learn. And our teachers, even though we've been running classes, this many of them for 75 days, I can tell you that only 30, 40, 50% of them have figured out how exactly to communicate with the student online. So one more thing we've done is we've given each classroom a host. So what the host does is notices whether everybody is actually listening. If anybody's unmuting themselves, make sure that they're not unmuting themselves and disturbing the classroom. If there's a disturbance in the classroom, then sends a private message saying that, look, there's disturbance around you. Please make sure that you're sitting, listening properly. Again, these are privileges that possibly we have because we have that number of staff that we can run it. But again, pre-plan and preparation of the teacher is very, very important. The other one is engagement during the class. I think what we take very lightly is take for granted is in a classroom, a teacher can engage the student very quickly. Here you're talking, or why don't you stand up and tell me the answer to this question? These are the kind of polls and the tools that we can use within platforms like we're using another platform. Here it's WebEx, but we're using another platform. On that platform, maybe you can use the tools on that platform to engage the student much better. And the teacher has to be very careful whether it's a high school student or a primary school student. On the primary school student, there's got to be a lot more gestures like what I'm doing now, and a lot more, the voice has to be different, the engagement has to be different. But a high school student is more subject driven. The teacher is good, the subject delivery is very good, the student is satisfied. So we have to be very careful on how we're dealing with the age. And I can tell you a very interesting statistic. The average attention span that we have seen for a student of high school is about 7 to 8 minutes. Post 7 to 8 minutes, the attention starts to drop on online. So just imagine to run a 40-minute session or a 40-minute period. The kind of tools that, maybe they have to use a video, they have to use a PPT, they have to use engagement tools, they have to use polls, etc. How a teacher has to maintain that stability and the classroom engagement for 40 minutes. And I'm saying 7-8 minutes for high school, meaning as you come lower, that number declines further. I don't have children who are that age yet, but I know people who are in the first, second standard, children who are seeing for 2-3 minutes and then going away and then doing something else, and it happens, right? And that's the challenge of digital education. So it is a very, very different time. But we are largely a physical institution, largely a brick and mortar institution. For us, we have a very small digital team that we started 3 years ago, predicting this kind of, not this kind of scenario, but definitely a digital push in the future. We have a digital team internally, but that we've had to pivot very, very quickly, and thankfully we've been able to do some part of that and evolving every day.
Thank you, Mr. Puneet. I think you hit the nail on the head. I think when you said that adaptation is key for any sector, whether it's private or government, adapting to the current scenarios and the current era that we are going to unforeseeably live in for, we're not really sure for how long, and probably for the next 1 year or 2 years or so, we need to be prepared for it. But no, having said that, I was wondering if digital learning has been around for a decade or so, at least in India, why hasn't it been implemented before? I mean, in a private setup, like you said, it's a privileged setup wherein we have the resources, we have the privilege of a nice room or a place to sit in, a laptop or a gadget. And like Vaijayanti madam said, gadgets, is the biggest challenge. But when Mr. Shailesh Reddy said that the last mile effort of getting a device into the hands of the child, why have we not tried to rectify this measure before, or try to introduce digital types of learning? And I open the floor to anybody who'd like to take it. Yeah.
I mean, let me first take a stab at that, because you're right, Jala, there's innumerable benefits to digital education. There's no doubt that there's a lot of things that we can solve through digital. Why has it taken us shutting down the world to realize that? And we're also partly to blame, right? We're a physical institution. I'll tell you 2 or 3 things, and this is only my assessment. Again, I may be wrong, and people listening to this may get a little hurt, but teachers, I think, are a very, very key part of this. Teachers are resistant to adopting change and the way they're doing things. The student has completely, you show student a device today. My son, who's 15 months old, first knows how to swipe on a mobile phone before he can say who his father and his mother. So that's how much digitally native the students are. The teachers haven't gotten in pace with the movement. So they've not been able to deliver and use the technology to its merit. That's key point number 1. 2, it's a very large education system. The system is very curriculum driven. It's very strictly regulated. Government has to get involved, and we need additional hours and integration of digital curriculum into mainstream curriculum. So we're looking at the government for guidance. That government should say, look, start using this video, you start showing these videos, you can use this much online addition in the classroom. There are people who are saying, no, digital is not very effective because it's, disrupting eyesight. And ma'am had discussed about mental health. I think that's very, very important. Mental health of students and parents are getting affected. People sitting at home all day in front of the screen. We don't want our children to be sitting at home all day in front of the screen, right? That's not how education was visioned. So there are challenges internally within schools because of the traditional mindset and the resistance to change. And two, there is no push from the regulator side that, look, you have to change, this is very important, this is good for pedagogy, start doing these things. There are not enough people telling large institutions like us, start using more digital. We are happy to do it. We know the benefits out of it, but things are running well. If things are running well, then why break it? And now, things have changed and we have slowly also learned to adapt. So it's taken the shutting down of the world and this pandemic to bring in some more digital into education. Hopefully there are some things that are here to stay.
Thank you. Yeah, you're absolutely right when you say that. Mr. Sailesh, could I ask you a question regarding when you meant and what you meant when you said last mile? That really hit me, sir. Wherein we're dealing with children who do not have the privilege to really have gadgets or high-speed internet maybe in their homes. Although phones may be present, Mr. Puneet said that you need to have relevantly very high-speed internet, or even via TV if they need to appreciate or listen to classes. In that situation, sir, what about the teachers, sir? How are you going to engage and fine-tune and train the teachers in understanding how best they're going to have to communicate? In a physical scenario, it's very different. We pick up children who raise their hands and I'm ready to answer. In a non-physical scenario, how are we going to train the teachers into understanding how to engage the children, sir? Especially in the last mile efforts regarding the government in the rural areas.
Yeah, of all the area of education, like the private sector or the government sector or higher education, of all these sectors, the biggest sufferer in this kind of scenario is the primary education and the school education overall, because the school education in the government sector has been following the traditional methods of teaching, traditional methods of designing the pedagogy and the lesson plans the teachers have. So the teachers who were attending to the students in the government sector never expected this kind of situation, nor were they anticipating this kind of situation to arise where they will be forced to use the new age or the digital technology to reach out to their students. So first, this is the teachers part. And the students part is that the students in the government education institution particularly come from the lower strata of the society. They are very poor or marginal sections. They come from the economic background of the parents of the such students. It starts from like they are the daily wage laborers or the farm laborers who cannot afford a smartphone. Of course, as Vajayanti has said, the reach of smartphone is about 30 to 40%. But in the rural areas, it will be quite less. Where there is urbanization, probably we have a higher percentage of reach of smartphones. But in the rural areas, it is very less. So in such case, what will the students who are accessing education in the government education institutions do when situations like this throw up challenges and leave them no scope but to go to television or a smartphone to listen to the classes? So this is the biggest challenge. The last mile challenge is one is the connectivity we have, and the other one is the access to technology in the first place. So okay, we can say that the most of the families today have televisions at their homes, because the socio-economic survey conducted by the government of Telangana in the year 2015 has thrown up some figures. So based on that, we can arrive at a conclusion that 90% of the homes in Telangana have access to television. But the access to television is also very, each home has one television, but two or three children going to school. So if we broadcast one class, say for class 6, if we broadcast one class, the class 6 student might be watching it, but what will the class 7 student do? So class 7 student has to wait till the class 6 class is over, and then we broadcast class 7 class. So this is the main challenge that we face. And in fact, educationists, eminent educationists might throw up some suggestions on how the government sector can handle this kind of situation to reach out to the students studying in the government education institutions.
So may I ask you, I was reading somewhere, sir, that podcast or podcast radio channels, I
Yeah.
mean, many of us listen to some channels, and I also personally do. Prior to the COVID era starting, the average time listened to any type of radio station was around 18 minutes if there was like some heavy content being played. And it would often be done during commute times when you're traveling to work or, when you have that time on your hands. Now, when we're forced to being home and we've got a lot more time on our hands, now apparently that number has gone from 18 minutes to 35 minutes. So would radio maybe, sir, have a role to play in maybe developing some sort of as a tool for education for the last mile?
True, a radio can certainly play a role because it is inexpensive to buy one radio, and at the same time, the biggest challenge would be the rural sector, or particularly the students attending the government schools, never were exposed to this kind of technology. Of course, after the arrival of television, the students studying in the government schools or the staying in the rural areas forgot radio. They never thought, most of them, would be surprised if we tell them that we have something called a radio, because the radio also came into the mobile phones. So they never listened to radio. They always had access to television, and that was the easiest way to have access, because every home has a television, because entertainment has become like an essential commodity these days.
So, I mean, restructuring that would obviously take a lot of time, and developing these kind of tools as a mode of education would definitely be. Already we're adapting to the current scenario, then we'd have to implement different types of tools. I think that would take
this podcasts or television or online education will work to some extent to those sections that have already minimum access to that, or already have one person in the family who has access to it, like either the parents who have accessed the podcast, or the parents who have accessed online education, or the first generation who has access to television, or have been using say tablets or smartphones or the computers for other kind of activity not specific to education. So for them it would be easy to adapt, but for the children in the rural areas, particularly those accessing education in the government sector, it would be very difficult for them. Most of them might be seeing the smartphone for the first time. Most of them might be seeing a tablet for the first time, or a computer device for the first time. So it is that section that we need to address at this time.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Vaijayanti, could I ask you, madam, during this time of e-learning and digital learning, I think one thing that all of us are maybe slightly doing a little bit better on our day-to-day practice is time management. I think we're respecting each other's time and, utilizing our time a little bit better. And I think children are also picking up on that. And I think, expressing themselves in a more concise way, coming to the point. And I think that's very evident, even in my son, my 5.5-year-old, rather than talking for 2 minutes, he talks for 30 seconds because he knows, that's about the time he's going to get. But how do we assess, what is those kind of skills, those kind of management skills? How do we understand in a social setting, like we were talking about when you said social emotional learning, to assess whether a child and what the child is going through? How are we going to know what it is the child is going through, or what kind of what they're expressing? Because I think that's not a digital medium.
Yeah. So the thing is, what you mentioned is related to time and memory and attention, and all these are like what we call as executive functions. So when you talk of social emotional learning, again, there's a whole range of work that stuff that is there. One could talk about understanding emotions, ability to manage feelings, build relationships, and whole range of relationship skills, which will go right from conflict management to communication and teamwork and so on. And you also look at things like what we call as the executive functions, which would involve things like attention, memory, and all of those things. And then addition to that, you would also have things like attitudes, like what sort of values and beliefs you have that leads you to have certain attitudes. Could be an attitude towards even a digital learning. It could be attitude towards your peers or your parents and so on. And we think that our social emotional model basically talks of attitudes, social emotional skills themselves, as well as what we call a school climate. The type of environment that exists in schools, not necessarily only infrastructure, but also things like pro-social learning and, things like relationships, etc. So we have just carried out a very, very large study across 3 states and 5 metro cities in private schools, the elite private schools across 5 metro cities and government schools across 3 states. And we will be coming out with a very large, report related to that on all these aspects in the next 3-4 months. But to share from a bit from that, if I remember when Mr. Puneet was talking about attention as a major issue that is there, we found that attention is something that is a very, very large issue, both in government schools and in private schools. And attention, children are largely inattentive. And you will find that in government schools, it's slightly like younger children are more inattentive. And as children get older, they become attentive, which is very similar to how your brain develops, neurologically. But in private schools, we actually found that it improves in from primary to upper primary. But then when it reaches secondary, you have very, very large inattention happening. Again, it could be due to lots of other mind-wandering stuff that happens. It could be due to stressors. It could be due to their age. It could be various other things that are happening there. But yeah, so these are things that one could really measure. There could be measures that where we do a diagnostic measurement, or it could be self-reports. All possible methods are available, and we have tried and tested and validly psychometrically proved that many of these methods are available. Coming back to the issue of whether, the challenges that one talks about time, since you mentioned about time as an issue. The HP example, which I tell you about, where the teachers were actually sending material through WhatsApp, and then they were asking children to solve them or go to these sites and do these small videos, to watch those small videos and then come back and then solve something and then take a picture of it and send it back to the teacher. So what was actually happening was, one is that the infrastructure is such a big problem, whether there's electricity, 2G phones, or only one phone to share, or, issues like that. It was taking enormous time for children to download these, then take the picture and upload this. And then if a teacher has 40 children in the class, the teacher has the 40 children's pictures are uploaded, and if they also do not have like good connection, like their 5 to 6 hour or 8 hour day actually stretches to such a long extent just to download these pictures and then correct it and then show the evidence to the government and all of these things. So when we are talking of anything that we are going to talk about, like as challenges now or as implementing new methods now, definitely we have to look at not only whether it's serving the purpose, but also things like what is happening to the human being at the end of it. Like, are they getting more frustrated? Is it going to be leading to more problems? Is it really worth enough to collect the data in specific ways, etc.? All of these things needs to be looked at.
You had mentioned, ma'am, that the WhatsApp example in Himachal Pradesh. You said that the accessibility or the children's accessibility to WhatsApp or these kind of phones was a lot more in Himachal Pradesh, and hence you were able to roll out that kind of system. Do you think it's going? You do envision a scenario where, or are you finding it right now in your experience, wherein each state is going to have its own unique approach in trying to assess its challenges, assess how they're going to adapt to it, and then develop methodology on how to, make those changes. How, in saying that, if you've got so many different modalities and different methodologies being practiced within India, and with such a large population, how are we going to have a universal acceptance of content, educational content, whether it becomes a pan-India presence?
Yeah, definitely. Of course, different states I see already are going the different path. Like I said, some are looking WhatsApp, some are looking this thing. But I think majority that will work anywhere. Like even if you have, even in Himachal, the access was not more than 30 to 40%. And also you find that there are other types of frustrations creeping in because of connectivity issues and so on. Many states and the central government has also allotted TV channels, like how Mr. Sailesh was sharing. Many states also have their own channels. For example, when we work with Jharkhand, we see them doing a lot of preparatory work for their channels. When we work with Tamil Nadu, we find that they have something called as a Kalvi channel and so on. So different and similarly, Andhra Pradesh also has a Smana TV and so on. So you find that most of the people are going to be using different methods to reach the last child, so that no child is left behind. But I think the most, when it comes to assessment, I would say that it is like, if you have the digital access, then you could go ahead with figuring out any of these methods where, you can use these platforms, especially if you're a private school, you can actually take help of support of providers who gives you platform solutions so that it is not, the data is not really that bad and so on. But in other cases, it has to be methods like where you do this with some of the governments where we are actually doing these, we are embedding assessments into the workbook itself, as worksheets. And then we are asking the children to take a picture of the solved worksheet and then send it up to the digitally, gets collected in a server, and then that flows to the teacher, where the teacher therefore does not need to upload or download these files endlessly. So they go to the platform where all the sheets, the solved sheets of the children are available. The teacher just has to just score the thing so that they know the feedback. And then the score data is then used for policy decisions. Again, in all these cases, whichever method the states follow, the issues would, when it comes to specifically, digital learning or assessments, etc., the issues are about student seriousness, whether the student is actually taking it seriously or is putting your class on mute and then doing something else, sort of a thing. Or, whether, and we know that when we do assessments, generally, we also have to look at things like what we call a social help, easier way of saying that children are actually looking at each other's answers and writing, or, things like that. So social student seriousness is a very big problem. And then, whether you're having standardized conditions, like some of our other panelists spoke about, like not having a classroom, a room where even during the class, there is so much of disturbance and so on. So are you going to be conducting these in non-standard conditions, etc.? And if so, then what sort of authentic data is it? And so that you can come to more reliable conclusions, how comparable are those scores? All of these issues are like a very big point that you need to note for. If you're running a private school, then you need to figure out like whether you have budgets where you can actually take commercial support for platforms, or providers, because it's just not about making questions and sending through email and correcting, but it is about like large volumes of the correction load. On an online correction load is very, very different from a correction load that a teacher would do with a textbook. And therefore, are you like frustrating the teacher much more, or are you really going to be supporting the teacher? And all of these things play a big role. If it's coming to high stakes, of course, you have to be very, very clear, like, because it has to be proctored conditions. Even if you're expecting the child to take a answer from their own home through laptops or whatever, then the laptops has to, the software you use has to have like forensic conditions, like is it capturing whether there are two webcams, is the child actually going and checking in Google and answering, is there somebody else impersonating the child instead of etc. Therefore the cost of the software would also go up. The infrastructure needs that the child needs to have at home, whether he needs to definitely have a webcam at home and so on. So all of these things would have to be factored in if you are really thinking of doing a high stakes assessment. But is the technology available? Of course, the technology is available. It is just it's the access. It's about the cost and the access. These are the two things that you need to keep in mind when you take any decision related to how you would do some of these digital stuff for administering the assessments.
Madam, coming to secondary school students and the competitive exams, or the higher stakes like you were mentioning, how do you think that's going to change for this year, and how they're going to have to approach exams and approach that kind of coaching and that level of education?
Yeah, so this is where the type of learning that we have been doing in this country comes into play, right? So what we find is that when learning happens, most of the learning is rote learning. So many of our studies have shown that even in the best of the schools, you talk about the elite schools in the country, etc., you would find that they are at least 2 years behind an international average, when we do assessments. So what a grade 6 child in our country in an elite school would understand is something that is understood by a grade 4 child internationally, and this is only international average. I'm not talking about the international best. So that is, I think, largely driven by this marks oriented system where you want everybody to score 100 out of 100 or 99 and so on. So as a result, you have assessments where you broadly talk about how much and how many, and therefore did you memorize it and you answer. You would even have if your child is in a board exam, you would know that your parents would, the teachers would actually tell the children, don't read the passage, go to the question, come back and locate the answer, those types of things. And when many of our assessments have actually shown that even at grade 8 level, less than 11% of children can actually write a sentence that is meaningfully correct and grammatically correct, So when you have issues like that, then shifting to alternative modes of assessment, the ideal thing I would say is here would be that, asking the children in the board exams, you can, instead of like the issue with the board exams is that you're not able to do it. You neither have the infrastructure to conduct it, or you have to take the risk and do social distancing and conduct it at scale and so on. In the absence of both, then the other method would be that I actually send the child a higher end problem for the child to critically think and solve and, write about, or write a large essay as to exposition of how they think about a particular problem and get back, etc., which you definitely cannot copy from each other, sort of a thing. But for that to happen, our education system should have moved into a place where you are looking at reasoning, understanding, critical thinking, and so on. If the situation continues, that is where we need to move on, especially for high stakes exams, if we do not have the infrastructure, or if we are not able to get the tablets and other things in place. But yeah, it's a call. It's a wake-up call, both for the type of learning that is happening in the country and the fact that, that everybody is not able to afford the infrastructure. So therefore, solutions are possible, but we have to, take the bull by its horns and say that maybe in board exams, we will totally change the type of questions in the exams, where we are moving into higher order stuff there. Therefore, the child cannot really copy, but has to come up with their original answers, sort of a thing. If it's original answers, it can always be sent back either through a postal testing or even through a email testing or whatever it is. And definitely you can still score it and you can make larger decisions. For example, if you apply to universities abroad, apart from all your credentials, they will ask you to write an essay as to why you want to do what you want to do, So I'm saying that judgments can always be made, but it depends upon what is the type of material that we are working with, which is what our education system is. When you are teaching for rote, you're testing for rote, then you have to take other decisions. But if you are moving on to higher order learning, then other types of assessments scenarios are always possible, even if you don't have infrastructure.
That's a very valid point. I think our education practices in general need maybe a large overhaul in how we're going to approach it in the coming years. And I think 2020 is a big challenge. Not only COVID, I think 2020 has just brought in so many challenges for us. And I think it's an eye-opening scenario, like you said. It's definitely unique, and I hope we can really come up to that and step up to the challenge. Mr. Puneet, if I could ask you, when you mentioned that you have teachers who are in your classrooms and, the training of teachers, how have you gone about adapting training teachers to understand PPT, Zoom, and the digital platforms? Because many teachers don't have access to that and are now only getting access to that. So how have you gone about that? We've got, Puneet, we've got you on mute.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
So again, massive logistical challenge for us. You'll be surprised to know that we have now, as of now, 6,000 teachers taking classes every day. And there was a lockdown scenario, right? From March 23rd. Now, at least, we have some movement in society. But prior to that, we had to move boards into teachers' houses. So we moved a green board of a certain size. Again, we don't know what kind of houses, how much space they have, what privacy they have. We moved it into teachers' houses, and we conducted significant training sessions on video platforms on do's and don'ts. And not like we knew everything. We also evolved and learned on how to conduct online classes. So over a week period, maybe week on week, we had internal meetings. And the good thing with technology is we from a central office can enter the class at any time. Right? So we could actually walk into a class, which we can't do in a physical classroom, and see what the teacher is doing, what errors they're making. Are they saying things correctly? Is the board visible correctly? Is it an internet issue? Is it a delivery issue? Or the teacher's writing like this and the camera is slowly slipping away, or somebody in his house is moving here and there. So there are a lot of issues that we faced, and it's a matter of learning, right? And there are certain teachers who weren't digitally savvy. And let me tell you, unfortunately, we can't entertain a teacher now who's not digitally savvy. You have to be digitally savvy. You have to evolve. It's like saying the only way I can reach a place is by driving a car, but I don't know how to drive a car, so I'm not going to go. It's not possible, right? You have to learn. You don't have a choice. So teachers had to realize that, look, we have to evolve now. We have to attend these trainings. We have to take our job very seriously. And that's how we were able to create a revolution of sorts. I have to say, I've used the word revolution of sorts, because never in our lives could we imagine that we could move a board into a teacher's house, into their living room, and the teacher would be teaching a class in their living room, maybe for 2 hours in a day. It's only 2 hours in a day, but still it's a pretty significant challenge. So we did face all this, and we continue to face them. Not like we figured out everything as of now. It's not like it's running, but I think over a period of time we're evolving, and now we're using the app-based technology much better. And we hope that if this situation prolongs, further, we should be well equipped to do it. But even if the situation comes back to normal and schools resume, there will be some part of digital classrooms and some part of live technology that will continue. That is for certain. How much of it will continue, what will continue, anybody's guess as of now. But some part of it will continue, and we should be prepared, and we should train our internal systems, whether it's private education, whether it's government, whether it's government teachers, whatever it may be. Everybody needs to learn how to use digital, and training is the key aspect. So I'd be happy to share with anybody. In fact, we've been in touch with state governments, many state governments across the country, not just AP Telangana, but across the country also. And they've asked us, how are you guys doing it? What can the government do better? What are the technologies that you're using? And Mr. Shailesh has already described some of those problems. Not easy in the government because of access issues. Internet is the only way we can reach out to a student at this time. And you don't have internet, there's not much else unless you can use a TV and a radio, which are both very impersonal, right? You don't have, you can't hold the attention of the student if it's only a TV. So there are challenges, and we should all be ready and face. And Jala, from your side, if Bharat Biotech can give us a vaccine quickly, then we'll all get past the solution and be back in schools ASAP.
Working on it, definitely working on it. You heard about the news yesterday, so yes, we're definitely at it. We're working very hard on it. And Puneet, you took away.
Wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you. You actually took away my next question on talking about whether this digital learning is going to be a stopgap, and actually, are we going to be looking into maybe partial week, wherein we have the student actually come in?
I'll answer that quickly. Yes and no. It is a stopgap, no doubt about it. Live class is a stopgap. There's no way that this live class thing is going to continue. Obviously, students are going to come back to school eventually, but there will be supplementary educational aids that we will continue to use. For example, you missed a class. Maybe I'll show you a recorded class, on the app in the future also. Or there's a very difficult chapter that a teacher somewhere else is very good at. Then I show you that teacher's delivery of that very difficult chapter. There are 3D and 2D videos that we can show you that are conceptually oriented to what's happening in the classroom. That will continue. Some part of it will definitely continue. But honestly, live classes per se are right now a stopgap everywhere. And you're a parent also who's going to continue sitting and learning from a laptop. The learning in school, going to school, interacting with your peers, talking to people around you, fighting, playing in a team, leadership, all that is things that we can't teach online, right?
Going to do to Narayana's #1 scores? You have quite figuratively trademarked it as Narayana #1. So what's going to happen to that?
Yeah, so the exam's not been conducted. So you can't say #1 as a result itself. But it is a challenge. But for 12th standard students, it's a major challenge because they have to go to their higher ed and there's no exam and they don't know how do you get into a medical institution? How do you get into your higher ed institution right now? It's a challenge, and they're going through a lot of stress, in fact, because of these exams being postponed.
I don't think it's also only primary and secondary education. I think even our colleges, where you mentioned medical engineering, I think everybody's got to revamp their education systems right now. I think the textbook learning, and I went through med school. I feel very comfortable when I feel a very heavy book in my hands. I still do. I find it a little difficult to do everything on my laptop or draft or read. I find the comfort of a textbook very good, but I think that's something that's got to change and enable us to learn in a non-linear format and get away from the text-heavy.
You have to understand the government's problem. The government problem is they can't have anybody left behind. Right?
Yeah.
Mr. Shailesh will tell you that. Point is, we can have all these technology, but I can't ignore the poorer population of this country and let everybody, only the private education institutions succeed. That's the balance.
I'd like to just have a couple of closing statements from all of you, if you don't mind, in regards to how it is that you're maybe contributing and how the advice you've given to your respective institutions or to the governments or to the private institutions on how best to move forward on this. Can I start off with Mr. Sailesh Reddy, please?
Yeah, thank you. We had a nice discussion, nice inputs and nice experiences shared by the fellow panelists. In fact, the biggest challenge that we have in front of us is to sensitize the students studying in the government schools, accessing government schools on use of technology, or the biggest challenge from the government side is to provide access to technology to them. We cannot ask each and every parent to buy a smartphone or buy a smart TV now, because most of them will be struggling for 2 square meal a day. So that's the biggest challenge. This is where we would like the corporates to be involved in supplying gadgets or providing access, internet access to the students in the rural places. In fact, we are working on various technologies that are available to us. We are, through TSAT, we want to reach out to each and every village and provide them internet, because we have we are a KU band, we have a KU band satellite, we have a station here in Hyderabad, we have 17.5 megahertz bandwidth with us. So with that bandwidth, we can use these terminals as interactive terminals, and then we can use these terminals to provide some kind of Wi-Fi services in that particular village where there is no internet access. So we are working on all these options on war footing, and hopefully we'll come out with the best solution that helps the rural students stay connected to the academic year, stay connected with the education, because the biggest fear now is the students in the rural places. If they are, if they move away from education this financial year, then the dropout would be very high in the coming years. So the biggest challenge is to continue education right now. Forget providing the best of the education that on par with the private education institutions, but staying them connected to education is the biggest challenge that we have now. So hopefully we'll all come out of this with the help of the corporates, the social networks, or the those working in the corporate social responsibility areas.
So one small point I'd like to, what about the teachers, sir? Keeping them engaged also for the rest of the year is also very important. How is the government handling that, sir?
Yeah, the teachers, in fact, are being directed to get in touch with their students right now through the WhatsApp groups, because, in fact, the teachers have the WhatsApp groups, teachers have access to WhatsApp. They don't have access to children. But we have something called parent-teacher committees at the village level also. So even if some of the parents have access to WhatsApp, so the teachers are, I'm told, are connecting to them and then asking the students to watch the education programs on TSAT network, so that at least they can get some kind of information for their next class.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Dr. Vaijayanti?
Yeah, so 3-4 things that I think are quite relevant to what we are doing during this period. So as I said, where one is that where there is a possibility for people to afford to take online testing. So we have our test floor. Previously, we did not focus so much on administering online, but now, given the situation, we have developed our own house high-end software of where you can do all sorts of assessments. You can get any type of reports. If you are an individual, you can buy an assessment if you're a school, or if you're a government. All these are possible, not only for social, academic science, language, maths sort of a learning, but also for social emotional areas I mentioned. The second thing is that, like, we try to support the governments, where I said, where if the governments are looking at worksheets type of stuff, we are trying to support it, where we are making many of our things, like available to the governments to use it at scale, and therefore we can do this high-end data analysis and support from the data that comes in. So in that sense, we have been advising many governments on what is possible given their constraints. So that is the second part of the piece of work that we do. The third piece I would say is that most I find that when I speak to secretaries, principal secretaries and directors of education, etc., across the states, one of the main concerns they have is that like we don't even know we are doing all this TV learning, radio learning, digital learning, WhatsApp, mail, etc. But we really do not know whether the child is learning or not, or whether he's even attending it, or he's put everything on mute, and we don't know. So how is that as a policy maker I could get access to what sort of learning actually happens? So I think in these cases, it's very much possible if you have very limited number of tablets, we distribute it on a sample basis. We still administer, collect data, and therefore the policymaker does not really need to know that every child has learned. As long as he's having a good representative sample represented, they can come to larger conclusions as to whether learning is happening or not. So I guess that many of the methods are really possible. But what I would like to advise every government or even a private school is that when you have to look at whether children are learning or not, use a 4 question strategy. First is that check, what will be your reach in terms of infrastructure. Second is that you look at what is the primary purpose of assessment. If it is just to give feedback to the learner, you can just send workbooks to the child and he can solve for himself. Parents can correct it or community volunteers can correct it. But if the purpose is for summative, then you use other methods whereby you send the question, but you still get the data back and do some larger analysis. If it's for diagnosis, standardized assessments, etc., you can always use it on a sample basis and so on. The third is the more important thing is that therefore their decision should be always based on how reliable the data you want it to be, how comparable should be the scores, what sort of consequences are there to the scores. These should help you to arrive at the correct solution. The fourth important thing is the budgets. Whether you are a government, do you have budgets? For example, one thing I have been recommending to the states is that suppose if we think of it like you have a budget for 3 years of printing textbooks. Is it possible to stop printing textbooks, but use, reuse textbooks available if your curriculum has not changed much, but actually use those 3 years to buy a tablet, which could be distributed one per family sort of a thing, and so on. So many innovative thinking has to be done, but budgets and availability of finance is important. One thing we realize is that when it comes to teachers, definitely teachers need a lot of hand-holding, not only in terms of how to handle online, but also like how to handle behavioral issues, both their own stressors as well as the student stressors, as well as even building good quality assessments, which can be used both for formative purposes and so on. But we find that MHRD has actually cancelled any budget that is available this year for training. Usually teacher training happens and then we keep saying that you are spending all the money on TA and DA for teachers and not necessarily for actual training purpose. And so this year we were actually, when the COVID situation happened, we were very happy. Now teachers are all on Zoom or on any of the Google Meets or any of those platforms. So you're not going to be spending on TA, DA. So why not we do a massive formative assessment training for teachers? But then we heard from the secretary's budget has been totally scrapped. So I'm saying that effectively equipping the teacher is very, very critical. If you do not take care of the teacher, in that sense, how is it that they are going to be taking care of the children? So thinking through, and even from the CSR perspective and others, looking at where are the essentially could your money really make a difference? It need not be a short-term thing. It could be a long-term plan that you work for, etc. But these things are very much important and needed to be looked in if we are really going to be handling. I don't think COVID is going to go away anytime soon. Even if it does, even if vaccines succeed, etc., there is going to be already, I've been thinking about vulnerable section is the one who is going to get it first, or if economically people who need to build the economy back, who needs to get it first, we don't know. So these are larger questions. And therefore, I think we are in there for a long haul. So let us strap ourselves and think through where exactly we can make a difference and go make it.
I feel if the long haul is going to make us think on these different aspects so holistically, I think it's a good initiative for us to have. I don't know, maybe we have to thank COVID a little bit. Unfortunately, it had to be a disease such as this to actually open our eyes. But I hope it makes us, and I hope the government also thinks more positively and proactively in how to use 2020 as our experimental year and bring a new, more holistic approach to benefit both students and not forgetting the most importantly, the teachers as well. And last but not the least, Mr. Puneet, if you'd like to conclude.
Yeah, so quickly, Jala, I think, we've discussed a lot of things on this panel, and the only thing I want to end by saying is let's not go go beyond ourselves and think that the world is going to change, the world is going to end, education is going to be very different from tomorrow. It's not. But we have to be very practical in our view and saying, yes, technology is here to stay. People have realized I can learn from my phone, I can learn from this, I can learn on TV, I can learn on radio. More people in society have realized that. But for physical school, there is absolutely no replacement of physical school, and there is no replacement of physical teacher. So that has to come back. But what will change is our adoption of technology and how best we can use technology within the classroom and how best we can use technology for our children. Today we used to, in fact, I know you as a parent would never allow your child to use his cell phone or iPad to do all these kind of things. But now you're forced. You're going to put an iPad in front of him and say, now learn on this, right? So that is the mentality that has changed. But whether that's here to stay or not is anybody's guess. So let's be practical. Let's be more grounded in our view, saying that we can't expect governments to change overnight and say this is everything is going to be different from now on. That's not going to happen. We have to be careful in saying that we can't have a large population that we have get left behind. A lot of people, unfortunately, today are getting left behind. Let me tell you. I mean, we can be honest with each other. There is a large population that's getting left behind. And the longer this goes on, if those children don't go back to school, their parents don't have jobs, we'll have social evils coming in. So education is that important. Is that binding factor in society? So I think with that, I'd like to say that technology is here, but to what extent is what we need to talk about.
So I think we need to work on a vaccine very quickly so that Narayana will be able to take out the green boards from your teachers' homes. And I think they will also be very happy with that.
As soon as you send me a message, I'll come and buy a few there.
You'll be the first one to know. Okay, Puneet, I'll let you know. No, this session has been truly illuminating and has got me thinking about, I was thinking about the movie Matrix. I don't know if many of you have seen it. It may be very far-fetched in saying this, but if we are maybe capable of downloading anything directly into our brains or into our minds, and I hope one day that could become a reality with the way science is progressing. This session has really opened up so many avenues that I need to explore as a parent. I quite honestly did not. And I really thank the speakers for coming out today and this afternoon to join us and speak so brilliantly on this topic. Thank you very much, all of you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Aruna Garu, will you take that over? I think we're waiting for Daniel or Aruna Garu to maybe break for lunch. I think.
Aruna, can you announce the next session, please?
Shalini, you should go ahead and do it, Shalini, as she doesn't seem to be available here.
Okay, yeah, sure. I'll introduce. Thank you, speakers of this session. I think the next session is now going to be at 2 o'clock. So we are going to break for half an hour. And the next session is on creating a child-centric learning environment. And the speakers of the next session will be joining us at 2 o'clock. Mr. Kumaraya, of course, has been here with us since morning. Ms. Sunita Rao, Dr. Renu Singh, Ms. B. Seshukumari, and Dr. Kavita Jain. So we'll start the next session at 2 o'clock. Please do stay tuned in and we'll meet again at 2. Thank you, and thank you all the panelists of the session on technology. Thanks a lot. Aruna, why don't you unmute yourself and try testing your audio right now? Aruna, unmute yourself first.
She's muted.
Write in chat. Now you're unmuted. Just say something. Hello? Aruna?
tell her कि वो 3 dots पे जाए, वो speaker, microphone, camera का जो option है उस पे click करे और देखे कि उसका microphone highest पे है या नहीं.
Aruna, you check your microphone, go to 3 dots, which is next to the chat blurb. Go there and check your microphone level, whether the audio level is highest or not. I hope you have selected using computer for audio and not any other option. Just check in the options in audio connection.
Ma'am, this is live on YouTube. So can we have this chat on?
I hope you have selected using computer for audio and not any other option. Just check in the options in audio connection.
Yeah, Daniel garu. Huh? Okay. Okay, I did. 1 second, nadi audio రావట్లేదు. Good afternoon, madam. Yeah. No, I will ask Ravi to speak to you, madam. He will call you immediately. He's our IT colleague. Yeah, thank you. Hello? Hello? Neha, are you able to hear me?
Aruna, this is Kavita. We can hear you clearly.
Good afternoon, madam.
Very good afternoon.
Thank you very much for joining in.
Yeah. I'm in the office.
We will start the session by 2:10 also. Earlier session got delayed slightly.
Fine. I still have some time.
So participants went for lunch, madam.
Okay. Yeah. Then I'll join after 10 minutes because I'm using WebEx for the first time, so I was just checking the settings. Oh.
Hello. Hello.
Hello, Renu. Can hear you.
Hi, how are you?
Fine, thank you. How are you?
Very well, very well. I think what's happening is the webcam is not on, right? Now is it on? I'm having a problem with
Camera is not on.
Yes, I know. That's what every time it's saying we cannot connect to your webcam, it's saying. Maybe it's in another application, I have a feeling. 1 second.
No, I think the screen is being shared, so that's why you're not able to.
Can you see me now? I think now it's on, I have a feeling.
Hello? Hello?
Hi, Sunita, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Ms. Renu. How are you?
I'm very well. How are you?
Very fine, thank you.
Seeing you after a long time.
Yes, Ms. Renu. So great to see you on this platform.
Thank you for inviting me.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the session on creating a child-centric learning environment. We have had very good discussions from the morning, and I welcome all the dignitaries, and we have very good speakers joining in for this session. Mr. Komrai Garu, who is the co-convener of Education and Skills Panel of CII Telangana and chairman of DPS Nacharam and Pallavi Group of Schools. In a short span, the group has grown up in a big way. And we have Dr. Sunita Rao, who is the principal of DPS Nacharam. And we also have Dr. Renu Singh, country director of Young Lives India, who has done a lot of good work on enabling inclusive education. And we have Ms. Seshu Kumari Garu, who is the director of SCRT, and through which she has done a lot of good work on reaching out to the children and teachers during COVID times. And we also have Dr. Kavita Jain, who is the CEO of Edify, MD and Edify, who is going to talk to us about dealing with learning challenges, the role of teachers and schools. Now, over to you, Komrai Garu. I request you to address, please. Thank you.
Hello?
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Yeah, good afternoon. CII for conducting this School Excellence Conclave. And I think this is the second occasion. Today morning, all the experts spoke. And now for this session, I welcome Dr. Renu Singh, Country Director, Young Lives India, and Mrs. B. Sheshukumari, Director, CRT, Government of Telangana, and Dr. Kavita Jain, CEO, Edify, and Sunitya Rao, Principal, DPS Nacharam. And because of this COVID, there is a lot of changes in the education system, and to adapt to the new methods and new environment. And all over India, all the schools, governments, or Ministry of Government of India Ministry and CII, PICI, everybody doing their efforts to change the atmosphere, how to teach, how to reach the students, parents, this changed classroom to virtual classroom learning. And all the schools are struggling to implement the new technology and house to house teachers, all the equipments giving our teachers all the new equipment providing, or they are also getting all the equipments to new scenario. Now, teacher role is very important. Earlier, it was in the classroom. She used to observe everybody and used to teach classes. But now, without seeing the directly student, she has to engage the student and teach. And who is listening or not listening, that effect also she has to observe. She has to more vigilant. And now teacher workload and is increased. She has to work at home, make the PPT videos, and for different classes, different levels, they have to prepare different timetable and classwork for the.
Sir, can you speak a little louder?
Yeah. For
And
different
can
classes.
Miss Sunita Rao, please, can you put yourself on mute, ma'am?
Yes.
Thank different classes, different timetable and class subject, they have to prepare PPT, video. And now a lot of the screening timing is a big debate is going on. How much should be the screening time for the preschool or primary, upper and senior classes? That is also a big debate. Now abroad there is this online class teaching methods are available, but India, particularly Telangana, this is the new testing time. but all the teachers, they're doing their efforts to how to change over the or adjust to the new environment. Now all the schools, high-end schools to low-end, now everybody talking about the online teaching, learning methods. Now time has come to change everybody. Mood has to change. Parents, children, teacher, teaching staff or principals in the government and central government level to how to, if this situation continues for further 1 year or so, how to engage the students and improve the learning methods. Now, all the schools, they have to get the feedbacks weekly basis from the parents, students, and as per their advice or their suggestions, all the schools is to adapt to the new methods or timing or technology to how to reach them, engage them. Finally, it is the between the parents, students, and schools managements. They have to concretely agreed certain procedure and which is acceptable to the government and central government or education experts. Now, with this few lines, I will hand over this session to Dr. Renu Singh and Sheshu Kumari and Dr. Kavita Jain and Mrs. Sunita Rao to continue, and they are the experts in the field, and their suggestions, advices are useful for the future how to continue these changing atmosphere, how to adjust and how to develop the school education. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. In fact, we are honored to have listened to you. CII School of Excellence Conclave. The webinar has so far witnessed some of the most eminent speakers who have shared new insights to the topic of today's conclave, redefining education for the emerging world, adopting a new normal. In fact, I and Chairman Sir have had the pleasure of attending and listening to all the speakers since morning. I'm indeed honored to be a moderator for the topic of discussion today, creating a child-centered learning environment. Shri M. Kumaria, Chairman of Delhi Public Schools of Nadargul, Mahendra Hills and Nacharam, and Pallavi Group of Institutions, co-convener, Education and Skills Panel, CII Telangana, has very aptly set the stage for deliberations through his opening address. Thank you so much, sir, for being a visionary leader and for contributing to the field of education by being a highly participating member. I've had the pleasure and I have the pride of working with you and for you, sir. Taking Chairman's vision for online education in schools further, I wish to share the genuine efforts put in by all schools at this point of time. Project plans may vary in quantity and quality. However, the positive side is that all have eagerly adopted the new normal, TFH, teaching from home, SFH, study from home. The concept of a school, as Sir aptly said, has always been visualized in connection with a physical environment, group of students, and the teacher having access to all the required tools to successfully conduct a teaching class in a day. No doubt with flexibility in planning, flexibility in time management. However, post-COVID, today all schools having moved to the technology-driven classroom and the online teaching mode, the main learning objectives, no doubt, have remained the same, but in the process and product have taken a different dimension. The teacher is now adopting varied strategies to capture the learner's attention, is attempting to carefully reach out to each learner by calling out their names to personalize education, creating group and individual tasks, ensuring equality on one hand, and at the same time enhancing the capacity of each child to handle the task independently. Age-appropriate planning is the crux of this online mode of teaching. With due regard to the wavering attention span, teachers engage children in group discussions, responses on the chat box, insertion of a host of distractors, fillers, TED Talks, fitness regimes, activities with family, and so on and so forth. The blended learning style with integration of multiple intelligences has made a lot of difference. Role play, use of puppets, storytelling as a tool, integrating music, dance, art activities, mnemonics, reading activities are all interventions worthy of mention. Peer learning opportunities. I must say today I was on one of my online rounds of the classes at the senior level and junior level. At the senior level in class 11, there was this child who was leading peer learning. She was holding 3-finger puppets and teaching direction, the principles of direction, a topic in business studies, beautifully with 3-finger puppets. It was amazing to see the kind of scope the peer learning concept holds even on the online mode. And in junior school, I could see the teacher bring alive a classroom where she was using the story board. And believe me, the whole class was in sync with the teacher saying heave ho and hurrah. And whenever the teacher was talking, I could see the kinesthetic kind of involvement of the children. I think that is the selling point of the fact that whether it is the physical classroom or the online mode, the teacher is still at their best. Giving due regard to the psychological and the emotional quotient of the child also, all schools are trying hard to give due regard to wellness talks, to life skills education, value-based learning, research-based tasks inserted every single day. And I see an amazing usage of virtual tours, virtual tour of gardens, farms, virtual picnic. It was amazing to see the children with an umbrella and a water bottle and a snack box in front, believing that they were having a picnic. They're all adding to the experiential learning. Online yoga, online Invest Teacher, you name it, and all schools have a calendar to run. The Bible was created in the month of February with loads of aspirations looking forward to the calendar year. But the minute there was a shift, since all of us in the educational world believe that the show must go on, there has been no stopping us. I think if I continue, I'm going to, as a passionate teacher, I'm going to talk of loads of interventions that we've been bringing about as teachers in the classroom. But then I know that it is time for me to hand over to the eminent speakers, the panel members today. Analytics of emotions is of prime importance. Isolation and seclusion of an individual child can actually take away the whole joy of learning, and especially on this online platform. And in this context, I have the pleasure of inviting Dr. Renu Singh, Country Director, Young Lives India, to speak on the topic, Enabling Inclusive Education. Dr. Renu Singh, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon to everybody on this webinar, and thank you so much to CII, to you, Sunita ji, as well as Mr. Kamara. Thank you so much, sir, for inviting me to this panel. I'm delighted we are doing this, and I think Telangana is already, making huge innovations and trying to reach the last child. But this particular circumstance, the new normal, has particularly affected the most disadvantaged and poorest households to the maximum. So you can imagine how education and homeschooling would be in a home where the family may not have any livelihood at this point in time. They are getting support from the government, but just the whole worry about the future would most certainly impact children. And I think when we're talking of inclusive education, the big challenge in front of us all is how do we reach that last child who probably has no technology, no access to technology? How do we make sure that we therefore have the innovative solutions to reach those households? Where these children probably, can you think of a 15-year-old who's probably now involved in looking after her siblings, also doing the housework, hopefully will come back to school when school reopens, but this huge gap that we have at this point, how do we take care of the financial, the emotional, and the other economic repercussions that this family is holding? And I'm saying this because I think at this point for the most marginalized families, and at the moment Young Lives is conducting a telephone interview with sample of children in both Telangana and Andhra Pradesh who we've been following since 2002. We've just completed about 2 districts in Telangana where we've spoken to young people and we've asked them their experiences. And one can see this is a pro-poor sample. And one can see that while all kinds of, I think attempts are being made by the government, particularly to be able to reach out and to support them during these very difficult times, you can see the sense of worry and the mental health issues that many of them are facing. So I think the big challenge in front of us is how do we look at homeschooling in most disadvantaged families? How do we make sure that we have innovative solutions, especially where technology is not, available? So if you look at the last NSS report that we had, the 2017-18 National Sample Survey, they reported only 23.8% of Indian households had internet access. And a more recent report by Canalys also pointed out that, this has gone up, the smartphone usage has gone up. But still, the broadband penetration in India is only around 45%, which is much lower than other European nations or even China for that matter. So I think the big challenge really at this point is how do we really reach out to these children in a manner that will not only address their current needs, which are more than just a regular curriculum, but I think looking at their mental health, being more of a friend to them, creating those peer networks that Sunita ji just spoke about, creating those peer networks to support each one of them. And also, I think teachers have this chance really to develop these creative initiatives that will help us overcome the limitations of being physically separated. So how do you look at play-based collaborative learning? How do you look at these opportunities for more cooperation between educators, parents, and students? And I think parents hold a really, really key role at this point because it is homeschooling. We don't even know how homeschooling should happen. Of course, I mean, the fact of the matter is that our school system is such that we have a very tightly monitored system. And can you imagine, and we control most of the activities. And now we are suddenly in this situation where what does education mean when you want young people at home to suddenly learn to take control of their own learning? So this is a new way of learning. And I think even for teachers and schools, this is extremely challenging because you suddenly have to look at new ways of timetables and routines and digital learning. But also, I think, how do you look at where constraints can fuel motivation to think of creative solutions? I think we need to really give students, and Sunita, you just spoke of that example of that student using puppets. So I think sometimes students should be given autonomy and agency to take charge of their learning, but also to use television and other means of technology which are more accessible for the most marginalized, knowing that many of them may not have smartphones at home, may not be able to really reach the resources that we are trying to create. A lot of work is happening. I think we need to put it all on a cloud, but we also need to use television as well as radio programs which can have a larger penetration, and think of solutions which are more localized, because I think just the fact a teacher calling up a child and speaking to the child as well as the parents is a huge win. And I think SCRT is already doing it. I remember having spoken to them to say that they're planning to reach out, and even the police seems to be wanting to do a survey to reach out to children. I think that's wonderful. All these innovations are extremely important, but how do we find the means to reach out to this child with disability who's probably just falling through the cracks at this point? How? Because that child with disability, for example, in a poor household really needs a one-to-one session. How do we make sure that we therefore are able to create the resources that will aid the learning of this child? And at this point, I think it's more than the curriculum. I think we've all realized that it's much more than the curriculum that we need to think about when we are trying to reach out to children. I think I've taken up my time. I'm going to stop if I've overshot my time. I'm sorry.
But Dr. Renu have such pertinent points to share. Would you like to continue for another minute, or are you okay?
Yeah. If you have the time, I'd be happy.
We're so excited to listen to you.
So I think the other thing that we should be looking at, and I think is really important, and maybe CII can think about how we can do this, is if we know that there are different innovations being done, in DPS, in the government schools, as a particular DEO may have come up, with some very innovative ways of reaching out. Can we put all these innovations on one platform? I think there is a great need to look at what can be replicated, because this is all so new for all of us. And as educators are scrambling to set up home schools, I think, and realizing that there is a mental state which, a stressed mental state is not productive to teach or learn, how do we find those solutions? Can we just, I think that is what I would really like to impress upon. And I'm sure CII can really play a critical role in trying to bring these solutions, which we can then, put together and maybe then think of replicating. That's what I would like to end with.
Well said, Dr. Renu Singh. Thank you so much. That was indeed highly enlightening. You've actually touched upon the visible and invisible impact of this new normal, and how alert schools must be when we receive students back after studying from home, and suddenly they are received back in school. And appreciate greatly the solutions and alternatives that you've shared. I'm sure we look forward to listening to you much more in the future too. You have loads of suggestions and experiences galore that you can share with the educational world. Thank you so much, Dr. Renu Singh. I have the honor of inviting Ms. B. Sheshu Kumari, Director, NCRT, to share state government's initiatives to reaching out to the children and teachers during COVID times. We are indeed honored to have you as an esteemed panel member on board today, Ms. Sheshu Kumari. Thank you so much, ma'am. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Sunita. Thank the chairperson, Mr. Pomreya, CII, for inviting me to this conclave, and my senior colleague, Dr. Renu Singh, who has been associated with the combined state of Andhra Pradesh and now Telangana for almost a decade and a half. Dr. Renu Singh has touched upon many issues which are very pertinent, particularly in the context of the disadvantaged children and the most marginalized children. This pandemic, in fact, has disrupted lives of billions of people. More so, it has affected the younger children, because almost across the country, globally also, it has upended their academic lives as schools have been closed down, and that being the examination time, examinations were suspended and they were kept away from their friends and mentors. And another important aspect is how it has affected the mental health of the students, as they are mostly confined to their rooms with no support systems. Virtually, most of the children have no playtime, and there's no distinction between playtime and school time for the students. These are some of the important issues that we need to look at before we address upon the new norm and the new normal for the redefining education for the emerging world. As a SCRT and also part of the state government, I can give a brief insights into what the state has been doing. One is we have tried to leverage technology, because as in fact, reaching out the children through technological platforms, we felt that would be imminent now. So immediately what we have done is all the lessons that are available in the department, in the repository, either with the TSAT or the SIT, they have been telecast in 4 sessions through Doordarshan. And as you know, that state-owned network of TSAT also has a 2-way audio and 1-way video kind of a platform. TSAT also was leveraged, and all these lessons, particularly in the initial stages, we focus on class 10 children. Subsequently, now we notice that most of the district education officers have formed their own kind of networks with the teachers, and they have been leveraging technology. And most importantly, across the state, we find that many teachers, district education officers are leveraging the social networking platforms that are available. So though the initial focus was on the 10th class batch, subsequently the shift is now, we notice that it is towards other classes also. So as a state level body at SCRT, we focused on making all the textbooks available to the children on the SCRT official website. The e-books like NCRT are available on the SCRT website along with the co-curricular activities. In fact, summertime children need not just academics, they need a lot of variety of activities, and the state has a mandated 20% weightage for co-curricular activities even in the school curriculum. So what we have done is we developed music lessons, and very high quality music lessons were developed in Carnatic music, folk music, light music, and some poems, good poems were compiled in collaboration with the Telugu University and also SII. These programs were telecast in the month of May, and I think the response was immense, and they were transmitted twice through PSAT channels. And apart from these two state level initiatives through Darshan, PSAT, and also SIT channels, various DOs have taken a lot of initiatives. In fact, when you look at the initiatives taken up by DO Mancherial, DO Varangal, they started social networking through social networking platforms, something called Little Teacher, Little Leader. They have facilitated the students and with support from teachers to reach out to other students, the peer learning which even Dr. Renu Singh was talking about. Mahbubnagar DO has used cable TV to outreach to the students and teachers. DO Rangareddy has used various social networking platforms to, through the teachers groups, and particularly focus on the class 10 students before the exams were cancelled. And in fact, the teacher's duty was some wake-up calls to subject guidance and a lot more things that they have done. Diet Vikarabad, very interestingly, has used a Telegram application, and last 1.5 months they are in touch with the students, and they are holding webinars for the students of both first and second year. In fact, today morning we started in collaboration with Tata Institute of Social Sciences webinar series for all the diet CTs and IAC in the state. So that's how we wanted students of the teacher training program also to be in touch with their learning. Similarly, if I talk about, I don't know how much time do you have. DO Machel also has done a lot of work through using social networking platforms. When we talk about individual teachers, I mean, I'm talking from the governmental perspective. Many teachers have taken up initiatives on their own. There's one teacher from Hyderabad who has effectively used social networking platforms wherein she tried to develop the language skills among the students, check the work given to them, and give feedback to them also. The kind of work we are seeing is amazing. In fact, we have documented a few in our monthly magazine called EduSure. Interestingly, one teacher has formed a social media platform, a group called Teachers Too, wherein he has networked with the faculty of NIT Varangal, and he tried to connect the faculty of NIT Varangal to the other teachers so that the teachers stay updated on the latest technologies and new scientific findings. These are some of the initiatives taken up by the districts. As far as the safety aspect is concerned, suddenly there is a shift from regular classroom teaching to online teaching. So it is imminent that we provide the kind of minimum knowledge to the children on the cyber issues, particularly the cyber crimes that we've been working, particularly targeting young children. So we have been collaborating with Telangana Police for the last 3 years under the Safe Schools project. One of the 4 major areas is safe internet usage. So this has all found a place in the national training module, Vishta module also, the best practice. So that we have extended seamlessly during these times. And I will just come to the point where we have while conducting webinars, we have tried to ensure that every teacher is aware of the cyber safety and cyber security issues. So simultaneously, SCRT on the lines of NCRT model, we are curating the content in physical science, biological sciences, mathematics, and social studies for classes 8 and 9 through QR codes, and they are available in the textbooks for the year 2021. So that students can view many videos and the content and material. Our website contains all these details, and in fact, this sudden rush on our website, we saw footfall of more than, I mean, lot of views between April and June. Close to 6 lakh people new hits we could see during this lockdown period. Apart from these, SCRT has assigned the work of developing alternative academic calendar with the metrics of the learning outcomes, class-wise, subject-wise to various teachers. The teachers sitting at home have carefully compiled all this on the lines of NCRT alternative academic calendar. So we will be communicating very shortly this academic calendar, and simultaneously teachers have designed worksheets for the benefit of students of classes 2 to 10. So these worksheets are ready for 4 weeks and very shortly. And Dr. Renu Singh has touched upon the needs of the children with special needs. So what we have done is at the request of the Secretary to the Government, we have taken up the Shataka Padyali, 7 important Shatakas, Bhaskara Shataka, Veman Shataka. Then coming to the webinars, SCRT started webinars in the last week of April, and we have done 45 webinars covering 4 major areas. One is on the technology front. The second is role of teachers and head teachers during the pandemic time. The third one is subject-related webinars in which we have provided enrichment material. And the fourth important aspect is on mental well-being. All these webinars were well received. In fact, we could see almost, I think, close to 30,000 to 1 lakh viewership in each of the webinars on our official YouTube channel. Then we have partnered with NIRD for webinar on mental well-being, and we partnered with SIDAC and Telangana Police for the webinar on cyber safety and cyber security issues. These two were offered as certificate programs, online certificate programs for the teachers, and in fact, the number of visits is overwhelming. More than 1.3 lakh people have watched this program on our YouTube channel, and both of them have entered as the Telugu Book of Records. In fact, we have done the management of mental well-being before cyber security, which was the first one to get a record, enter as a record, and then subsequently the program on cyber safety and cyber security has been awarded as a national record for maximum number of people registered for the online webinar course. So these are the few things that we have done for the benefit of the teachers, and the daily webinars covered various aspects of usage of technology by the teachers, because teachers have to embrace, and also at the same time the role of teachers and head teachers to do this kind of community network that is very important. How we reach the last child, the child who has no access to telephone or TV or internet. How do we ensure that they have some sort of community support through the parents? So these are some of the important aspects that we have covered in our webinar trends. For almost 2 months, we have done this program. Then coming to the collaboration which Dr. Renu Singh has touched upon, we are collaborating with the Telangana Police. In fact, it is totally curated by Telangana Police. During the lockdown period, they have witnessed a change in the kind of crimes against women and children. So the Telangana Police Women's Safety Wing, headed by Madam Swati Lakna and supported by Mrs. Sumati, have come up with a survey tool called Youngster Conscious. This is a tool designed for teens and parents, and this is primarily to provide support to youngsters and parents about online safety issues, and also to lessen the social isolation and learning gaps caused due to the pandemic. The survey is on, and I think maybe in a month's time also we will be getting results of this, and hoping that this will guide us in providing support in terms of cyber safety and cyber security. Now, coming to the challenges that we have during COVID and post-COVID, suddenly all of us are left without any plan for how to gear up for the lockdown period and how to reach out to the students, particularly when examinations were cancelled and it was upended their academic interaction also. So there need to be some foundational shifts in the future. Maybe we have to reimagine the framework of our operation, and we have to look at the parental aspirations and what expectations are there on the students' side. As Dr. Anderson has pointed out, maybe we need to look at the future models, use of interactive radio, use of TV, use of augmented reality, including digital technology, digital twinning. Apart from these, we also look at homeschooling and collaborative learning, community as facilitators. These are very important, where the government has the responsibility of ensuring equity, not just reach the students. So in order to reach out all the most disadvantaged segments of the population, also we need to plan and work in a different paradigm. I think workforce also need to be very fluid and adaptive. The person, place, and processes have become irrelevant, and I wonder how Confederation of Indian Industry can provide this kind of support to the government institutions, particularly to the most disadvantaged segment of the population. With this, I think I've taken a long time compared to Dr. Renu Singh. There are not many things, but I think we should stop at some stage. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Indeed, Ms. Seshakumari, Director SCRT, it was a pleasure listening to you. You've definitely highlighted that schools hold a greater responsibility while addressing the students when they come back after the new normal. And further, we greatly appreciate the large-scale project plans and efforts you've driven from SCRT on behalf of the government. In fact, it's so special to know that you've adopted new age approach from your end. And it's heartening to understand the government's efforts to use multiple modes to offer learning platform in the rural and urban areas of Telangana state, on one hand for the learner, and importantly, the capacity building measures that you're offering to the teachers. It was wonderful listening to you, ma'am. You added great value to the topic of discussion today. Thank you so much. It's now my pleasure to invite Dr. Kavita Jain, CEO, Edify. We're all eager to know your views on the topic, dealing with learning challenges, the role of teachers and schools. Such an apt topic, and all of us would like to listen from you. Dr. Kavita Jain, over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you to CII for having this platform for educationists to learn and share. And Ms. Seshakumari, it was wonderful to know all the initiatives taken by the state government. I mean, I wasn't aware of quite a few initiatives that you shared. It was cool to know all of these, very encouraging for sure. Coming to the topic now, so many platforms, webinars, we hear about how teachers are struggling. They have to adapt to the IT, the new norm of teaching through technology. The core stakeholder, the student, is struggling as much. They all have to adapt. Though we all say kids are great at technology, which is true, but they're not used to learning through technology. They're not used to not meeting their friends. They're not used to not having all that play around and just have the learning component in front of a system. So the learning challenges begin from there. Okay, before I maybe proceed, I just want to get context. We work more with private schools, so maybe I may not really be able to share challenges of the of the government school children or the children in the lower income brackets, because we don't cater to them and I would have limited understanding of the challenges they face. What I'm talking is morely from the point of private schools. We support over 3,000 schools, either as franchisors or academic consultants. And it is with the experience of these schools that I'm sharing challenges that I find parents, students, teachers, and school owners and educators facing. So coming back to what I was saying, children struggle as much to adapt to this new technology, and that is where the learning challenges come from. Like the previous speakers in this panel and the panel prior to this said, the screen time, issues like myopia, issues like engaging them for a longer duration while they are in classroom, all these are challenges. Now, what are the solutions is what we really need to think about. So from the student point of view, one challenge can definitely be technology. They not having access to a device, not having access to the right network, bandwidth, etc. So facilitators must look at multiple alternates instead of just having live videos. Look at having recorded videos, look at using WhatsApp as a platform, look at and the government, both state and the central government is doing wonderful for providing resources to students, from Swayam Prabha to e-Pathshala to TSAT that ma'am just spoke about, Ms. Seshu Kumari just spoke about. There are wonderful platforms available or resources available for children. What's important is teachers are aware of these. They do a little research to find out what is available, which channel on the Swayam Prabha is ideal for their students, or on TSAT is ideal for their students, their subject, make a list of it, make it available to students so they don't have to struggle to do that. The second challenge is engaging children, of course. Now, the best way to engage them is to have a variety of teaching strategies, not just a lecture mode. In fact, what we have done in most of our schools, or what we recommend to most of our teachers, is do not use the online time that you have with the students to just teach. Give them a lot of material prior to the class starts. So your lesson plan now can't be the same that was when we were doing a face-to-face class. The lesson plan needs to be completely modified, where a lot of pre-learning or pre-class learning material can be sent out to students. Today, there are so many free videos available on various topics. You name a topic, name a grade, there is a free video available from the best of the teachers on YouTube and on so many different platforms. So we don't really have to do what is already done. Let's use those resources, give it to students in advance. Let them learn, look at these resources, learn, and use the classroom, the live classroom time really to get children to present what they have learned. And they could present in any platform. They could create comic strips. In fact, during my presentation, I may name a few apps. It's not to promote any app, but just to give examples to teachers of what you could do. Like there is a beautiful app called Storyboard That, where children can create comic strips and they could present these comic strips to you in the class. That way they are engaged because they have done something and they would like to present it to you. They could create musicals, they could create videos, and there are so many beautiful video tools available today where they could create short videos and put it up on your live class and all other children can hear. So many platforms today give an option for breakout rooms within your classroom. Create breakout rooms so that children can discuss in small groups the way they would discuss in a normal classroom and present it back to the main classroom. So the crux is to say that let children get more opportunities to speak than to listen. That way we are enhancing their attention span within the classroom that you're conducting live. And to do this, I don't mean to say you don't teach, but I'm saying use teaching resources, pre-recorded lectures, send it out to them in advance. Have a pre-class and a post-class routine that you can plan for them. Post-class must be reflection, writing, because in live classes, what really is reduced to a great extent is writing. Creative writing, get them to reflect on what they are doing and share it with you. One of the speakers in the prior panel spoke wonderfully about assessments. There are so many assessment free tools that you can use. To name a few, you have SurveyMonkey, Interact, Firebox, Classmarks.com. They are all free assessment tools. You can create quick quizzes put in the answers for you to know what are the answers, like a marking scheme. And when children attempt these quizzes, they will know if they have gone right, wrong, and then you could discuss these quizzes in your live classrooms. So children are not scared of assessments, but they know if I've gone wrong. During the live class, we will have an opportunity to discuss whatever I have done in the quiz. In terms of involving parents, I know that's a major challenge, because with live classes, parents are always sitting at the head of their children, wanting to know how the teacher is teaching, what is she teaching, is she doing it right or wrong, is my child participating or not. So I wouldn't blame parents, but I would definitely want them to imagine a situation if a mother is cooking or a father is working in office and someone is all the time standing beside them and telling them, this is not how you do it, or this is how you do it, or participate more. It certainly gets on to the student and to the teacher. But we want to utilize that interest and energy of parents, because one of the terms that previous speakers used is homeschooling is so true, though this may not be a traditional homeschooling, but to a great extent the parent is a lot more involved in the learning journey of the child than the parent was earlier. So if the teachers can make a plan with the parents saying, what are we going to do this week? How are we going to do it? And how can parents help? Make a strategy with the parent. Let them know how they can help. They will be more than happy to do it. Those who want to, and those who don't want to, let's understand that they may have their own preferences not to, or why not to. Share a monthly plan with the parents. Tell them in advance, this is what we are planning. Invite parents as speakers. And this is because it's a live classroom, you can have parents coming in as resources. Every month, make it a point to have one parent from a class come in and teach anything that they like to teach. Let them experience how it is to teach online, for both the pros and the cons of it. And they will be a lot more empathetic to what you're doing as teachers. So involving parents in advance, collaborating them will help us address some of those issues of parent expectations. What is it that the teachers really need to learn? We talk a lot about teacher training. When doing an online class, we are looking at 3 different kinds of learning. One is learning the technology, which is, let's say, a platform like Zoom or Google Class, or there are so many platforms. So one is for you to learn how to operate in that technological environment. The second is the skills required to teach online. And when I say skills, I don't mean academic skills here. I mean the conversational, engaging, and social skills that you require. Like Mr. Puneet in the previous panel discussed, what should be your voice modulation? When should you pause? At what time do you know your children are losing interest in what you're saying? At what time do you need to get the child to speak? So these are the skills that because we're not used to it. We've not been trained in it. And it just can't appear to us out of nowhere. We'll all have to learn how to do this. And the third aspect is, of course, the academic delivery of your subject. And there are beautiful online free courses that schools can use, teachers can use on platforms like FutureLearn, Coursera, Cambridge. Such fantastic online courses, 2-week-long courses where you learn from the best of the best in the world. You learn from educators from around the world, the best practices of all these aspects, all the 3 aspects that I was talking about. So it's important that the school, now it comes to what is it that the school has to do? Make a training calendar and plan and give time for teachers to get trained. Expecting them to adapt too soon is only going to cause us more problems. Creating a training schedule for them, giving them the appropriate time, giving them the right resources, suggesting the right programs or planning it out for them is really essential. Let the teachers focus more on academic delivery and facilitating and not handling technical glitches. Somebody's mic is not working, somebody's camera is not working, my mic and camera is not working. So have a strong IT support for your teachers who could take care of the technical glitches, giving the teachers the comfort, time to focus on their academic delivery. A lot of things that teachers would typically do in a school, now the school will have to look at alternate resources of doing things. For example, have a repository of resources. Get your best teachers to teach. Like, we are a network of schools. So we're planning of getting our best teachers to teach some topics and having them as pre-recorded lectures, having repository of videos, PPTs, available to teachers to use. So every time they're not spending, the same teacher is not spending time again and again to make a PPT. If something is available that they can readily use, it's going to save a lot of time for them. So have an R&D cell who can do these repository of resources for the teachers. With the revised approach of teaching going online, definitely it's not possible for us to cover our entire syllabus the way we would have planned in school. So have a revised learning outcomes document, which the teacher must know, this is what I am expected to cover. The students must know, all the interested parties must know that during this pandemic, given the time gaps, given the other pros and cons of the online learning, this is what we are looking at learning over the next 3-6 months. And this will make it easier for the teachers to plan. Like I said, a lot of this might have been done by teachers earlier, but given the current situation where most teachers in our country are women and they have a home to manage and they're teaching from home. So they're really doing a lot more than what is, because when they were at school, somebody else was there to take care of the home. But now with them being at home, they have to manage their home, they have to manage their children, they have to manage the online classes. So if schools can take away some part of the planning and resource availability for them, they will be able to do a much better job. Schools must also look at preparing for blended learning in future. One of the questions that keep coming, do you think this online learning is going to stay or is it going to go away? If you ask me, it should never go away. It's a beautiful tool. Why should we go away? As adults, we do so much online learning. Most professionals today take up online courses on different platforms to upgrade their skills. So why should children not learn online? There's no harm in it. The problem is it can't be only online. So looking at this pandemic, taking it as an opportunity, schools should look at preparing themselves for a blended learning approach where they could do both face-to-face as well as online classes for their students, giving students a lot more flexibility and opportunity to learn. And the last for the schools, what we have done across all our schools, and I think has worked wonderfully for us, is having the processes and systems documented and laid out and shared with teachers and parents and students. The rules, the do's and don'ts, the opportunities, get it all documented. It's okay. I mean, it's fine for a principal to know it, but if the end user, the learner, the teacher, the parent does not know it, it is not going to help us. So have your processes of online learning documented. And this is something every school will have to make new, because we didn't have this. It needed a pandemic for us all, for all of us to evolve to this stage. But now that we've come here, let's document it and share it with schools and with parents, teachers, and children, for them to understand how they can collaborate, engage, learn, and use this platform productively. The last aspect is, while I'm aware governments insist on having co-curricular, or as many schools call it, co-scholastic activities, it is essential that these co-scholastic activities are integrated to your main subjects to have your children, I mean the students' attention hooked onto you. So as much as possible, have it integrated. As much as possible, have plan activities in your class which are not just sitting and listening, but which are more sensory in nature, where children are doing things. Use parents, they are a great tool. I always share some examples when I'm talking to teachers as well. If you're talking to them about countries and continents, get them to visit some websites which give a virtual tour of the world, and tell them, okay, if you were to go to this country, what are the places you would like to visit? Make a list of these places. Make a list of the time zone when you're going to arrive and depart from a country. Give them activities that they can sit and do with their family. That can be like a family activity that they can do, learning activity. That way, your parents are more involved, the learning is more productive, and it is a little less burden on the teachers to ensure that the learning outcomes are met. So yeah, I mean, these were some of the ideas that I wanted to share with you. I'll be more than happy to take if there are any questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kavita Jain. Your talk has added great value to all of us, teachers and educators. In fact, was able to greatly relate to the focus that you put on the learner side, the teacher, and the holistic planning that goes in every school, and especially in view of the online platform that we are offering. Greatly appreciate the way you focused on the child, the most important stakeholder of the schools, and the sharing of the new teaching learning solutions and strategies that would serve as a way forward to all members attending this session. Thank you so much, Dr. Kavita Jain. Taking all the panelists' viewpoints and in specific Dr. Renu Singh's suggestion further, and with the kind of, I must say, highly enriching understanding that we had from the SCRT director, ma'am, I do agree that there should be efforts to create a repository of all the best practices as well as the new teaching models. All that we are talking about, we get so excited when we are sharing on these platforms. I feel if every single member who's walked that extra mile to make it a productive online teaching learning solution for children, and the way we've collaborated with parents and the way the teachers have geared up to face the challenges, it's on just a 5 to 6 minute panel discussion, we really cannot do justice to all that is going on in every single school and in the educational arena. But it's great that we've engaged in this kind of a sharing, and all of us carry back all the new age approach that has been shared today on this panel. Thank you so much. I thank all the panel members, right from our chairman, Sri Kumariasa, to Dr. Renu Singh, Ms. Sheshu Kumari, and Dr. Kavita Jain. You were wonderful panel speakers and have added great value. And I must thank CII at this point. There's been loads of takeaways across the day for all of us. Thank you so much, CII, for providing the teaching community with a day of great learning. Thank you so much.
Sunita ji, I think we have time still for 15 minutes. So if you wish, you can continue the discussion for maybe another 10 minutes. We have time.
Okay. Do I invite the members to speak?
Yeah, you can do that. You can do that if there is any particular comment that.
I think in specific, I'd like to invite Ms. Sheshu Kumari. Ma'am, if we can, may I pose the question to you as to how you kind of met with the challenges of collaborating with parents? Because it's very easy to excite the children with online mode of learning, but when it comes to getting the parents equally excited and happy about what we're offering, there's a lot one has to work towards it. And if you may share the kind of efforts you as the director of ACRT and on behalf of the government, the kind of plans that were drawn to collaborate effectively with the parent body, we'll be very happy to listen to you.
CII academic, we don't directly deal with the implementation.
Right.
So counterparts in the commission office and the district education offices, they do that. So this is something like, it's more of the think tank that we do here rather than having the interface. So that
okay.
is, yeah.
Thank you. Can I ask Dr. Renu Singh to add value to this question? Yeah. So I think this is a. Have you unmuted yourself, ma'am? Please unmute yourself. So I think the question, Sunita ji, is very important, because I think parents, and we just heard Kavita talking about how you can actually invite them, to participate in this. But again, I think we've got to understand that parents are today an integral part of the whole teaching learning process. Because if we don't accept that, and which means we've got to, as educators, broaden our vision of education and say, how do we partner
so we've got models of co-teaching, right? It's only differences within in co-teaching models. You work with another teacher, yeah, who speaks your lingo. Yes, they understand the pedagogy. But here now you're looking at working with parents, and I think it's very important to have a to and fro process of teaching and learning, because they'll have many ideas which educators don't have. They might know their child better, not might, they know their child better for sure. And therefore and understanding the circumstances in the home. I think having a dialogue with them and having a separate space of dialogue. So if the teacher were to say, can I spend 10 minutes, tell me what suits you, what time is best, not my time, which may be between 9 and 1, but maybe you're more free after lunch. Is that a good time for me to have a quick chat with you to understand how we can better, the way I'm proceeding with the lessons? Maybe it's not appropriate for the child. Maybe he's or she's getting bored. I think that dialogue needs to happen, which means it's a new way of actually working. So it is new. It is, I think, for teachers as well who are struggling with finding a space within their home and the confines of their home with home responsibilities, especially since majority of our teachers are also women. I think it becomes even more compounded for them to be able to actually reach out and find this partner rather than an adversary. So how do we, because a lot of teachers I'm talking to these days through my research are telling me, often we get flack from the parents. They feel that, it's very boring. It's not innovative. It's not, not engaging. My child is just bored. So I think the point is then ask them, can you give me new ideas? I'm sure I can do better. And I don't think it should be, we can be defensive as educators, because we're all on the learning curve. So as long as we believe we are all on the learning curve and we're doing this journey together, I think it will be much more fruitful for all of us.
Very well said, Dr. Renu Singh. The central pillar for both the parent and the school is the child. And I think when we effectively collaborate with each other and find solutions that would meet the expectations of both, that would make a lot of difference to the solutions that we provide at present. Dr. Kavita Jain, I have a question for you. In all this, when we do a lot of training, we do set expectations. Yes, we are taking care of the child, because that's the child is the integral point of our whole planning system. But when it comes to the teacher, what efforts are you taking, and how are you ensuring to keep up the positive spirits of the teacher high, and to keep them in good spirits and take care of their well-being?
That's a wonderful question. Very true. Teachers have to be motivated, and like we discussed, it's new for them. Change is going to make anybody uncomfortable, and so is it for our teachers. But letting them know that we are there for them. We're doing meditation classes for our teachers, online meditation, online counseling, giving them mental health support, having a school psychologist connect and reach out to them if they find difficulties. These are some of the things that we do. But like I said in my previous talk as well, that providing the right resources to teachers, like, so for schools like ours, we have all our lesson plans made centrally. So we give them ready plans that they can modify based on their own student, but the course structure is already made for them. We give them the videos, the PPTs, the resources, so they don't really have to spend a lot of time researching such things, but they're having resources, and then they can always add on to these resources. We give them a lot of flexibility, and of course, while the school has an access to get in and move out of a class at any point in time as a technological advantage, but we give them a lot of flexibility to go beyond what is just given session plan and take up topics that matter on a day-to-day basis for everyday practical life. And I think that makes, and one of the things that, Renu said, which was so true, is it's absolutely okay not to know. So we tell all our teachers, you can't be gods. You can't know everything. If you don't know, please be happy to say, I don't know, because every time you say, I don't know, like Kat Murdoch says, it's a new opportunity to learn. So when you say, I don't know, you're creating a window for new learning. And that new learning can happen from a student, can happen from a parent, can happen from anybody. So as long as teachers have this, or let me say, are not given that moral responsibility of you must know it all, I mean, whether it is knowledge or whether it is technology, I think that itself is a lot of pressure off them to say, it's okay if I don't know, I'm going to learn and collaborate and ensure things happen. And then school giving them all the necessary resources, ensuring that their mental health, their peace of mind is taken care of by giving them the right courses on counseling or meditation. I'm sure that will help. And just to add one point to the previous question that you were asking the other panelists, for both parents and students, it is essential that we know, or we make them aware that while the learning has gone online, not much has changed in terms of the school's plan for the children. And I don't mean only academically, I mean even in terms of their leadership development or in terms of their holistic development. So what we do across all our schools is we conduct all our activities. I mean, the calendar activities that would typically happen in a school, may it be a debate competition or a dance competition or a investiture ceremony or a PTM, we try and do all this online. So parents and students feel, okay, I'm not, otherwise what happens is children start taking this as a break, as a summer break, as a holiday. Okay, I just need to spend some time in front of the computer. But getting them to get into that routine of a school routine where the learning will happen, all my activities are going to continue, I still have opportunities to showcase my talent and learn new talent, and involving parents in these, having parents as audiences and judges for these events, because it's online, it's so much more easier to do that now, makes parents and the students have confidence on the entire planning of the school.
Thank you, Dr. Kavita, for so well apprising us of the efforts put in to keep the teacher spirits high, because I do agree with you, even when we plan, the sense of ownership is very important. So we involve the teacher in the decision making, and therefore the acceptance is high. And also providing for that time, as we time and again we've been talking about the challenges that a teacher faces, being a part of an extended family, being at home especially, trying to cater for some time for themselves and for the family. That's going a long way to keep them, with the program, I must say, and not feeling absolutely challenged about it. And the one thing I do is I try to talk a lot, kind of engaging. The online platform may not physically allow you to meet each other, but I feel loads of interaction, well done kind of messages through our groups, and then meeting with teachers now and then, not just to apprise or set expectations, but also to acknowledge the good work that's going on. That's another way that we are able to keep our teachers high in their spirits and in their interest levels. Thank you so much. Ms. Sheshakumari, may I just conclude with one last question to you, ma'am? Ma'am, you've spoken of a huge model that you've created in terms of resources being provided to children for teaching, learning, and for the teachers. Has ACRT worked a lot on the assessment model also, ma'am? Especially on online mode?
Assessment, when coming to assessment model, we are again trying to understand how to switch on from the paper pencil kind of an assessment to online assessment. This is something, we are introducing various online platforms available to the teachers. So our webinars have addressed this aspect to a great extent. The different tools available, the open resources available, and even other platforms, even if they're private nature also, we have covered even those. So various forms, which were discussed by other panelists. If you look at our CII official YouTube channel, you will find all of them already touched upon, either SCRT or else. NCRT is also doing a lot of activity. Coming to the online mode of assessment, still we are in the initial stages. We haven't reached there. I personally feel we need to bridge that summer loss in the first instance. because March, approximately March 16, the schools are going to start. So to bridge what the children have academically lost, that part needs to be done quickly. And then we need to think about reinforcing and then come to assessment. I think it's too early to talk about that because it's all new. Suddenly we were all thrown into this totally ICT world, and we are working on different areas.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for throwing light on the assessment model, because all of us, there's always this conflict on how high we should be in engaging the child in terms of assessment. The daily ongoing assessment that happens during a class with a slide flashing with one MCQ or a leading question, that leads to a lot of discussion, and the child is not threatened in that type of an environment. But when it comes to a formal assessment, having a 10 marks MCQ test, they're okay with that, fine. But if you're going to convert the school calendar of assessment into the online mode, then comes the huge conflict of, am I capable of it? Will I be able to handle it? Will the internet work for me to finish the test, and so on and so forth? This is a challenge that all of us principals and teachers are facing in terms of decision making. And before I conclude, I must acknowledge all of you have been talking loads about supporting the teachers with the required facilities that one would need to gear up for the new normal, and that's the teaching online. And at this point, I must take the opportunity to acknowledge the chairman, Shri M. Kumariyasa, who sent people, the IT team, home to set up the physical infrastructure. And you have to see to believe the tech team who have been working back end to say, what is the angle of your camera? Can you see? There was a whiteboard provided, a webcam, the headphones, and desktops galore. About 200, 250 desktops reached the destinations of the teachers, and a lot of support given to the internet bandwidth and so on. Not just expecting, but on the other hand, also trying to make sure that the workstation is also set for the teachers. Yes, it's not possible physically in every single environment or every school background, but then I know for sure that all schools and all managements are putting loads of efforts towards this, and I think the new normal is there to stay in many ways, because we're also looking forward to a 5-day school where the 6th day or any compensations would run online and the children would not travel back to school. They're so excited when I spoke this, when I engage section wise, when I get into their class and share this, they said, wow, we look forward to that. So loads of scope ahead, and in keeping with the global skill development, the children are safe, I feel, in many ways than one in being trained on the online platform. Yes, the measurement in terms of the percentage of engagement is higher than what we normally did, no doubt, but I'm sure it's there. The skill set and the capacity building, both the teacher side and the learner side, is there for the future. And it's going to be safe. I think on this wonderful note, with the permission of Ms. Aruna, I would conclude, because there's so much of deliberations and so much of rich, enriching experience that each panel speaker holds, that if I am given the opportunity, I would continue for hours together. Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Sunita ji.
Speakers, and thank you, Shri M. Kumariyasa, Chairman. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sunita ji, for sharing this session so beautifully. I thank all the panelists of this session, and special thanks to the DPS group, Sunita ji, for supporting this conference. We are grateful for your support, and also Narayana Group for being a partner in this conference. Thank you, Sishu Kumari ji. You spent your time and you addressed so many important issues related to child-centric learning. We're thankful for your time. Renu ji, thank you for joining the session today. We hope to be in touch and continue the good work that you're doing. Kumaraya ji, thank you for joining, and Dr. Kavita Jain, many thanks for being in this session. With that, we come to the close of the session. And now we move to a very interesting segment of today's deliberations, which is showcasing some of the highlights of the CSR work which foundations are doing, which will bring you the power of CSR initiatives, the way CSR efforts can change the lives of people. And today we'll have the Science Foundation, which is going to talk about some of the case studies of their CSR work. In the morning today, we saw the release of an ebook, empowering today what was the name of the session? The book is called Empowering Tomorrow Together. And we bring you some glimpses from this book. And for this, we have two very special guests today. We have the president and COO of Scient, Mr. Karthikeyan Natarajan. Karthik joined Scient in March 2020. Like, this is very recent that Karthik has joined Scient, and he is the president and chief operating officer. In this role, he is responsible for global business operations, including sales, delivery, and business development at Scient. His focus areas include strengthening the service business, building strong solutions capabilities with keen attention to digital transformation, and consolidating the design-led manufacturing expertise of the group. Karthik has over 27 years of experience in engineering industry, including about 21 years in engineering and technology services, with a strong focus on product development and digital transformation. Karthik holds a degree in mechanical engineering from the University of Madras and an MBA from Symbiosis Institute of Business Management, Pune. So today, Karthik is going to be in conversation with Dr. B.V.R. Mohan Reddy. He needs no introduction. He is the chairman of CII, National Education Council, executive chairman of Scient, also the chairman of Board of Governors of IIT Hyderabad. We are very fortunate that we have got Dr. Reddy as a chairman this year, and it is because of his guidance and his support that we have been able to, make this 10-day education summit happen. So without much ado, I'm going to hand over this mic straight to Karthik, because he is going to be in conversation with Dr. Reddy, and there'll be glimpses from some of the work which the Scient Foundation has done with the underprivileged children, and they'll be talking to some children and understand from them how their lives have changed because of Scient Foundation. So Karthik, over to you. Krishna, do we have Karthik?
Shalini, maybe Karthik would be joining soon in another 2-3 minutes, please.
Okay, sure.
There but he's not able to join as a panelist. Can you please add him as a panelist?
Ravi has to do that, technical team. I'll ask Ravi to do that, Reet.
Please ask Ravi.
He has not joined yet. I would make him, but he's not joined yet.
He's joined yet. He's with me on the phone. He's joined it.
No,
he has to join on Cisco.
Yes.
I'll send him the Ravi. Can you? Okay, so Ravi, can you?
Because the site is showing only the YouTube video of the Cisco.
Okay, okay.
It does not show the Cisco websites.
Okay, Ravi, Karthik hasn't got the email. Can you share the link? Okay, Karthik, let me just give me a second. I'll send the link to you, Karthik. So Krishna, the link that you shared, that link we'll share with Karthik.
Krishna, yeah, the same link, Reet.
Okay. Krishna. But he attended this, but he said it's not coming. It's not able to join with that link. I'm able to join it, but he's not able to. Krishna, can you talk to Ravi, please? Yeah, I can see you. Yes. For example, but I don't see Karthik. Karthik, meeting analyst as we speak. Karthik, did you join from the same link itself, right? Hello. Ah, okay. Okay, you got it? So they'll make it automatically. I'll tell them to rejoin. You can put, no, so it's already given there. You just have to say join now, no? For me, they're taking just a second. Ah, so it must be in your email if you're registered. Okay, just a second. Hello? Krishna,
Yeah.
can you share it? I'm not able to join it. They're asking for an event password.
Sorry.
They're asking for an event password.
Okay.
Which password is it?
20, CII 25. Just
What is it? Can you put it on?
yeah, sure. One moment.
Aruna, please give the presenter rights to me. Till Karthik joins, maybe I could just take the participants through the ebook which was launched today. We could utilize the time to take everybody through the book. So I hope everybody can see this.
Yes.
Let me know as soon as Karthik is able to join so that we can start, right?
I'm here, Shalini. I think Karthik has to come in. Karthik is also here.
Oh.
I just joined.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Karthik should be here in a moment.
I can see a lot of young kids eagerly waiting.
Yeah, they'll. One more minute to go. I think that's why Karthik. But today there's some disturbance on our call, Shalini. Some humming is happening.
I don't know why this is happening. Actually, today we are doing it in the virtual auditorium on Hive. If one goes to the Hive portal, then it's happening in a virtual auditorium. I don't know if it is because of that.
Somewhere, I think there's some static which is getting created.
Good afternoon. This is Reet from Scient. Good afternoon, Mr. Reddy. How are you doing?
Good, thank you, Reet. How are you?
Very well, sir. So Karthik is just joining us. There was some issue with the password that he's facing. Ravi from CII is trying to help him out from there. From the CII team is trying to help him out there.
Are you in Hyderabad, Reet, or somewhere else?
I'm from Hyderabad, sir.
Yeah, I know, but I'm
Yeah.
not whether in Hyderabad or
Yes.
people got accidentally locked down somewhere else. So
Oh no, I am very thankful that I am in Hyderabad with the family. You know,
I'm really
few
glad.
things to be grateful for, right, in these times.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. So, sir, just to give you a context of what we are going to do, just to give you some background. So we have 4 very special guests who are going to be interacting with Karthik and you. So they are the people who have actually benefited, and there is also an employee volunteer, an associate volunteer, who actually not only gives out time for the work on the weekdays, but also her family also works in our site foundation schools. So that is the background.
Sure.
I'll just help Karthik join in, sir. Give me a sec.
That's the volunteer Shivajyoti. You're on mute. Unmute yourself. We can't hear you.
Oh, sorry, sir. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. How are you?
Yeah, fine. Thank you, sir.
Very good. So how much time are you spending in the schools?
4 to 4, sir. Most probably on and off they are giving two periods, 3 periods. Yes, if the teacher was not there, their period also they are assigning me if I request. Principal sir is very cute. Is always on before Friday only. I will engage with the sir. I'll request sir. Can you? Is there any possibility to give the 2 periods or 3 periods? Hey, you can come, Jyoti. Why? If teacher also is there, also I will arrange the period for you. Satyanarayan sir is very cooperative, sir.
Very good. Which is your favorite school?
Kajaguda, sir.
Kajaguda. Okay. Very good. Very good.
Sir, before Karthik joins in, do you think we should start in, because he will join in shortly? There's some issues thanks to the. Should we start?
I thought he had already.
5 minutes. Yes, or we can wait for 5 minutes. If
Two
that's
moments. I think he should come in any moment. So
Yes, he should. He should. Yes.
he has a briefing with him, so therefore it'll be much more easier for him to handle.
Yes, yes, absolutely, sir. Yes.
And he does a phenomenal job, that I know.
Yes, and
I can't do the same job as Karthik does, so I'll allow him to come by.
yeah, I mean, we can start with the. If you want, just a few questions I could put up to you, and then Karthik can take over if that helps.
Just let's give me one more minute. 35. It's 35.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
One or
Sure,
two,
sure.
and then
Sure,
we'll
sir. Sure, sir.
Hello.
Yeah.
Oh, Karthik. Yeah.
We're all waiting to hear you, Karthik.
All right. Thank you so much. Sorry, I was struggling to get into the.
So
link.
people offered your role to me, Karthik, and I said I can't be a match to Karthik. Seriously, the whole audience knows about it. So I said I'll wait for Karthik rather than take his role.
That is true, Karthik.
Go ahead, Karthik, please.
Karthik has joined, Reet. Just.
Yes, he's. I can see.
Can we get started?
Karthik, can we start?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Thanks everyone for joining this session, and welcome to Empowering Tomorrow Together session. My name is Karthik. I'm the President and Chief Operating Officer of CII, and having joined in March 2020, I'm fairly new to the company, but whatever I've seen so far from outside earlier and being part of the core team, I can confidently state that CII is definitely a brand with purpose and is backed with impactful action. And conducted under the aegis of CII Foundation, our CSR initiatives are absolutely geared towards making a meaningful and lasting impact on the society and community that we live in. And I think the team has been focused on various programs and efforts are around 4 core areas. And one is on the digital literacy, quality education, social innovation, and the community development. Furthermore, we have recently consolidated all these 4 initiatives into a concept called Empowering Tomorrow Together. So that's the context on which I'm going to really bring Mr. Mohan Reddy into a special conversation today. And also want to understand his journey and experience so far. And over the next half hour, we would really talk about how the journey has been and understand Mr. Mohan's vision, as well as the genesis of the underlying fundamentals of the corporate social responsibility at Scient. And followed by, we have 4 special guests who experienced the corporate social responsibility initiatives from the inside, either as a beneficiary or as a volunteer, and in one case, both. And with that, I would like to make a quick introduction of Mr. Mohan Reddy.
You don't
And
need
as a pioneer in the geospatial space in early 80s, Mr. Reddy had a vision of providing engineering services to the global markets. And that vision manifested itself into a reality when he founded Scient, and then known as Infotech Enterprises in 1991.
That should be good, I think, Karthik. That should be good, I said. That might be good.
Sure. Thanks, Mohan. And also would like to start the session and have few questions. And if you can probably take us through the journey, Mohan, that would really be useful. To first start with your understanding of CSR philosophy and what inspires you and how it translates into action at Scient.
Good. Thank you, Karthik, and good evening to all our audience, especially. I think there are a lot of children too in this town hall type of setting that we have. So namaste to all of you. And our belief at Scient right from inception was that there are 4 stakeholders who make companies successful. To many people, 3 become very obvious. One is the investor. He gives you money to start a company. The second one is our employees, or we call them associates. These are the people who actually work day in and day out. And they are out on purchase orders, which are received from customers. So therefore, the third important stakeholder is the customer. So you have an investor, you have an employee, and a customer. To me, there's a 4th pillar, which is also extremely important, which makes companies successful, and that is society. My belief in life has always been that it is society made us also what we are. I keep driving from my home to office. I use a public road. I didn't build that road by myself. I paid taxes, all right. But at the same time, it's the public which gave me that road. Or for that matter, more importantly, I went to a school at one point of time in my life, which is at least 50 years back, but not too far away, where the school fees was 100 rupees a year. I believe even in my engineering, it was more like 220 rupees a year that we paid. Obviously, all that I learned from engineering or from the school, I didn't pay for it. Somebody else paid for it too. And that somebody else is my society. So therefore, as individuals who become successful or who have the ability, not necessarily even successful, who have ability to give, have to give back to the society again. That's the philosophy with which we build this. So therefore, we keep saying we have a foundation called values in Scient, values which are first, fairness, respect, integrity, transparency, and respect. And then we say on top of them, there are 4 pillars. And those 4 pillars are customer, employee, society, and investor. On top of it is where we rest. So even if one of the 4 pillars become weak, we can topple ourselves. So therefore, our belief has been be equitable to all of them. That is how from day one we decided to play our own role to make sure that society is also being taken care of.
Thanks, Mohan. In recent years, we have seen an upward trend in companies investing time and effort in CSR. And how has that altered Scient philosophy and outlook towards CSR?
Not really altered anymore, but we were spending a little more money than we originally started doing. Our initiative in CSR is 18 years old, and it used to probably hover somewhere between 1% to 1.5% at the most. But after the new regulation has come, it has given us more ability to spend more money. We spend a little over 2%. And not to point out to somebody, this philosophy of doing CSR is not very common in the Western world. In the Western world, several of our shareholders believe that the responsibility of the CEO lies in terms of creating value for them. So therefore, they all think that we should continue to work hard to create value for them as opposed to get involved in CSR, etc. That has completely changed. But now that we have this 2% number that we have with us, fairly nice number, we'll be in a position to spend that money in making sure that there'll be a effective impact on the society.
Sure, thanks again. And a few more questions to follow through on this. The key feature of Science CSR initiative is the wide spread use of technology. Is it because Science is a technology company, or is there something more to it?
I guess, both of them, Karthik, I should give you credit in terms of now getting the new branding called Empowering Tomorrow Together, which is in line with our brand for the company, which says, we design tomorrow together. It is in so therefore, design is something very critical for us. Technology we always prided ourselves. We continue to pride ourselves saying that we are a technology company. So use of technology was important. And I think that is where we saw the future would lie in. Maybe, you look at the transformation that has happened in the recent past, even the last 10 weeks. So we possibly had a little bit of luck or a little bit of vision or a mix of both of them, that we decided to make a lot of investments in the schools in technology. And also, I think, if I may add, Karthik, people also ask me this question: why did you choose schools as opposed to something else? There is always this big challenge, because in India, there's so many things that have to be done. There's so many things that the so-called responsible people are not doing. So therefore, it comes back onto the corporate to do many things. But my personal belief is that if we can bring about an intervention in school children, that will have a very long-lasting impact on them. And that is how we decided that we probably even go to the primary school children. And the second one that also came to our attention was that it's not just picking up some schools, but there are some schools which require that attention. These are the schools which I think require attention because they did not have enough of resources. For example, I have seen myself that in a room of 12 by 12, which is about, say, 140 square feet, 150 square feet, which is like in our own offices, we'll have probably 2 people sitting there, Karthik. Whereas in a room of 140, 150 square feet, I saw 30 children squatting and 2 teachers teaching. Both corners, opposite corners, teachers were standing and teaching the class for these children. So you could well imagine the child does not, which teacher is the child hearing, etc. So that is when we created a fairly large amount of infrastructure with them. So we went into interventions where they were required. And we also did a reasonable job in making sure that those interventions could thereafter scale.
Sure, I'm sure it must be a very, very self-fulfilling agenda as well.
Yes.
Sure, and moving on, the key metric for measuring CSR activity essentially lies in the impact it creates. And what has been your experience so far on the impact that the CSR initiative has had on us?
I'm also conscious of time, Karthik, so therefore I'll only talk about one impact, which is very, very touching to me, is that in the schools, we have about 28 schools under our management at this point of time. When we walked into the schools, the size of the number of girl children in the classes used to be somewhere between 15 to 20%. If you had a class of 30 children, they would know no more than about 4 or 5 girls that used to be there. And we also saw one other factor that was there, that as they went into higher classes, the girl child population used to taper off. Say in 8th, 9th classes, you wouldn't find even a girl child. That's what was happening. So we went back to understand the reasons why it happens that way. And largely, very briefly, it was because of non-availability of washrooms for these girl children. So we built the washrooms. There's a big story around it, but I won't get into that. We built the washrooms. The girl child came back in a lighter tone. I came with vengeance. Now, in the 28 schools that we manage at this point of time, a little over 50% of the children are girl children. That is the metrics which really makes me extremely satisfied.
Sure, I could understand the country like India with girl child getting educated. I think you are actually lighting the whole family. So thanks for your insights. Mohan, last question. Any final thoughts or words of encouragement for everyone involved in the CSR programs?
Sure. I think, it's very important in a nation like India that we have to definitely start helping the government. Because one could always say that, this is responsibility of the government. But I think government did one good thing further is when they probably put this CSR of 2% to be spent from your profits, they could have also said 2% extra income tax, and we will take that money and spend on schools. And in many initiatives that took the money, spent it somewhere else, or not even spent it, I believe. So as a result of that, the now government is giving you 2%. Requesting other corporate citizens is please spend that money in an impactful form. Don't go all over the place. Take one particular specific area and make sure that you create impact so that it can be replicated by others. It'll become a role model for others. That's my small 2 pieces of advice.
Sure. Thank you so much for joining us and sharing your thoughts and be an inspiration to all of us. I'm sure we would really achieve greater heights and your vision and leadership. Thank you so much, Mr. Mohan, for joining this session. So going on to the next segment, we'll be chatting with 4 extremely bright and enterprising women who have been associated with our CSR programs. And we'll talk about their experiences thus far and what motivated them and their aspirations for the future. So we start with a special guest today, a current student in our adopted school, Vaishnavi. I will not interrupt Vaishnavi as she has prepared a beautiful speech. Vaishnavi, over to you.
Good evening, all. My name is Vaishnavi. I am a Today, my mother and also with me. Science Foundation adopted so many schools in Bangalore, which provides necessary facilities in schools. Especially in my school, they provide extra teachers. Every year, they provide extra books, bags, uniforms.
Vaishnavi, there is echo. If there are 2 devices which are on, if somebody is switched on YouTube, then you please switch that off. Switch off the other device that you have logged in. Otherwise, we'll not be able to understand what Vaishnavi is saying. Yeah, Vaishnavi, please start again.
Science Foundation adopted so many schools in Bangalore, which provides necessary facilities in schools. Especially in my school, they provide extra teachers. Every year, they provide books, bags, uniforms. To enhance practical knowledge, they constructed science labs. For indoor classes, we access computer labs. They also providing nutritious food with good sanitation. They encourage education along sports. Even students participate in various competitions and several prizes for school. Now, I am competing with corporate schools with all facilities provided by Science Foundation. Every science people will visit our school and stay connected with us and through our activities. I have seen several changes in schools from first standard to 10th standard. I proudly say I am having good facilities to succeed in college. We are very thankful to Science Founder India and science employees who are working for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Vaishnavi. Let's have a conversation with Kameshwari. We are very proud of her. After passing her class 10, she is now pursuing engineering. And Kameshwari, can you tell us something about yourself and how did you get associated with Science Foundation?
Just a second, sir. I will be joining.
Krishna, can you help? I think there's another device that they're. Can you ask our security team as they're. Karthik, we can move to our associate.
One Karthik, just arranging different device.
Okay. So we can move on to the next guest that we have, Shiva Jyoti.
Yeah, please.
Good evening, everyone. Can you able to hear me, sir?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Thank you, sir.
Sure. Thank you for joining Shiva Jyoti as a science associate and volunteer. And
Thank
she's
you
also
so
an
much.
active member of our more than 4,000 participants strong CSR team. And she regularly contributes to community support programs initiated by the Science Foundation. From imparting computer education and leading summer camps at science supported schools to conducting career counseling sessions, financially weak parents to educate their children, and Shiva Jyoti done it all. So welcome, Shiva Jyoti. First question is an obvious one. How do you balance this, and what programs that you are volunteering in?
Sir, I'm interrupting because sorry, I'm not Shiva Jyoti, I'm Nagakameshwari.
Okay, sorry.
I got changed from the previous device.
Oh, you moved to the other division. Okay, sorry.
Yes.
Why don't you tell us about yourself and how did you get associated with Science Foundation, Kameshwari?
Yes, sir. Good evening, everyone. I'm Nagakameshwari, born and brought up in a lower middle class family. My father is the only breadwinner in the family. Like every other father, my father has also aspired to give quality education to me, which is very challenging for him.
Yes, Commissioner, we can hear you.
Now I would like to tell you about how I get associated with Science Foundation. This happened just because with the known sources, my father learned about science adopted schools, and I had joined the school in 2007 and completed 10th class by scoring 85% in the year 2013. My secondary schooling has done in science adopted school Shamshi Guda in English medium. I can proudly say that science has provided me with quality education enriched with values. I would like to thank science for providing facilities like computer labs, laboratory equipment, schools, school bags, uniforms. I thank science employees' interactions with us. They have enlightened us with bright career options and deeper values of education. Later, as suggested by science volunteers through career guidance programs, I had joined Diploma in Government Institute of Electronics and scored 80% in computer programming course.
Sure, thanks, Kameshwari. And how has your life changed as a result of this? And any message to Mr. Mohan Reddy?
Yes, sir. Yeah. After completing my diploma, I took 3 months job-oriented training in Science ITES Skill Center at Swarna Bharat Trust. I secured a job as GIS engineer in Science. After working for a year, I gained financial freedom that helped me pursuing my engineering in Gokraju Rangaraju Institute of Engineering and Technology. Now I'm about to complete my final semester. And I wish to give a message to Sri Bivya Mohan Reddy sir from bottom of my heart, saying that science helps the individual to inspire, aspire, and achieve the goals. And I take this opportunity to thank Sri Bivya Mohan Reddy sir and Science Foundation in realizing my dreams. I also wish to mention that this is not only the story of me, like me, many other girls from science schools got achieved their aspirations. Um, and I would like to conclude with a small Sanskrit saying that Daivim Manushya Rupena. We strongly believe that Sri Mohan Reddy sir is a god in the form of human being. All family, including my father, my mother, and sister, oh, sincere gratitude to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Wish you good luck. Really
Thank you.
inspiring. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, we move on to the next participant, Ravali. Is there Ravali?
Ali, are we there?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's coming.
Ravali has decided to go through the sine wave and give back to the society. Ravali, over to you to tell your story.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Myself, E. Ravali. I'm Telugu teaching Vidya volunteer in Science Adapted School. I get up early each day to help my mother work before heading out of the school where I work as a volunteer, and it has been the same routine ever since I remember. Earlier, I helped before going to teach, learn, and now I before going to school to teach. My father worked as a watchman and my mother, Aya, at a Science Adapted School in Hyderabad with no economic support. Completing my education was a distant dream. I started studying in the same school where my parents worked. After completing my grade 10th, I was selected in the civil engineering diploma program at the Polytechnic for Women, Vikarabad. However, financial constraints did not allow to take up the program. It was then that I and my parents approached the Science Foundation for financial aid. With the help of foundation, I completed my engineering studies and learned this diploma. When I was still a student, Science Chairman Mr. Bivya Mohan Reddy Garu visited our campus on Independence Day and spoke about giving back to society. Something clicked and I knew then that could be part of that giving back to process. Today, I am diploma holder in civil engineering and also work as a Vidya volunteer and Science Adapted School. I hope Science warm hearted with association with me stays forever, and my dream to become a Telugu teacher in government school. Thank you.
Thank you, Ravali. I think you are very bold and confident girl. Wish you good luck. And we move on to the next guest speaker, Shiva Jyoti Sankam.
Okay.
So she's an active member of more than 4,000 participants strong CSR volunteer team, and she regularly contributes to the community support programs initiated by the Science Foundation, and imparting computer education and leading summer camps at Science supported schools to conducting career counseling sessions and inspiring financially weak parents to educate their children. So Shiva Jyoti has done it all. And welcome, Shiva Jyoti.
Thank you, sir.
And first question is obvious one. How do you balance this and what programs that you are volunteering in?
Balancing the responsibility of full-time job with the voluntary work is not possible. So it is not easy. However, when employed with an organization that urgently give to society, it becomes just that much easier. So come to talk about the programs as a voluntary what I am conducting. I have worked to create a health and hygiene awareness in Saint Adopted School with a special lectures of girls and menstrual hygiene and awareness and help students learn how to do ergonomic exercises. And behalf of that, conducting motivational speeches, quizzes, and drawing competitions, including that road safety awareness are some of my regular contributions.
Sure, thanks, Shiva Jyoti. I also get that your family members are also involved in your giving back dream. So can you talk more about it?
Yes, seeing my commitment, my family members are also involved in these cases. I believe in every month that first and third Saturday I dedicated to school visit with my family members who help to conduct the activities for the students. So it is so humbling to be greeted by these children who welcome me with a namaskaram teacher, Baunara teacher, hi akka. These kind of they are treating me from the entrance of the school and enthusiastically ask about the programs I will be conducting next. And my 9 years old daughter, she is a very active participant in all my sessions, and she is already turning into an art and craft mentor for the students at the site supported schools. Really, I vote to sign for my success. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Shiva Jyoti, and you're
Thank
really a role model for many of our employees, and thank you so much for being an inspiration. Thank you.
you, sir.
All I can say is Science Foundation is privileged to have associates who can go all out to make a difference in the world that all of us live in. And with this, I conclude this session. I really want to thank Mr. Mohan Reddy and all the volunteers who came and spoke about how they are contributing towards the society and making the magic happen every day. A big thank you to all the participants and look forward to continue to engage the conversation offline with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Karthik. And thank you, Dr. Reddy. Thank you, Shiva Jyoti, and all these students who spoke and shared their experience. We are really fortunate that we got to listen to your experiences through this platform. And this Education Summit of CII has made all this possible. So thank you. So this was the end of the Telangana Day for us. This is the School Excellence Conclave, and today this was the last session. With that, we come to the end of today's proceedings. Tomorrow, there'll be sessions from 11 o'clock. Tomorrow is the Andhra Day. So when Telangana is there, Andhra can be far behind. So tomorrow is the Andhra Day for us. And we'll have some very eminent speakers, sir, in the morning at 11 o'clock. We are getting the director of IIT Vizag and IIM Vizag, both will be there. And the chairman of the Andhra Pradesh State Higher Education Council is going to join in that session. So tomorrow's session is at 11 o'clock. And day after, there's a CBSE chairman who's going to join us for a session in the afternoon.
1 second.
This is on 3rd July.
1 minute, Krishna. Just joining.
There'll be a specialist from the OECD who's going to talk about PISA and India's involvement in PISA. So CBSE chairman's session is going to be important on 3rd July. And of course, on 4th July, we'll have the valedictory session at 11:30. we'll have very eminent speakers joining us in that session. So thank you for this session today. Thank you, Karthik. Thank you, sir. And thank you, everybody. We'll meet
Thank
you
you, Shalini. Thank you, Karthik. Thanks to all of you guys. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, Mom.
Thank you.
ఫస్ట్ సెషన్ ఒకటే ప్రాబ్లం అయింది.
అలా అమ్మాయి చాలా బాగా మాట్లాడింది.
బాగా మాట్లాడింది కానీ